Good morning all. Good morning Minister. You're ready to go over there?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent.
Chair.
I declare open. I've done that. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee into the 2022-23 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee has set 3 March 2023 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and 31 March 2023 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Department of the Treasury Macroeconomic Group. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, as Chair I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome the Senator the Honourable Katie Gallagher, Minister for Finance, and Dr Stephen Kennedy, and ask if either of you are wishing to give an opening statement. I know you will be about to give your statement, Dr Kennedy, and before I invite you to do so, I'll just give an indication to senators that after Dr Kennedy's given his opening statement, I'll proceed in 10-minute question blocks. We'll do our very best to keep to time and of course to have a productive, respectful discussion this morning. Welcome, Dr Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to make an opening statement. The primary macroeconomic challenges remain: dealing with the highest inflation in decades while maintaining low unemployment, driving long-term improvements in productivity and consolidating the fiscal position. Before providing an update on developments in Australia, I'll briefly outline global economic developments. Headline inflation in developed economies has started to moderate as energy prices and global supply chain pressures have eased. Oil prices have retreated to around the levels seen in early 22, and coal and gas prices have come off their peaks but remain highly elevated. A mild winter in Europe has helped to alleviate the near-term risk of a further shortfall in global gas markets. Policy actions to mitigate the impact of the global energy crisis on households have also come into effect. Globally, monetary policy has tightened significantly and rapidly, and this will see the global economy slow considerably this year. The IMF is expecting global growth to slow to just 2.9% this year. Global growth over 23 and 24 is forecast to be the weakest 2-year period of growth since 2001, outside of the GFC and the pandemic. In the US, labour market and activity data indicate the economy continued to grow in the second half of 22. However, there are signs in the housing market, household consumption and business surveys that monetary policy tightening is seeing private demand soften. China experienced its second slowest rate of GDP growth in over 40 years in 22, the slowest growth being in 2020. China's sudden exit from zero COVID has seen an improvement in the near-term growth outlook. Real-time indicators of urban residents' mobility point to a bounce in Chinese activity. In the medium term, China's outlook remains clouded by structural challenges, including a declining population and an investment-dependent growth model. The IMF downgraded its medium-term growth forecast for China by around a quarter to 4.1%, compared with its pre-pandemic forecasts of around 5.5%. Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine means the outlook for global energy markets remains fragile and further energy price shocks cannot be ruled out. Intensifying strategic competition could also become a drag on global growth if it leads to further economic fragmentation and a fraying of trade and investment links. The IMF has raised concerns that policy-driven fragmentation risks reversing the efficiency gains generated by trade, investment and people flows, potentially exacerbating inflationary and supply chain pressures. In a severe scenario, the IMF estimates that trade fragmentation could reduce long-term global output by up to 7%. This risk is especially relevant for a medium-sized trading nation such as Australia, which has benefited significantly from integration with the global economy. Expertly managing this risk while responding to the more difficult geostrategic environment will be a defining feature of the coming decade. Key news on the domestic economy since we last met was the release of the December quarter inflation data. Inflation rose to 7.8% through the year, the highest annual rate since 1990. This was consistent with the forecasted budget for 7.75% and for inflation to peak in the quarter. The peak in domestic inflation has primarily been driven by the direct effects of a series of global and domestic cost shocks. Global shocks raised the price of imported goods and added to the cost of materials used in domestic manufacturing and construction. International freight prices peaked 8 times higher than prior to COVID-19, and the surge in global oil prices raised local transport costs. When cost increases are small and sparse, businesses might not immediately or fully pass through such increases to consumer prices, but the breadth and magnitude of the input price shocks necessitated a more fundamental change. This explains part of the broadening of inflation in the latest data, where around 85% of the consumption basket experienced annual price increases of above 3%. Price pressures in new dwellings and automotive fuel are easing, and we expect this to deliver additional indirect benefits. However, working in the opposite direction, we expect increasing price pressures in some areas, including from energy and housing rents. In December, the government announced a package of measures to moderate the sharp rise in household energy bills. The announcement included a mandatory code of conduct for gas producers, temporary price caps for wholesale coal and gas, and energy bill rebates for households to be jointly funded with the states. Following the December announcement, national electricity market future prices have declined significantly. This is consistent with the price caps on gas and coal, helping to ease price pressures in the generation market. If sustained, lower futures prices will be reflected in the default market offer announced by the regulator around the middle of the year. For gas, at budget, we expected consumer prices would rise by 20% in 22-23 and another 20% in 23-24. But now expect prices to rise 18% and 4% over the 2 years. Following the temporary intervention, we have observed a moderation in prices in the wholesale gas market. The average East Coast wholesale gas price is now sitting around the temporary 12-month price cap of $12, down from around $20 in November. Over the year to June 24, Treasury expects the coal and gas caps to reduce inflation by 0.5 point. Consumer and small business energy rebates will further reduce inflation over the same period. Households and businesses will still face substantial increases in energy bills, but the package will make a material difference to reducing cost of living pressures. Rising housing costs remain a source of cost of living pressures for many households. Inflation in newly advertised rental prices has been rising sharply for around a year, reaching 10% nationally in January. The national vacancy rate has reached a near record low of around 1%. Despite the slowdown in population growth during the pandemic, underlying demand for housing picked up, owing to a fall in the average size of households. This reflects changes in household formation as the community adjusted to rapidly changing circumstances through the pandemic. More recently, strong underlying demand for housing has been driven by a recovery in population growth amid constraints in new housing supply. We expect inflation in CPI rental prices to pick up considerably as the stock of rental agreements turns over, peaking in June of this year. The ABS's latest selected living cost indexes, which measure the price change of goods and services and its effect on living expenses for different household types, shows increasing interest rates are flowing through living costs. For example, employee households recorded the strongest increase of all households of 9.3%, as mortgage interest charges make up a higher proportion of expenditure compared with other households. Treasury recently released population statement shows that Australia's population and net overseas migration growth have picked up strongly. Temporary migration has recovered faster than expected. Net overseas migration numbers are being artificially boosted this year by the resumption of inward flows of international students and working holiday makers. This effect will diminish in subsequent years when the usual inward and outward pattern of international student flows re-establishes themselves. Coupled with a broad softening in hiring demand, increases in net overseas migration should help to ease skill and labour shortages, particularly for the hospitality and retail sectors. In recent months, the unemployment rate reached its lowest level in nearly 50 years. The participation rate reached its record high, and job vacancies remain elevated. Broader measures of spare capacity in the labour market that account for underemployment have also fallen. The underutilisation rate, which combines unemployment and underemployment, has been below 10% since May 22. This is the first time since 1989 that it has remained below 10% over consecutive months. A tight labour market presents challenges for businesses in hiring workers. However, it is associated with a range of positive outcomes and opportunities, including stronger nominal wage growth, bringing marginally attached workers into the labour market, and incentivising skills acquisition and investment that contribute to higher productivity. We can see these benefits in the data. Youth unemployment has fallen to below 8%, well below the average rate of around 12% in the decade following the GFC, and female workforce participation is near record highs. We are seeing signs of stronger nominal wage growth. The wage price index increased by 3.1% through the year to the September quarter, the fastest pace since the March quarter of 2013. And the National Accounts measure of average earnings per hour has also picked up. We expect to see a small increase in real wages in 23-24, reflecting the combination of rising wages and falling inflation. There are several industries experiencing particularly strong growth in wages. This includes retail trade, which has seen the fastest growth of all industries over the past year. Strong wage growth is also present in service industries such as rental, hiring and real estate services. Award workers have seen the largest wage increases following the Fair Work Commission's decision to preserve the real wages of low-paid workers. On average, award workers received a pay increase of 4.4% through the year to the September quarter of 22. Individual arrangements have also shown a response to the tight labour market, with wages rising by 3.5% through the year, while wage growth in enterprise bargaining agreements lagged, rising only 2.6%. The risk of a price and wage spiral remains low, with medium-term inflation expectations well anchored to the inflation target. Although measures of spare capacity in the labour market show that the market remains tight, the forecast pickup in wages growth to around 4% remains consistent with the inflation target. As we navigate the transition back to low inflation, it will be crucial that we retain the benefits we are seeing from full employment. The significant tightening in monetary policy over the past year and ongoing cost of living pressures will see domestic growth slow significantly this year. At the October budget, we forecast economic growth to slow to 1.5% in 23-24 as cost of living pressures and rising interest rates increasingly weigh on consumption. Recent data are consistent with some slowing emerging in consumption, although underlying developments are still clouded by the recovery in services consumption, including international travel. The December quarter retail trade data showed a small fall consistent with the expected slowing in discretionary spending on goods. Treasury will update its economic forecasts at the May budget. There will be some adjustment to account for new developments and data, including the strong outlook for population. However, we do not see a significant change in the outlook for how the economy is responding to the challenges highlighted in the budget. The core elements remain the same. Cost shocks and inflation remain a near-term challenge. Growth is expected to slow significantly, but the unemployment rate should remain at low levels by historical standards. This is sometimes called the narrow path. It's also an uncertain path, given the highly unusual circumstances all countries have been facing. In the light of this uncertainty, policymakers will need to be prepared to respond quickly to new evidence as it emerges. Since budget, additional spending has been required to manage pressures in critical areas, such as the Energy Price Relief Plan, floods and ongoing commitments to respond to COVID-19 waves. The December monthly financial statements showed tax receipts running ahead of the October budget forecasts, reflecting higher than expected collections from both individuals and companies. This is in part led by employment income being stronger than expected. A key driver of forecasts for nominal GDP and tax receipts is changes in commodity prices and assumptions for their future growth. Headline revenue estimates are sensitive to the approach and assumptions Treasury uses to account for developments in volatile commodity markets. Treasury's general approach is to analyse supply and demand factors driving commodity prices in the long term and assume that prices correct relatively quickly to long-run anchors via glide paths. This approach for setting commodity price assumptions ensures that the budget does not lock in the impact of volatility from inherently unpredictable commodity prices. While this approach provides a clear indication of the underlying medium-term budget position, it can often result in substantive revisions to near-term revenue forecasts. Generally, bulk commodity prices have been above their budget assumptions, except for the oil price, which is now well below what we assumed. On their own, higher commodity prices than we assumed would see an upgrade to revenues at the May budget. Working in the other direction for resources revenue is the recent almost 8% appreciation in the Australian dollar against the US dollar. The higher Australian dollar works to offset the impact of higher US dollar denominated commodity prices. Our current approach includes publishing sensitivity analysis that allows users of the budget to understand the impact of alternative commodity price assumptions on revenue. This ensures the budget statements are a transparent representation of the fiscal position and associated uncertainties. Irrespective of the commodity price modelling methodology, we expect fiscal challenges to persist over the medium term. Persistent deficits of around 2% of GDP are projected, with several payments growing faster than the economy. This includes interest on government debt and growing expenditure on the NDIS, health, aged care and defence. Interest payments and the NDIS are projected to be the two fastest growing payments over the next decade, growing by around 14% per year on average from 22-23 to 32-33. The projected structural deficit throughout the medium term makes the need for fiscal consolidation clear. Further, that improvements to the cost effectiveness and productivity of government services and government-funded services are crucial to lowering cost growth. I've also included in the table version of my opening statement 3 pieces of work currently underway at Treasury that may be of interest to this committee: Measuring What Matters statement, the Government's Employment White Paper and the RBA review, but in the interest of time I won't go into them now. I thank the committee for the opportunity to provide this update.
Thank you very much, Dr Kennedy, for your opening statement, and the committee will table that statement. Thank you, Senator O'Neill. And you'd like to call Senator Bragg.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Good morning, Dr Kennedy. Just wanted to ask you some questions about inflation. There's a recent IMF report which did an assessment of Australia, you might be aware of that, and it said that restrictive macroeconomic policies are needed in the near term to mitigate strong domestic demand and to address inflation. Does Treasury agree with that?
Well, I think it's certainly important that fiscal policy does not add to inflationary pressures. The current stance of fiscal policy across the forward estimates I'd describe as neutral. The typical way we'd think about that is the change from year to year in the deficit as a percent of GDP. I would agree that it is important in this period that fiscal policy does not make the inflation challenge more difficult for monetary policy to handle.
Okay. So the IMF have also made statements about the proliferation of off-budget funds. They've talked about some of the proposals that are before the Parliament, including some of the government's plans to put in place off-budget funds. The IMF says this could add to aggregate demand and it should be avoided. So what's Treasury have to say about that?
We have seen off-budget funds emerge over a number of years now, not just recently. Our focus on any off-budget funds is to ensure that whatever its policy aim is going to add to productivity and increase the productive, and more broadly increase the productive capacity of the economy. In terms of are funds likely to flow from those funds in a way that adds to aggregate demand, say in the very near term? Look, to be honest, I haven't got in front of me exactly how those funds are likely to flow, but they're not designed to flow in the way, for example, a grant program would flow, where monies would simply go out. They're typically, broadly characterising them, they're typically designed to partner with a private sector to close some market gap, to invest in some productive capacity that the government policy judges is valuable that the private market's not delivering. So, yeah.
But I mean, that would add to demand, wouldn't it, by definition?
Would add to investment, yeah. In terms of adding to demand, I mean, of course, this is all a question of timing, when it's adding to demand, and that was my earlier point about whether these funds will add to demand in the near term or whether they'll add to demand across the broader term. As I said, we expect growth to slow significantly over the next year or two. I'd be quite surprised if the establishment of those funds shifted demand in any significant way across that period.
We're talking about $45 billion here.
Well, I guess my point is I'm not expecting it to be expended in the next 2 years.
So do you have any... But do you generally agree with the IMF about their concerns about the fiscal direction of the nation?
Which bit of the...
Well, I mean, they're saying that there is... that the budget position is too inflationary, and they've flagged that off-budget funds, like those that have been proposed, are a risk to the country.
Well, I'm not... I haven't got the IMF report in front of me.
Well,
I didn't think they quite used the language that you just used about the inflationary the way you characterise the budget position on the inflationary contribution of the funds. The flow of funds is included in the current budget position. As I said, I'd regard the fiscal position as broadly neutral, given the change in the deficit from year to year as a percent of GDP. My own view is that the important focus for those funds is on their aims and whether they are contributing to productivity. And as I said, I've observed those funds arising now over quite a few years, and in all cases, our advice is related to what's the fund for, will it be effective, is it value for money, given that the government will have to, in general, in its current circumstances, borrow that money to invest.
Yeah. I mean, the IMF is calling out off-balance sheet programs as creating a new risk by adding to demand and therefore inflation. So that's what the IMF is saying. So do you think that they're right to flag that concern?
I think they're right to ensure that that we focus on the policy integrity of those funds. I don't think they're adding significantly to the near-term risks of inflation.
Okay. So, I mean, coming back to the overall position of having as you said in your remarks, an ongoing structural deficit, is that something that's going to add to inflation in a general way?
It's not going to add to inflation.
You don't think it will add to inflation?
The key from the fiscal position is how its position is changing over time. So when I characterise it as broadly neutral, effectively what we saw in the last budget forecast is the deficit settling quickly at around that 2% of GDP. If the deficit was going from 1% of GDP to 2% of GDP or further, it would be clearly adding to inflation because it would be clearly a net spending position, a change in the net spending position. The key for fiscal policy is in terms of its contribution to demand, is the change in the position, not so much the level of position. The level of the position, the 2% deficit, is very important to focus on from an ongoing sustainability point of view. But from an aggregate demand point of view, it's the change in that position we focus on. And I'll just add briefly that that's different to interest rates, where it's the level of interest rates we focus on in terms of how accommodative they are, in terms of whether their contribution to demand is contractionary, accommodative or neutral.
But I mean, surely a smaller budget deficit would be better for the country as we try and fight inflation.
Well, the government has to balance a number of challenges through its spending and revenue raising. If the deficit contracted, it would reduce aggregate demand. But on the other hand, it also has to deal with the distributional challenges of monetary policy reducing aggregate demand, hence the targeted measures that are outlined on the energy price relief. So at the moment, as I said, my characterisation of fiscal policy is that it's broadly neutral.
Okay, but obviously you just said that would reduce demand, so that would aid the country and aid the central bank's efforts to curb inflation, wouldn't it?
The long-standing, depends what we mean by long, the approach typically taken over past decades is for monetary policy to manage cycles and for fiscal policy to focus on ensuring we have a sustainable budget and investing in the future outside of crises. And I thought, for example, the previous government's response to the pandemic, the fiscal response, there was clearly a need for that fiscal response. There was a fairly substantial consolidation in the fiscal position in last year. And as I said, we've now got back to a structural position. The key focus for me, in my advice to the government on the fiscal position, now moves towards its sustainability over time. My main concern is that the deficit persists, and it persists beyond the forward estimates at around 2% of GDP. There are strong spending pressures, as I outlined, on the government ahead of how much revenue we typically raise. That's the focus I'd encourage the government to focus on from a fiscal point of view, outside of managing these very difficult transitions that are occurring at the moment.
Yeah. I've just been given the wind-up, but I mean, obviously on the spending side, as you just said, I mean, I would have thought $45 billion would be a material sum of funds.
I'll go back to my earlier comment on those funds. The value of those funds will depend on the purpose they are put to.
Thank you, Dr Kennedy. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Minister, do you support the RBA's decision last week to raise interest rates for the 9th consecutive time?
Well, it's not the government's job to second-guess the decisions of the RBA.
So you don't have
They are independent of government and they have a mandate to follow. They have a difficult job and they are making the decisions they see necessary to meet their mandate.
So you don't have an opinion on
I don't think it's
non-consecutive
particularly
interest rate
useful
rises?
for government ministers to be having views on an independent board making decisions about monetary policy.
Do you understand the pain that renters and mortgage holders are facing in Australia at the moment?
Of course, anyone in this place acknowledges that the tightening cycle that we're seeing now and the speed with which it's happening is having an impact on households, cost of living pressures, of course. But I would also say that not dealing with the inflation challenge has negative impacts on households as well, including those least able to afford the rising costs of a whole range of things. So it's not an either-or, as you're trying to put it.
Well, we'll come to my position and the Greens' position and
I think we know what that position is.
And the reasons for the interest rate rises in due course. But I want to put you this, Minister. Section 11 of the Reserve Bank Act gives the government the power to set interest rates in the event that it believes that the bank's policy is not to the greatest advantage of the people of Australia. Do you think the RBA's current policy, 9 interest rate rises in a row, is to the greatest advantage of the people of Australia?
I think the Reserve Bank Board's decisions reflect their desire to deal with the inflation challenge that is, you know, a huge issue for everybody, and they've got a job to do. We've got a review of the Reserve Bank underway, as you know. It's looking at settings, appropriate settings, you know, a whole range of, you know, how the structures, processes, objectives, a whole range of issues relating to how the bank is structured. That review will report, I think, in March. And I think that is the best way to look, you know, to assess whether, you know, what recommendations come out and how we respond to those.
So, do you have an opinion or not on
Senator
whether...
McKim, I'm just going to sort of interrupt you to see whether this is the entire line of questioning for your first block, because I'm not entirely sure of the relevance of it to the group that we have ahead of us. In front of us, we have the RBA Governor coming later.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I understand that. I guess the point I'd make is that the Minister doesn't appear with the RBA Governor, and so
No, because
I
it's
don't have a lot
independent.
more questions on this line, but I do think it's important while the Minister's here that I be able to put questions around monetary policy and the government's view on monetary policy to the Minister, because she doesn't appear with the Governor.
No, I don't appear because it's independent of government. That's why I don't appear.
No,
I do appear.
just to be clear, I'm not criticising the fact that she's not appearing. I'm explaining why I'm
I
asking
do
these
appear for the
questions
whole
now.
day, so you've got me till 11.
That's right, and I'll choose
You
when
don't
I ask my
have Dr
questions.
Kennedy till 11, and I know 11 p.m. that is.
And I guess, Chair, if I could also make the point that the Secretary is on the board of the RBA, and he's here now, and he won't be here for the rest of the day.
Okay, I'm not entirely convinced, so I'm just listening carefully to what you're asking,
fine.
Senator McKim.
I guess just the final question on that, on this avenue, Minister, is to put to you that if the government is not using its legislated powers to intervene on the RBA's 9 consecutive interest rate rises and the very strong likelihood, given the Governor's statements, that the RBA will continue to raise interest rates in Australia, isn't that a tacit admission that the government supports the RBA's interest rate rises?
We support the independence of the RBA and the decisions they make. That's the government's position. They have a role, they have a mandate. They are coming before this committee to explain their decisions as is appropriate. The government supports the independence of the Reserve Bank, and we have a review underway that will inform the government and others about, you know, the current fit-for-purpose arrangements for the RBA.
All right. Does Dr Lowe have the full confidence of the government?
Yes.
Thank you. Minister, the Treasurer has said that the government's three-point plan to tackle inflation is responsible cost of living relief, dealing with supply chain issues and keeping spending under control. In which of those 3 points does the stage 3 tax cuts fit?
You're right, those are the 3 points that we have that are our economic plan. Relief, which we've met through some of our election policies outlined in the October budget. The repair, which is looking at dealing with our supply chain issues, so some of the issues around the National Reconstruction Fund, investment in skills and TAFE. And restraint is how we deal with the the fiscal discipline.
Austerity. Austerity, Minister,
the fiscal discipline. Well, I don't think that's right. If you look at our October budget, we made sensible savings where we could. We made investments, particularly into households needing an extra hand. Like if we look at our childcare measures, our investments in TAFE, a whole range of areas, our shift to a renewable energy future and putting the infrastructure down for that. That's all about growing the economy. So there were sensible investments, but we're not going to just splash cash around. We're not going to behave in the way the former government did, with, pork barrelling and a whole range of other things. We are going to be a fiscally responsible government, but our position on stage 3 has not changed.
No, but which of those 3 points does the stage 3 tax cuts fit under?
Well, cost of living.
Okay. So tax cuts for the wealthy are a cost of living.
Well, they're not. I mean, the package
measure.
of tax reform.
I've heard it all now.
The package of tax reform has had a number of elements to it.
All right.
Okay. I know we have a disagreement on this. Our position on stage 3 hasn't changed.
Okay. So what's the inflationary impact of the stage 3 tax cuts?
Well, they've been factored where they appear in the forward estimates. They've been factored into the Treasury forecast.
They're inflationary, though, aren't they, Minister?
Well, perhaps you're best asking.
I'm happy to
perhaps
ask
you're
Dr.
best asking. You've got the experts sitting here.
All right.
I think my contribution is where they appear in the forward estimates. They are factored into the Treasury forecasts.
Well, I have to say, claiming that stage 3 tax cuts are a cost of living measure, I really have heard it all now, Minister. But Dr. Kennedy, tax cuts are inflationary, aren't they?
Well, I would first reflect on the Minister's comments. The tax cuts, stage 3 tax cuts are in our forecasts. Our forecasts, our budget and the forecasts released by the RBA, I think just last Friday, do show inflation returning to the band over a couple of years. But there are risks, both sides, two-sided risks that I understand you're concerned about in terms of risks to growth and unemployment. There are also risks on the other side. Trying to sort of pick out one spending program or one tax program and say, it's inflationary, hence we shouldn't do it, is quite a vexed approach. Really, you should look at in my view, would be my advice, I suppose, not that I'm supposed to be giving it here, that you look at the value or quality of each policy on its own merits, and that you then, as a group of policies, ensure that your overall fiscal position is not, as I said earlier, adding to inflationary pressures. So I'd be inclined to suggest to people, if they want to argue the merits of different policies, they argue them on the policy merits of the policy itself, rather than, of course, we're thinking very carefully about what things mean for inflation, and that might have timing implications. But there are very many moving parts in any budget, of which revenue measures are just one.
Thanks, Dr. Kennedy. But all other things being equal, if you're going to put $250 billion over 10 years back into the economy, that's going to put upward pressure on inflation and therefore risk more interest rate rises. That's a fair comment, isn't it?
I like your use of the economist's phrase, all other things being equal. As I said, I'm just not sure it's the most, anything that adds to aggregate demand of any, as I said, it could be a spending program, it could be some of the government's spending programs on welfare, for example. They add to aggregate demand. We have to consider each program or each tax measure on its own merits, would be my view, and then if and then consider that all as a package. That's how I'd approach it.
Minister, do you think billionaires need cost of living relief?
We have a disagreement on stage 3, Senator McKim.
No, but you've said it's a cost of living measure. I'm asking you whether billionaires need cost of living relief.
The government hasn't changed its position on stage 3.
Do billionaires need cost of living relief, Minister? Like, the stage 3 tax cuts puts $9,000 a year into the pockets of billionaires.
Senator McKim, that was your final question in this block, and we just need to give the Minister the opportunity to answer.
I've answered the question.
You haven't
Thank you, Minister.
Chair,
Senator.
my point of order goes
Senator
to your initial statement about the reality of expectations about how we interact in the Parliament, and I think there's great interest from every Australian in what's been discussed here. And while I admire the passion of a democratic representative talking over the minister about such matters, I don't think is wise. And I remind other senators of your ruling earlier about the way in which we might conduct this debate this morning, because it is so important.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Yes, it is helpful when a question is asked, when the witness is given an opportunity to answer it before another question is asked. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Dr Kennedy. In the last estimates, you responded to a question on supply by stating, I think it's fair to say the government is very mindful of, particularly for gas, the importance of not intervening in a way which discourages supply. Dr Kennedy, is this still the case?
I think it's still the case that it's important that policies are in place that do not discourage investment in the domestic supply of gas, particularly gas more broadly. Gas is a very important transition fuel for the government's net zero commitments, and in the and so, yes, I still agree, and I think the government was mindful of this when it set the temporary cap, and in particular said it would review that cap at 6 months. And then secondly, Department of Climate Change, Energy, DQ, I'm sorry, I can't, you probably appear with them, is leading with the ACCC the consultation on the mandatory code of conduct and elements of that code of conduct. Companies are engaging well, and the government, I think, will work through carefully, ensuring that it lands that policy in a way that does not unduly lean against further investment in gas, or at least that would be my advice.
So you think it's fair to say that the government hasn't discouraged future investment in supply?
Well, as I said, it's put a temporary measure in, and it's made it clear it's a temporary measure as it lapses legislatively. Secondly, it's consulting on other measures to try and encourage the effective operation of that market. It's still going through that process, so a judgment on whether that policy is going to discourage future supply or not, I think we should wait until the final policy is legislated.
Can you point to any examples of new investment in supply over the last period since the government has intervened in the market?
I don't have them in front of me, and I wouldn't regard myself as an expert in that domain. But if you want us as the Treasury to look for you, we're happy to. But I can't hear at the moment.
Thank you. That would be terrific. The Prime Minister on the 15th of December stated unequivocally that the government's intervention into the gas market would not chill investment. Does the Treasury have any analysis that would support the Prime Minister's statements?
We don't have quantitative analysis, if that's what you're referring to. Our analytical advice to the government is pretty much along the lines I just framed, that the temporary cap was a measure to provide relief in the short term, and as I said in my last estimates appearance, as long as those measures were temporary, I felt that the longer term outcome for gas and investment could be well managed. And as I said earlier, I think the government's very mindful as it settles its other policy of ensuring there's a positive investment environment for gas. I would note more broadly that these companies and resources more broadly at the moment are the most profitable we've ever seen on record. There are great resources in this country. It's a needed energy source for Asia and the world more broadly as it makes the transition. So I do think there's still ample opportunity in Australia, and it's just important we get the policy settings right.
Are the gas shortfalls that the ACCC is predicting not indicative of a discouragement of supply?
Well, I'll let the Chair, Gina, talk to that issue in detail, but my understanding is the types that they're do you mean I beg your pardon, Senator, do you mean I was about to talk about the in-year numbers, or do you mean the future gas down the track?
Yes, that's correct. So the ACCC's interim gas report that referred to a gas shortfall of 30 petajoules.
Yeah, okay. So talking about the in-year number, as from memory, that report also showed there is ample gas available to be contracted to meet that 33 petajoules. The ACCC also, though, talks about future demand and supply 2-3 years hence, and to go to your earlier question, the importance of more investment to meet that future supply, and that's an issue they've raised and we're very mindful of, and we'd agree with their analysis in the report that it is important that policy settings are such that that we can get that extra supply. As I said, I think gas is a very important energy fuel in the transition to net zero.
Through the consultations the department has undertaken, have any companies indicated to you or your officials that they will be cancelling, freezing, halting or stalling any future developments or offers?
So the way the consultations are working is they're led by DQ. We do have 5 Treasury officers there that we seconded to them. I haven't been personally involved in any of the consultations. The ACCC has, though. Gina will appear before you, I think, today. I think it's best that Gina answers that question because she's had those conversations with gas companies in the consultation.
Are you aware of any projects that have been stalled, delayed or cancelled and have publicly attributed their decisions to gas market intervention taken or signalled by the government?
I've read the press reports about some companies pausing. I can't talk to you about them in detail. I just can't recall them, but I have read the press reports about that. As I said, the detailed consultation on the veracity of those claims and what's going on is being led by the DQ and the ACCC.
All right, so the list I have is Woodside's review of Bass Strait operations, Senex's 120 petajoule Atlas expansion scrapped, Cooper Energy's Otway delays, Comet Ridge's hesitation to commence new exploration, and Beach's offshore development in Victoria, and additionally the 2 import terminals. Minister, can you point to any intervention into the gas market that the government has taken that has not discouraged supply?
That has, sorry?
Not discouraged supply.
Well, the recent interventions and necessary interventions into the gas market, which I note the Coalition opposed, we don't accept that will impact future supply. The caps on gas and coal have been set at levels which will deliver a reasonable rate of return to producers. And these are the prices that made economic sense before the war and continue to make economic sense today. And additionally, 90% of gas produced on the East Coast is exported and wouldn't be subject to this mandatory code of conduct. I would, and I'm very happy to go through the Coalition's record on failure to secure gas supply too, if that would interest the committee. But the information that I have before me is that over a number of years, right back to 2014, the former Coalition government was warned about supply matters, and including 2014, 2016, 2017, in July 2018 from
Minister.
the ACCC, December 18, April 2019, January 2020, July 2020,
Minister, I
and
think
January
if you're-
2020, and in January 2022, where it was said from the ACCC the shortfall in the southern states is forecast to continue into 2023 and beyond, which is 2 years earlier than we'd previously forecast, and the former Coalition did nothing. So,
Well, Minister, we could have a
you
discussion
can concentrate
about
on the last 6 months of us trying to fix the energy markets.
I'll just make a little
But
intervention
let's go
here
back and have a
say,
look at what happened over the last
Minister,
decade, because I think that is relevant.
Okay, Senator McDonald, this would be
Well, the
your
problem
don't have an
opinion.
answer.
The problem was
Senator
that
Kennedy.
Senator Van, you did nothing.
Question.
Senator
And we are
McDonald,
dealing with
Minister.
a decade of
He
dysfunction
thinks
and
the lady
delay.
protests
Okay.
too much.
Okay, Senator
I
McDonald,
think
you're
that's
really
the
at
No,
the end of
it's
your
just the
block, but I
truth.
think you need one final question.
Thank you. So, whilst the Minister is going to look back in the past and not look at what actions will bring more supply to the
Well,
market
it's actually
now,
relevant.
Secretary, I want to ask you, you
Sorry.
kept...
Sorry, Chair,
May I
point of
ask a
order. I mean,
question?
there's no need for those interventions across the table, please.
I think it's
thought it was
all.
from the chair. I think it was Senator
I
O'Neill.
agree
I
that
think
it's
it was
all a
Senator
bit equal opportunity at the moment, and Senator McDonald has the call. Senator McDonald.
Thank you. Secretary, you kept referencing a temporary price cap, but can you confirm the reasonable pricing provisions in the code is permanent, not temporary? And is this in line with your advice?
The mandatory code is an ongoing code, and part of it is a reasonable pricing mechanism. The government outlined in its consultation it would review the operations of the code and the reasonable pricing mechanism after 1 year, but it would consult on an ongoing reasonable pricing mechanism. It also outlined, though, it would continue to take advice from memory. I'm sorry, this is from memory, from the ACCC about the mechanism and its operation. And the last thing I'd say, Senator, is the government is still consulting on what exactly that mechanism and the rest of the code would look like. So I will be in a better position to answer questions when that position is settled. I understand from DQ. Actually, I'll just check. I'm not sure. When the I think consultations are still over the next couple of months from memory before the final position is settled. But the issues you're raising about the operation of the code and its interaction with investment are certainly ones we're mindful of and will continue to advise the government about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Dr. Kennedy. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. I might just pick up from the theme that we've had from Senator McDonald at the moment, and maybe some departmental people might be interested as well in coming forward. I just want to ask for some detail, rather than the rhetorical flourish, of how have electricity future markets responded to the energy price relief plan that you outlined in your opening statement, Dr. Kennedy?
Well, as I said in the statement, the aggregate effect, we think, as a result, particularly of those future prices coming down, is going to be, the direct effect is going to be 0.5% off inflation. I'll pass to my colleague, Mr. Yeaman, to take you through some of the details. The final effect, Senator, will be when Australian Energy Regulator makes its default market offers, but the combination of the two, the coal and the gas intervention, is our judgment, has been effective in lowering those future prices, and we do expect it to be effective in lowering electricity prices. But perhaps I'll just ask Mr. Yeaman to take us through a few details on the futures.
Thank you, Mr Yeaman.
Thank you, Senator. Luke Yeaman, Deputy Secretary, Macroeconomic Group. As the Secretary said, we did see, following the intervention by the government, we did see a marked decline in futures prices for electricity. During the 6-week period between 30th of November and 11th of January, we saw prices falling by between around 25 and 45% across each of the NEM jurisdictions. So we did see a very substantial decline in those forward electricity prices, which is underpinning the numbers that Dr Kennedy discussed around our overall national electricity price forecast.
So this is directly related to Dr Kennedy's statements about the announced package of measures that you stated in your opening statement. So it's a package, considered package to deliver this outcome.
That's right. I mean, in terms of the 0.5% off, half a point off inflation, that is our estimate of just the direct effects of both caps. There will be an additional effect related to the subsidies that the Commonwealth has agreed to deliver with the states, but is settling the final design on. They could lower inflation by a further 0.25 point, depending on exactly how they're designed. So in total, inflation could be down by as much as 0.75 point across the next year as a result of the whole package that you're talking about.
Which is good news for Australians at every level. There was a decline after the budget and before the announcement of the plan. Could you explain why that occurred?
Well, I think, Senator, my read was that it was clear. So there's a complex market, so there's a range of factors that play into this, but I think it was clear that once the budget forecasts were announced with the significant increases in electricity prices, the government had been strong in signalling that they were going to take steps to address the market and to make changes that would benefit consumers. And I think that the market, to some extent, was preempting government intervention in that space. And then as the package was announced, we continued to see the declines in futures prices that I described. So I think there was some anticipation of intervention in the market that led to the market just starting to adjust. And then as the government's package was announced in full and became clearer, that locked in those lower prices that we've discussed.
So really you've described a currency of trust there, where the market was responding to what the government was saying, and then the government did what it said it was going to do, and we've seen further enhancement of the impact of that decision making.
I think it was clear following the budget announcement and statements of the Treasurer and other ministers on budget night and in the week after that there was going to be steps taken to address the issues in the energy market and consumer pressures. Which
is what Australians expect us to do. The speed of the response to the plan, do you have anything to say about that, Mr Yeaman?
Look, I think it was very clear that this was an urgent issue that needed to be addressed once these forecasts became apparent. And I think the government has acted quickly and it certainly has been eager to move quickly to address these challenges. And the plan is now, as I say, having an impact on the market prices as we speak. So I think it was a prompt response.
If I might just make a further
Dr. Kennedy.
On the timing issue. It was really known in broad terms that there were going to be significant increases this year from when the AER's default offer came out in May of last year for electricity prices. So what really became more apparent across the year was the potential for there to be even further increases, which was our forecasting budget at least was for 20% this year and 30% next year. And so the response, as much as it was difficult for the community to absorb those price increases for this year, they were pretty much locked in. There was really nothing the government could do about those other than potentially provide assistance. So the need and the design of the caps was really about trying to prevent the price increase happening again in the following year. Hence our discussion about gas 2020 going to 18.4 and then electricity prices previously 2030 and now quite a bit less in the second year. Just to be clear about how the timing was unfolding through that period.
So ordinary Australians hearing this was on a trajectory the government's intervention has had a very significant impact in changing that trajectory, and that's going to be very good for all Australians, pretty much in simple terms.
It's certainly going to alleviate the significant rises. I wouldn't want to downplay, though, and hence the need for rebates that the government's agreed with the states, the fact that there still will be significant increases.
So there's pressure there. How sustained is the impact of the changes? And could you talk about the impact on the 2024 electricity future prices as well as the 2023?
I might ask a colleague to come to the table, Senator, on that.
Thank you.
Inika Redmond, the Acting First Assistant Secretary of the Macroeconomic Conditions Division. So in terms of the futures response, it was, as Mr Yeaman indicated earlier, up to 48%, I believe, in terms of a price decline post that announcement. And what we did see even post our budget print and the estimated impacts on electricity prices, that those future prices had actually increased from when we originally set our price estimate as well. So that's why the underlying price increase was revised up to 36%, and the resulting impact of the price caps was estimated then to be 23% increase, a reduction of 13 percentage points. In terms of futures prices, why they matter, because a retailer is building a book of contracts over the course of time, approximately 1 to 3 years ahead of the supply date. You mentioned 2024 as a supply date, and the 48% or up to 48%, between 35 and 48% actually represents supply from 23 and through to the 24 financial year.
So how would you characterise that impact?
The substantial reduction, particularly given the uncertainty that the market was experiencing at the time of the policy.
And as you say,
A substantial reduction.
Substantial and sustained, I think, is a fair
So that was my next part of the question. So the scale is important, but the sustainability is also going to matter in a market where, let's face it, it's been really, really unpredictable and very volatile for quite some time. You know, we've only been in 9 months. We've got 9 years of policy action or inaction by the former government. So I am interested in the sustainability of what has been enacted.
I think, Senator, it is the case that the interventions that have been enacted have brought down those futures prices substantially, and that it hasn't been just for the next few months. It's been those futures markets have declined over the next few years. I would just say, as Dr. Kennedy has, and as you've said, Senator, this is a highly complex market which is subject to great volatility. So new information will continue to come into the market over time and affect those prices as we go forward. But at this stage, based on, as the Senator said earlier, all else equal, there has been, I would say, a substantial reduction in the futures prices, and that has not just been for a very short-term period, it's reflected across the curve.
And I'm sure they're going to be running out of time soon, so I've just got a final set of questions, and I'll bundle these. We've discussed this in the abstract, but Australians live their lives in a very real and practical way, and businesses as well. So my questions really go to what all of this means for electricity users, and what's Treasury's energy price forecast? Why is it going to take time for this to have the full impact, although you've indicated it's heading in the right direction? And finally, what does this mean for Treasury's inflation forecasts?
If I take it in reverse, the caps will drop that inflation number, and particularly through to 2024, and not and then as Mr. Yeaman has outlined, we think there's an ongoing effect, and so they will lower the level of prices, and all other things equal, to use the earlier phrase, that should persist. The rebate is a...
So, Dr. Kennedy, that's an anti-inflationary impact, is what you're saying?
Yes, it is lowering inflation, and it lowers the loops of inflation. I mean, of course, when you can lower inflation, you lower the rate at which you're indexing welfare payments, for example. Welfare payments rose very substantially, as they should, to track inflation in the last budget. Measures to bring that inflation down will lower that the cost to government, and also lower the costs, obviously, to welfare recipients, but also take the pressure out of households trying to respond to those price increases. In the longer term for the energy market, to have low and stable prices, we need ample generation of a variety of forms. We need stable policy settings, both from a climate and energy perspective, that give investors the confidence, as we were talking about earlier with Senator McDonald, to invest. And I think it's not our primary area of responsibility, of course. Mr Bowen leads on these issues, but focusing on that energy transition to ensure that we have low, stable prices in the future is, in our view, absolutely crucial.
Not just for householders, but for
the whole economy.
for businesses, small and large. Yes.
But particularly for small businesses, but for households, also because from a global competitiveness point of view, many of those small businesses are going to be exporters. If their energy costs are unreasonably high or higher than other countries, then they will face a competitive disadvantage.
And if I could add a point, Senator, I think you asked about the flow-on impacts. As Dr Kennedy said, there's a range of impacts because electricity is such a critical input. There's the direct users, but then they pass through those costs to other second users and indirect users, whether it's in the transport sector, whether it's in manufacturing. So I think anything that can be done to help bring down those electricity prices will then have second-round flow-on effects. We've identified the direct effects here, around 0.5 percentage point on inflation, but there will also, we expect to then to be second-round effects through the economy as that benefits other downstream users of those prices. And I think you also asked a question around the sort of why it takes time. As you said, these companies and users tend to be locking in long-term contracts, whether it's 5, 7, 10 years, and so some users are still on lower contracts from prior to the invasion of Ukraine. They're still benefiting from those. Others are signing up to new contracts now, which will then take time to roll off. So the overall impact is mitigated to some extent by those long-term contracts rolling through.
Which will
we see the benefit
come
coming
due
through
at different points.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't see. It is difficult, as Dr Kennedy said. There were certain elements of these increases that were already locked in and could not really be addressed in the short term because of these longer-term contracts. But it takes time to see the benefits.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hume.
Secretary, can I ask, did the Treasury design the Treasurer's 3-point plan on inflation?
We certainly provided a whole array of advice to the Treasurer about the importance of fiscal constraint, the importance of targeted relief, all notions that go to that. So, yeah.
Was there any sort of consultation process that Treasury undertook on developing that 3-point plan for the Treasurer?
Look, just to be honest, Senator, we're talking to him about it all the time. So
The 3 Rs? Was that you?
Well,
I know you have a rhetorical flourish, but was that you that thought of the 3 Rs?
What 3 hours? Sorry.
The 3 Rs that the Treasurer announced that was his 3-point plan on inflation.
Prepare restraint.
Sorry, Senator Gallagher. Sorry, Minister, would you like to
I might need the Minister to help.
No, I was just saying.
A simple public servant, not
3 hours, not 3 hours.
I mean, that's
3 Rs, yes.
Oh, right.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said 3 hours.
No, 3 Rs. No.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant did I spend 3 hours with him?
No.
You spent more than that.
So the 3 Rs wasn't you?
The policy content that sits, sorry about the hours, that sits behind the R's, if you like, is us, but we don't, well, you probably know this well, Senator, we don't regard ourselves as experts in communicating the policy content we're providing, and our ministers usually come up with how they're going to communicate it.
So the 3 Rs then, and the content of that, the content behind the 3 Rs and the 3-point plan, did that go to Cabinet?
Well, it's a lot of work that sits underneath those 3 Rs, right? So, yes, it is subject to consideration constantly through our Cabinet Committee processes, constantly. Because under relief, we've got, payments to households, we've got the childcare, we've got the cheaper medicines, we've got, the shift to renewable energy comes under repair, and
It's just that it wasn't mentioned at all in the last budget.
It's our economic plan, and a lot of detail sits underneath that. So I don't know what the
I'm just interested
the
that
interest
those
is.
3 words weren't mentioned in the budget. And yet now that they're the economic plan. Is that right?
All of the things that sit under that were mentioned in the budget. So I don't know what your
When
issue
did you
is.
become aware that the 3 R's were the economic plan?
Back to Monday morning.
Yeah. This has been subject, the thought behind our response to the challenges facing the economy had begun before we were elected, and it continues afterwards.
Sorry, it wasn't what I asked.
Well, it is, because you're trying to suggest that something new is happening when we have clearly outlined our policies before the election. We're implementing them after the election, and in terms of dealing with some of those economic challenges, they fall neatly under relief, repair, restraint.
But it wasn't a program, wasn't a specific economic plan that was developed by Treasury, that was taken to Cabinet, that went through ERC.
Well, everything
everything
that sits under that is and does. I've answered that.
Okay.
So when you,
Will we see the 3 R's in the next budget? Those 3 words.
if you'd like them,
No, you're writing it. You're writing it, Minister.
I will find a way to make sure that they're there.
I just wonder whether there'll be, up in lights, themes.
It's a pretty silly
Will
line
there be
of questioning,
policies
but
underneath those
honestly-
3 R's? Because, till 5 days ago we hadn't heard any of those words. Not one.
No, it's good you're listening to us, and we appreciate it.
Well, it's a shame the rest of the world isn't.
I don't know.
May I ask, the Secretary, the RBA Governor's obviously been reported in the papers, in the Financial Review specifically, as speculating that Australia's cash rate could go as high as 4.75%. Is that something that is possible? Would you agree that that's possible?
Well, I am most certainly going to be leaving it to Phil. I'm not going to provide any commentary on him. If you want to distinguish the question from his own commentary and thoughts about where do I think interest rates are going to get to, I'm not going to comment on that either. I am as was made point earlier, I am a member of the RBA board. Yes. I'll just reinforce here, I'm sure I can say this for all fellow board members, that the criticisms or otherwise of the interest rate decisions apply to the whole board, not just the Governor, because it's the board that makes the decisions. And the board makes a decision, has also decided that the Governor will communicate our decisions and communicate those issues. So I don't want to do hypotheticals. I don't think it's valuable for someone in my position to be speculating into the market about where interest rates would land. I would strongly prefer to leave that with the RBA Governor, who will be here shortly, to communicate the board's thinking and his own thinking on those issues. I think that's the best way to think it through.
I can assure you, Dr Kennedy, that the undermining of the RBA's independence isn't coming from the opposition, it's coming from the government. Could I ask, page 45 of Budget Paper 1 outlines the budget forecasts that take into account an expected cash rate peak of 3.35, where the cash rate is right now. But we know that the RBA has said that the cash rate will go further. Can you advise what the current market expectations are for the peak cash rate then, based on that Bloomberg survey of market economists compared to the peak in the budget of 3.35?
I do hope we have that here. But I will mention just 2 things on the way through. We tend to use the market, we've been tending to use the market profile I will note that the RBA has been using the average of the market and the market economist's profile, which you can talk to the RBA about, though those two have they were apart, but they've come much closer together, and hopefully Mr Yeaman's got the market for you now.
Yes, Senator. So as you say, the budget assumed a peak of 3.35% based on that market economist curve. Currently, that curve is peaking at 3.6% in mid-2023.
Yeah.
We'll keep monitoring that up to the budget and look at how that moves, but that's the current expectation.
Okay.
That's not the... that is the...
So that's the
market
survey of
economists.
market economists as opposed to the market futures curve.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is what we've been using in recent budgets.
Right. Just on your opening statement, Secretary, that you said that you don't see significant changes in the outlook for how the economy is responding. However, you did say that there will be some adjustments to account for new developments and data. You mentioned one of those things. You said a stronger outlook for population. What else might be new developments and data?
Well, while headline inflation peaked in the quarter at around our forecast, and we don't forecast underlying inflation, but underlying inflation was a little stronger than expected. So that is new information that we would have to incorporate into our own inflation forecast, something the bank has already done in its monetary policy, in its release last Friday. By way of example, there in the August policy statement, the bank had been expecting underlying inflation to peak at 6, and presuming it has peaked, it's come through at 6.9. So that's a new piece of information. Inflation slightly stronger. As you said, the population growth will tend to lift the level of growth. The near-term outlook for China's improved with the zero COVID movement, and that's related to some of that discussion I talked about on commodity prices. Iron ore and metallurgical coal have been running higher than what they were at budget and running above, so we'll need to take that into account. There's a small appreciation on the trade-weighted index on the exchange rate, which, well, the US dollar, as I said, will offset that from a revenue perspective, but from a broader economic perspective, there's some small I think there'll be a small appreciation in the dollar. We haven't settled it yet. We'll settle it as we get closer to budget. That would typically lean against growth, push back in the opposite direction, and then there'll be key data coming out in the weeks and months ahead on wages, particularly, Senator. I think we'll be watching very closely the wage price index and how the labour market is responding. The labour market itself, employment growth, and further data. Hopefully that's a reasonable sketch for you of some of the things that are coming through.
Thank you.
The consumption outlook is sort of broadly coming through where we expected, but there are ons and offs there as well. So yeah.
Can I ask, the independent economist Chris Richardson has publicly stated recently that every $6 billion of additional spending is likely to cause, government spending, is likely to cause an extra 0.5 point on the cash rate. Is that something that the Treasury would agree with, this sort of analysis?
Look, I haven't got the rule of thumb in my head for whether that will be right. Let's be clear what Chris is talking about. He's talking about, as I was talking about earlier, a net additional $6 billion. So if you take $6 billion from somewhere else and you add it, if you took it off somewhere and you added it somewhere, that's not a net additional. So we have to always just keep that in mind with programs, because we often think of them entirely separately, but from a fiscal position we have to think about the whole array of spending and taxing that we're undertaking. I'm just going to have to come back to you on the rule of thumb, to be quite honest. What did he say?
So there is a rule of thumb?
Yeah, we have rules of thumb for fiscal multipliers and rules of thumb.
That would be great. If you've got numerous rules of thumb, that would be very interesting for us to see. So if you could list those and give them to us on notice, that would be very good.
Can I tell you one quick interesting thing about those rules of thumb? Are very relevant to the recent period. There's a lot of debate about them, and then with some people thinking fiscal responses do very little, others thinking they do a lot. And for example, there was a very robust debate during the COVID period about whether fiscal policy would be enhanced when interest rates are at the zero lower bound. So obviously we'll consult with the Treasurer, but I'd be happy to provide you with the information around those rules of thumb.
Fantastic. And just finally from me, Dr Kennedy, have you got any headline speeches coming up? I know you did a couple last year to the Australian Business Economists, you did one to AMU. Is there anything, some post-budget stuff?
I do plan to do, it's my practice to do a post-budget speech with the Australian Business Economists, which this year I think I plan to do in Melbourne. I haven't, apart from appearing in front of this committee 3 times a year, I haven't planned anything else, but once we get through our busy budget period, I hope to have the opportunity to make an hopefully educative contribution if I can.
All right. And while I know that analysis is the area of expertise and advice of Treasury, not communications, in those speeches will you be referring to the 3 Rs?
You won't need 3 hours to deliver it.
I haven't thought it through yet.
It would be interesting to see. Thank you, Dr Kennedy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. Dr Kennedy. I can assure you I do have some questions for you, and I just can't get over something the Minister said previously, so I just want to explore that. So, Minister, are you seriously claiming that Labor's Stage 3 tax cuts that deliver 3/4 of the benefit to the top 20% of income earners and deliver next to nothing for people on the minimum wage are a cost of living measure?
The tax package had a number of stages, as you know, Senator McKim. So see my comments in that light. You know, I'm clear what your position on Stage 3 is. The government hasn't changed its position on Stage 3, so I can keep saying that to you. You know, we're focused on dealing with the near-term challenges facing the economy. That is why we have our economic plan and all of the policies and investments that sit under it. That is the focus of the government.
Do you stand by your claim that Labor's Stage 3 tax cuts, not Stage 1 and 2, the Stage 3 tax cuts that give $9,000 a year to people earning over $200,000 but give next to nothing to people on the minimum wage are cost of living relief?
Well,
Do you stand by that
if you go
claim?
back and check the Hansard, and it might not suit you for media purposes, Senator McKim, but if you go and check the Hansard, I reflected on the tax package as a whole that this parliament has legislated. So let's just remember that. They're legislated and the government hasn't changed its position on it.
Do billionaires need cost of living relief?
I've answered your question, Senator McKim.
Do billionaires need cost of living relief?
We can sit here and continue and you can waste your time. I've given you my answer on this.
Billionaires obviously don't need cost of living relief, do they, Minister?
Point of order, Chair.
I've answered the question.
You
keep trying to twist my words. I've answered your question and I'm not going to change it. So we can sit here and you can use your 10 minutes up with me saying the same thing and you saying the same thing. I understand you've got a political point to prove. I've answered the question.
It's a simple question, Minister.
I've answered it.
Senator O'Neill had a point of order.
I did have a point of order. This is a question and answer sequence, and asking a question once is reasonable, but repeating the question doesn't seem to serve much purpose. Again, I seek your guidance, Chair, about the way in which we're going to conduct the day.
Well, can I just respond, please, Chair, on the point of order? First, I'm not sure what the point of order is. Secondly, I did not once interrupt Senator Gallagher during that period of question and answer. I was very careful to make sure that she had an opportunity to finish her answer, or I should say her response. And that leads me to my third point, which is she has not answered that question. I've repeatedly asked it. She has not answered it. And I'm entitled to keep asking the same question in the absence of an answer. A response does not equate to an answer.
I would be concerned about repetitive lines of questioning. The Minister is answering the question. It may not be an answer that you like, so I was momentarily distracted by organising the program for the day, so I am watching Senator McKim for lines of repetitive questioning, but you have the call.
So what is your answer to the question of whether
I've
or
answered
not...
it.
What is your answer to the question of whether or not billionaires need cost of living relief?
The Minister said that she's
The
answered the
government has
question.
not changed its
so-
position on stage 3. That is my answer.
That's...
Well, I'd ask
That is
not an
my
answer to the
answer
question.
to your question, and I will keep saying it, Senator
Sorry,
Kim.
I'd ask-
Chair, just point of order, if I might.
Sure.
Because we're now in this...
This is taking your time.
I understand that,
Sure.
and Senator O'Neill's effectively absorbing my time by taking spurious points of order. The point here is that...
Point of order, you're reflecting on me there,
All right,
Senator
withdraw.
McKim.
So the point here, Chair, is that despite the Minister's claim, she has actually not answered the question. She's issued a number of words that don't actually respond to the question. Like saying the government supports stage 3 tax cuts is not an
Well,
answer
it's
to the
not a
question of
Senate-
whether
yeah,
billionaires...
This is turning into
Whether
a statement.
billionaires
This
need
is a
cost of living
statement
relief.
to me. I think you can ask
thank you.
also one more question. The Minister
You
may
can't
not like
control
your
my
answer.
answers. You can control your questions.
Yeah.
You can't control my answers.
They're not answers.
Yeah.
Senator McKim,
Well, they are answers,
I
and
will
they're the answer I'm gonna
reallocate. I
continue
will
to give.
reallocate the call if there's a repetitive line of questioning. So, Senator McKim.
Oh, well, I'm going to have one more try and then I'll move on. Minister, do you agree that your statement that the government supports the stage 3 tax cuts is not a response to my question, which is, do billionaires need cost of living relief? My question is, do billionaires need cost of living relief?
The government's position on stage 3 hasn't changed.
Dr Kennedy, I get some more reasonable responses from you. I'm sure I will. You said this morning that the risk of a price and wage spiral is low. The RBA governors consistently use the risk of a wage price spiral as justification for interest rate rises. That was done most recently in his comments immediately after the February board meeting of the Reserve Bank, when the governor said it is important to avoid a wage price spiral. Can you just have a go at sort of reconciling those statements, please?
Well, it's definitely important to avoid a price-wage spiral. There's no doubt about that. In the current data, our assessment is the risk is low, but as I think I mentioned to one of the other senators, we are watching wages developments very closely. We've watched what's happened in other countries where wages growth has picked up to around 5% in some cases, but is now easing. And we've also thought through the changes in wage settings, for example, that's happened in the past when we previously had large supply shocks, for example. The same mechanisms that used to echo a wage increase through the economy through either pattern bargaining or other arrangements are not present. So that significantly reduces the risk. So look, you can maybe ask Phil on the other side of it, but as I said, I see the current risk is low, but I do agree with him if I've got your phrasing correctly, that it's something we're watching very closely, and I tried to outline it earlier when I said the risks are two-sided. There's risks on the upside and there's risks on the downside.
Thank you. However, your general comment is that your general view is that the risk of a wage price spiral is low. Can I just ask? That's obviously a sort of a statement that's casting forwards. You're saying the risk, I assume the risk into the future of a wage price spiral is low. Do you make any, informing that view, do you make any assumptions about interest rate changes and use them to underpin that view, or is that on the basis of where we are now on interest rates? Because interest rates obviously are going to impact on wages.
So we assume a future interest rate profile, and the one we were talking about earlier in the budget had us peaking
Speaking at 3.6% in the middle of the year, which is based on the survey of market economists' views.
I think it was a little lower.
Yeah, but just if I could, if I could just add, I mean, the governor's made since the budget some comments that most people, including me, think increases the likelihood of future interest rate rises. So do you factor those sort of things in, Dr Kennedy, when you form a view about the risk of a wage price spiral?
yes, we take a judgment effectively from an independent source, which is either the market economists or the market. And I'll just point out, Senator, that is the same thing the RBA does in its forecast. So in the forecasts that were released last week, they have assumed a profile for future interest rate increases, which we need to throw things forward.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Kennedy. So we've got a situation at the moment, and you've referred to the rises in rents in your opening statement as well. So we've got a situation where house prices are actually falling at the fastest rate on record, while rents are rising at the fastest rate on record. So how is this happening? How can the cost of buying a house be coming down at the fastest rate on record, but the cost of renting a house is going up at the fastest rate on record?
Well, I might throw to my colleague to talk through some of the housing market dynamics in a moment, but part of the price fall is related to the cost of borrowing. So effectively, actually I think you know this pretty well, the demand for the assets, yeah, and the cost of obtaining credit, and how people think forward about that asset, and the rents are, if you like the return on the asset, so they're rising on the other side to kind of match the interest rate increases.
Yep.
And there are also, though, other dynamics running through the market, like underlying supply and demand dynamics running through the market. I mentioned earlier the change in average number of people per household, the sort of interesting thing that happened through the pandemic. And then, of course, now the recovery in population, students in particular, and their demand for accommodation as they arise. So all those things are, I don't see them as inconsistent. They're all consistent with a housing cycle. We've certainly seen rent cycles in the past, but you're right, the increase in CPI rents, so that's all rents on average. We expect to peak this year, but it will be a significant rent cycle. And similarly, house prices still haven't come back to the level they were pre-COVID. They have fallen a lot, but they're still... so there has been a significant reduction in net wealth more recently, but I suppose it's worth just keeping in perspective. They have not retraced their steps from 2019-20.
All right, thanks, Dr. Kennedy. That's a comprehensive response. I just want to narrow in on one part of that response. I won't try and quote you, but I just want to put it to you that part of that response is an acceptance that putting up interest rates does lead to rent increases, and then in fact it is one of the major drivers of rent increases, for the simple fact that if landlords have to, if the cost of a landlord servicing their mortgage goes up, they will be inclined to pass that cost on to the tenants through higher rents. Therefore, my proposition to you, which I'd like you to respond to, is that interest rate increases are one of the major drivers of the current rent increases.
So the interest rate increases have a number of channels through which they work. In this country, they do work strongly through the housing channel because of the predominance of variable interest rates. Yeah. I'm really sort of getting into Phil's country, but the central bank has an instrument that it uses to control aggregate demand, and it will flow through various channels. That's its job.
Is that proposition right?
The distributional implications of how the central bank is working is a job for the fiscal authorities or the government to consider. The central bank does its job by thinking about what is the balance between aggregate demand and supply, ensuring inflation remains low and stable at the lowest possible unemployment rate. And I'll leave it with Phil to talk further, but that's what the board is firmly focused on.
If I could just one more just to try and tease that out. I appreciate that, Chair. So Dr. Kennedy, just on my proposition, is that right or not? Is it 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 right or not driver in the rent increases that we're just seeing. I mean, is that correct in your view, or is that incorrect?
They are certainly one of the drivers. I'll leave it to the Governor to distinguish more carefully.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr Kennedy. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Secretary and officials, for making yourself available today. In meeting the inflation challenge that Australia faces at the present, is fiscal policy playing a subsidiary role to monetary policy?
I would say fiscal policy is playing an important role, in particular because, as I see it, there are very significant demands on the budget for additional spending, very significant demands to spend any upgrades we may receive from the commodity price revenues I spoke about. And I think it's very important. Well, it's a matter for government, of course, but to the extent to which fiscal policy can remain, can provide targeted relief to address the types of distributional issues that were being raised earlier by Senator McKim, but not contribute to overall aggregate demand. I think that's a very, very important role. As I said earlier, I remember speaking about this when I first came into the job in 2019. We've typically seen monetary policy as the primary lever to manage the larger swings. But you are absolutely right to point to the fact that fiscal policy has a role to play, so that is correct. I think you described it subsidiary, did you, or secondary?
I did actually, yes. Yeah.
I would be more inclined to say it has an important complementary role to play.
That's interesting you should say that, because my second question, by pure coincidence, is, are they working in perfect complementarity?
Okay.
I kid you not. I mean, keyword being perfect.
So, two things. I mean, firstly, I guess we can comment on the October budget part, and I thought a very important part of that, as I've alluded to, that part of that fiscal strategy was to book the revenue upgrade and not worsen the fiscal position. The government's still considering its current budget, of course, and will make decisions and deliver that in second Tuesday of May. So, but the Treasurer has spoken on a number of occasions how one of the things that is most important to him is our fiscal policy settings that do not add to the challenges of inflation, and I would call that complementary.
So they're optimal at the moment?
Well, I don't know. I'm sort of turning into a running commentator on the government at the moment, which I don't think is quite appropriate. Look, we're always advising the government about things, and quite frankly, the Treasurer seeks advice from me very regularly about how we can improve the current settings. So I would never say they're all they can be, but I would say that the approach that was taken in October was important, and similar approaches going forward will also be important.
Thank you. In your opening statement, in the second last paragraph, you talk about the projected structural deficit throughout the medium term makes the need for fiscal consolidation very clear. In the IMF's Article 4 statement, at page 48, it makes this comment in regards to Australia's fiscal consolidation. It says, moving forward, fiscal consolidation is expected to continue, albeit at a slower pace. Is the fiscal consolidation task progressing at a pace that is necessary to meet the inflation challenge?
The point I was trying to make at the end was more a point around sustainability, the longer-term sustainability of the fiscal position. In this country, spending has tended to settle as a proportion of GDP, Commonwealth spending, somewhere between 26 and 27% of GDP. And we've typically taxed on average something closer to 25%. That's not perfect numbers.
Yeah.
So that structural position I'm talking about, a little less than that, but that structural position I'm talking about is the average amount of tax we've tended to raise from income and the amount we've spent. Programs, important programs, programs that Treasury would support, particularly their aims, such as the NDIS and other important spending initiatives, have added to the structural spending of the government. My contribution there about consolidation is governments are going to have to make hard decisions about how to either reduce that spending as a proportion of income or to raise taxes if they want to run balanced budgets over time, which I think would be a good thing to do over time. If governments do nothing, then what happens is that fiscal drag will see income taxes rise on average over time, and the average tax on income increases. I outlined that in a speech to the Australian business economists, those propositions last year. So the consolidation I'm talking about is a steady medium-term consolidation that focuses on the trajectory of spending such that it isn't growing particularly faster than income and hopefully less than overall income over time. That goes to the efficiency of government services. And then secondly, to ensure that the revenue is raised that matches that spending is done in the most efficient way. So that's my conception of sensible fiscal consolidation over time. Sorry to be quite so long-winded. The second point you're making about inflation in the here and now, like should there be one of the ways the government could contract aggregate demand is it could increase taxes for a year. You know, it could do there's a variety of things it could do, or it could immediately cut spending on some program. Given the complexity of implementing those types of fiscal measures outside of a crisis, I'm more inclined to think the flexibility of monetary policy, which I understand not everybody agrees with, but the ability to manage aggregate demand by increasing or decreasing interest rates is a better tool in the short term.
The complexity that you talk about is a political complexity?
I see it as both a policy and obviously I'll let the rest of you talk about the political complexity, but from a policy point of view, many programs are well intended, sometimes well aimed, have large constituencies, and so it's a difficult exercise to work very hard to change them and work with those stakeholders. Actually, I think you as a group of senators know this very well. So I see it as both, but I do see it as something very important. The reviews that are currently underway on the NDIS, the continuation of the aged care reforms that were begun under the previous government, these are very important areas, but they're complex and the community is very engaged in how much government money will go to those activities, but they're crucial for the budget as well.
Thank you. Has the Treasury any data or done any analysis on the quantum of fixed rate loans transferring to variable rate loans in this calendar year?
We have.
Yes, Senator.
I don't have that one off the top of my head. I'll just see if my colleagues got it.
Yes, Senator, I'm just drawing up that information. I mean, it's been reported widely publicly that there is, I think, around a fifth of all the mortgage book will roll off over the course of the next year from fixed rate onto variable rates.
So the RBA, before a Senate committee some weeks ago, used a figure of 800,000, and I'm just keen to understand what is the Treasury's data and analysis. Is it close to 800,000 less than, for example?
Senator, we use the same data sources that the Reserve Bank does, and we look closely at their information. I have my information here in percentages, not numbers, but we've been looking at the same information. My colleague on the screen from Melbourne, Ms. Polyginis, may be able to add, but I think those numbers are broadly consistent with the numbers we look at.
As a matter of practice, Senator, we collaborate with the RBA in the preparation of our forecasts. So we tend to share in areas where they're more focused, more expert. We often around financial markets, the information tends to flow to us. In areas where we've established an area of expertise, such as population growth, we share our numbers with them. So I'd be very surprised if they were different, given the same data sources, and given that in our what we call forecast rounds, we would regularly engage with the RBA and in how we're thinking about the economy and how they're thinking about the economy. And on that type of number, of course we would come to different views and judgments, but on that type of number, I'll confirm for you, but I'd be very surprised if there was any difference at all.
Thank you.
Last question.
Was there, I'm just wondering, was the official able to provide some additional information? In particular, I'm keen to get an understanding of what that 800,000 for the calendar year 2023 looks like month by month, and keen to understand what it looks like in terms of a geographical breakdown.
Okay.
What is the granularity of that 800,000?
Are you asking for that to be taken on notice?
No, I'm asking it to be answered.
I'm not
and
sure
then
we're going to have all
Okay.
that, but we might have some of it. Let's see. Ricky, would you?
Yes, thank you. We will need to take the more detailed questions on notice, but I would like to make one point of clarification in that the RBA, the numbers that the RBA provided said that the number of loan facilities coming off fixed rates over that period is somewhere in the high 800,000s. That is not necessarily the number of households.
Correct.
Because some households have more than one loan facility.
And the RBA made that clear in their evidence, correct, yeah.
So we'll take that on notice, Senator, and if it's also helpful, we'll try and give you some sense of the extent of what the roll-off looks like.
Thank you.
I think I can, one point I can give you now, Senator, is based on the figures I have in front of me. I don't have monthly figures, but in broad terms, I think on a quarterly basis, it's relatively smooth through the course of the year. People are rolling off over the year in pretty consistent numbers quarter by quarter. But we'll look at what we can give you on a regional and.
Well, that's interesting because the Parliamentary Library did an exercise for me, and they calculated 54,000 in June.
In the month of June?
Yep.
Okay.
But they did use a set of assumptions that may be the same or dissimilar to what the Treasury or the RBA might seek to use. I have asked that information from a number of sources. Do I have the luxury of one more?
No, I've
unrelated?
just been advised another senator has questions that I wasn't aware of. So I think just a couple of questions from Senator Hume. Senator Canavan has questions for Dr. Kennedy. And Senator Rennick does too, and we are going to finish at 11 this morning, so just a couple of questions, Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask, in your opinion, Secretary, is the current budget an expansionary fiscal policy? Is it a contractionary fiscal policy, or is it a neutral?
It's neutral.
It's a neutral fiscal policy. Even that's despite the fact that there is a structural deficit, which you've spoken of numerous times.
That's right. I mean, in terms
that we
of
inherited.
I'm sorry, that you're making worse, Senator Gallagher.
That we inherited, and that we have made significant inroads into budget repair on in the October budget, and we'll continue to focus on that.
Secretary.
The way we tend to think about the fiscal position being expansionary or contractionary is we focus on the change in that deficit. So if it was going from 2% of GDP to 3% of GDP, that would be contractionary. If it was going from 2% of GDP to 1% of GDP, that other one was expansionary.
Yes.
If it was going from 2 to 1, that would be contractionary. If it's staying at 2, it's neutral. And so that's the manner in which people tend to think through what the net fiscal impulse is. Yeah.
So it really is relevant as to whether the budget is balanced, as to whether
No,
it is
it's very
expansionary.
relevant whether the budget is balanced from a sustainability point of view. It's very relevant for debt trajectories. It's very relevant for how much interest is being paid on the current stock of debt. If the budget is in a significant deficit and interest on debt is at a reasonably high level, and the combination of those two things is ahead of broader growth in the economy, then debt will not stabilise. So there is, to go back to my earlier points about sustainability, particularly in the light of the higher interest rates on debt, to get a debt trajectory, which I think we'd all agree, it would be good if that debt trajectory was down, given the increase in debt that occurred over the past few years. We will need smaller deficits over time.
So if we have inflation rising at a time when there are those neutral settings,
Yes.
wouldn't you want to reduce the deficits?
Would you want? Basically, I guess the question is: could fiscal policy play?
Wouldn't you want a more contractionary budget rather than a neutral budget?
What cuts would you like us to make?
No, I'm
Senator
sorry,
Hugh?
Minister. Thank you for asking me a question, but I'm actually asking the Secretary a question.
And I'll then have to reallocate the call after that one. Thanks, Senator Hugh.
My experience in periods like this, particularly when interest rates are having a significant impact on households, that one of the most important things a government can do cannot respond to that need by moving to a more expansionary setting. As I said, the mechanisms through which you might try and discretionarily contract the budget, be they a spending cut or a tax increase, often come with a lag, and a lag beyond the monetary policy lags. So I tend to focus more on the sustainability point of view, but I would make this point. In our economy, where we can see large surges in revenue, as I talked about earlier with commodity prices, it is definitely important not to recycle that revenue surge back into spending if at all possible.
Which is why we banked 99% of the revenue upgrades in the last budget.
Senator Canavan.
I'll just pick up there. Is monetary policy contractionary?
Yeah, it's a very good question, because it depends on where we think the level of interest rates, because it's the level of interest rates that matters, and
A relatively simple one. Is it contractionary? I'm sorry.
it's certainly
Secretary,
moving to become more contractionary. Where it settles on an ongoing basis there's a lot of academic debate about.
Is fiscal policy moving to become more contractionary?
Fiscal policy is neutral across the forward estimates.
So why isn't fiscal policy moving in the same direction as monetary policy?
Well, I think, Senator, as I said, I think it's important that fiscal policy at least remains neutral.
Well, it seems to me, based on your evidence, that the fiscal policy is not moving in the same direction as monetary policy. Monetary policy, as you said, is moving to be more contractionary. Fiscal policy is not. So you're not really helping the Reserve Bank at the moment then, are you? Well, the government isn't, sorry, I should say, not you.
As I also said earlier, the usual role in managing these cycles, I'll certainly grant you these are not very usual times, but the usual role in managing these cycles was to give this role to monetary policy because of the difficulties of the ons and offs of fiscal policy. And quite frankly, I've seen that a couple of times now through my career, where governments have intervened.
Although you haven't seen 8% inflation in your career either, presumably.
I'm just trying to think when I made it in.
I might move on. Sorry, I do need to move on. I'm sorry. I wouldn't normally do this, but I've got...
My point...
Yeah, that's...
I guess my point...
I think... Sorry, okay, yes.
I'll just use a very quick...
Okay, if you could wrap up quickly,
My
we'd
point
appreciate
is,
it.
the flexibility of decision-making for fiscal policy is difficult for many of the reasons we've been talking about today. And I would be surprised if we all decided that fiscal policy was now going to be the primary tool for managing cycles.
That's not what I said either, though.
And
yes.
as I said earlier, I think it remaining neutral and the decisions that were making in October were important, and I hope that's the case on an ongoing basis.
Just quickly, I want to turn back to energy. Over the past week, spot gas prices in Brisbane, Sydney and Adelaide have all averaged around $15 a gigajoule. Why is the price of those markets above the government price cap? And that's inconsistent with your evidence before, saying that gas prices have come down.
I'm just going to have to ask a colleague, because to be honest, I wasn't monitoring those markets last week, if we've got anything to add. Okay.
You don't know, there's no answer, right?
can take the detail on
Okay.
those, but I would say that spot prices there is flexibility in spot price markets to respond to near-term pressures, so you will see more volatility in those markets. Futures markets have remained low since the announcement, and they are the markets that feed into the DMO.
I've just got some documents to table on that. Have you got those, Secretary? And we might have to come back to this later because I know the time, but spot prices, future prices for 2024, based on data from the Australian Energy Council and the ASX Energy website, show them increasing from mid-December. Is that? I mean, I've got the charts here.
Well,
When you said earlier, futures prices have decreased.
So
What's the
futures
base month? What's the base date that they decreased
Futures
from?
markets decreased, as we outlined earlier, from late November when the government indicated it was taking action.
But that's not when they announced the energy price
and they
intervention.
continue, as Mr. Yates said, they continue.
when the key thing here.
Yeah, Senator.
Okay, it's only because of the time constraints, Senator Gallagher.
Back to this group.
The
Senator Kennedy, we
the
will
key
be
thing is
coming
when
back
the government
to
announced
this
the
group.
energy price intervention, when they announced the cap and the reasonable price, future prices went up, not down. That's what shocked the market. And I'm happy for you, maybe we can come back later. To show me why those figures are wrong, but future prices went up after your government, Minister.
Okay, Senator
announced
Canavan,
an intervention in the market.
we'll table your documents which have been provided to the department now. And in the last couple of minutes, I'm seeking questions specifically for Dr. Kennedy, and I understand that Senator Rennick has some.
Hi, Senator. How are you?
21-22, the net overseas migration was 171,000, of which 109,000 were students, and there's a record 217,000 student visa applications for this year. Given that students predominantly add to demand and not supply, why is Treasury pursuing a Big Australia policy at the same time that the RBA is trying to, cap demand? Isn't the Treasury policy of Big Australia going against that? And especially in regards to rents, where rents are going through the roof because many people can't find a place to stay.
All right, a bit to map through. We don't have a Big Australia policy. The government sets the permanent migration caps and sets the policies. But to go to your specifics, and I would say Treasury has always spoken about the importance of thinking through the migration from how it contributes to GDP per capita, how it contributes to the income of all of us.
Yeah.
Because it's not sensible. I'll come to students very quickly. It is not sensible to think about the migration program as just because the economy is larger because there's more people here. That's necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, I agree.
We have to think through what's the appropriate program, how it works, how it contributes to the dynamism of the economy, etc. And I would say, possibly where we don't agree, that Australia's migration program over a number of years has contributed significantly to the dynamism of the country. On students particularly, there is that issue. There is sort of an artificial dynamic at the moment that we're seeing some students return who weren't here to finish degrees. We're seeing the new flow, but we've not got back into what we've seen in the past, the patterns of roughly 160,000 students arriving a year and roughly 80,000 leaving, something along those lines, the net position of 80,000. What we're getting in this next year or two are much larger numbers because we haven't got the outflow. We're just re-establishing the inflow. As to does it put pressure on rental markets and accommodation, more people clearly put pressure on rental markets and accommodation.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've got a request from a senator who assures me that it's 2 minutes of questions for Dr. Kennedy, which I'm accommodating 2 minutes.
Knows I'm a senator of my word.
Senator.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I do thank the committee for their indulgence, and I won't hold you up. Has Treasury considered or done any modelling on the implementation of a national road user charge incorporating electric vehicles extending beyond the current fuel tax credit system?
I don't believe so.
Senator, all I'm aware of is we were asked by the Department of Infrastructure to provide an assessment of how different outcomes for the road user charge might affect inflation in Australia. I think we provided some advice around that. Adam?
But no detailed modelling?
No, not detailed modelling, unless colleagues can speak.
We will confirm. We will confirm.
Yeah, if you could on notice, have a look at that, because
none that we're aware of.
the Commonwealth has just intervened in a High Court case
Yes.
around road user charges, and I've been pursuing this with the Attorney General's Department, and I just wanted to clarify that they were doing it with some intelligent economic assessment, given that their position on behalf of the Commonwealth is essentially arguing for a national road user charge rather than individual states pursuing their own mechanisms.
Look, I'll make some comments. So hopefully, I'll carefully stay away from the
case itself. Absolutely,
the case itself, which is around: is it an excise or is it a user charge of some form? I guess for our broader policy position is that if states wish to pursue those charges and constructed them in a legislative way that didn't, not preempting the further considerations, then we'd see that as a sensible policy approach. So we're not against, personally in my own view, we're not against the policy. AG's is a lead on this, but what we contribute to is the appropriate use of the legislative instrument to get to the outcome. So that's how I see it. Not certainly, as you would know in my past, I have a deep interest in the capacity for road user charges to be applied.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll have a range of questions on notice, but just to clarify, AGD, no modelling done by Treasury for this particular...
For a national user road charge?
Yes.
Correct, no.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator McKenzie. Thank you very much, Dr Kennedy and officials, for appearing before us today and answering all of our questions. We are, of course, very happily releasing Dr Kennedy, but as you can see, senators have some questions for the rest of the group. So it's proposed that when we kick off with markets at 4:30, that there are some representatives of this group with us to answer further questions at 4:30. Thank you very much, Dr Kennedy. We're now taking a break and we'll resume at 11:15. Thank you. Okay, it being 11:15, the committee now welcomes the Reserve Bank of Australia and its representatives, Governor Philip Lowe and Ms Michelle Bullock. In welcoming the RBA, the committee recognises the central bank's independence under the Reserve Bank Act 1959, particularly in regard for its setting of monetary policy. The committee is cognisant that while the RBA does not receive annual appropriations, it does provide the Parliament with opportunities to discuss its insight and performance, which the committee greatly welcomes. As such, no government minister will be in attendance with the committee while representatives of the RBA are present. Mr Lowe, thank you very much for joining us. Ms Bullock, thank you for joining us. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator, for the invitation to join you. We don't have an opening statement. We're really just here to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, on that basis, I'll proceed to Senator Hume.
Thank you for attending today. Could I first ask whether you believe current monetary policy settings are expansionary, contractionary or neutral?
As things currently stand, monetary policy is restrictive. You see that in the fact that...
Is that the same as contractionary?
Yeah, contractionary. It's restricting. You see that in the fact that housing prices are falling, the rate of home building has slowed down, and people are having to pay a lot more on their mortgages. Those things are all contracting or restricting growth in the economy. So monetary policy is restrictive.
And when you make your decision, when the board makes its decision on interest rates and whether to raise them, whether to lower them, or whether to keep them the same, what are the things that it takes into consideration?
The decision making really is around the first centre point is the inflation target and the inflation outcomes. I mean, inflation at the moment, 7.8%, is way too high. It needs to come down. So that's our primary consideration. When we take our decisions each month, we're looking at the data on inflation, the data on the labour market, how household spending is evolving and how the global economy is evolving. All those things are important, and the Reserve Bank Board meets every single month, and we look at each of those things each month and make an evaluation of the outlook for inflation. And it's, as I've said, it's way too high and it needs to come down.
In the Reserve Bank's opinion, is the current fiscal policy expansionary, restrictive or neutral?
Our assessment is that it's broadly neutral. If you take the federal government and the state governments together, which I think is the best way to think about it, the budget deficit's a share of GDP around 3%, and it's likely to stay around that mark for the next few years. The federal budget deficit narrows a bit and then widens, and the states are doing the reverse. So the best way to think about whether fiscal policy is contractionary or expansionary is to look at the change in the aggregate budget deficit, and over the forecast period there's little change in the budget deficit as share of GDP. So I would describe it as neutral.
Shouldn't it be contractionary if inflation is at the level that it is today?
I'm not going to comment on what the government should or shouldn't do. The Treasurer doesn't comment on what I should or shouldn't do, and so I'm not going to comment on the direction of fiscal policy. I can make kind of perhaps one general observation, is that at the moment aggregate demand growth has been too strong, and interest rates are part of the way that we bring that back down again. Interest rates are a nimble policy tool. They're a blunt policy tool, but they're nimble. The Reserve Bank Board meets every month, and we can take decisions every month based on the flow of information. The received wisdom over recent time is that fiscal policy, most of the time, is not as effective as managing the cycle. Because if you're going to have fiscal measures introduced, it has to go through the House of Representatives, the Senate, and that takes time. And I broadly ascribe to this view that fiscal policy most of the time should be dealing with the structural issues and structural budget position, and except for in extraordinary times, it's not the best tool to use to manage aggregate demand. Interest rates, for all the faults and all the problems we have, is the more nimble tool.
Can I just clarify, when you say that fiscal policy is neutral, in your opinion, does that mean that it's not assisting to bring inflation down?
I wouldn't characterise it that way. Really, again, depends upon the counterfactual. The government has got a lot of extra revenue because of the high commodity prices, so if it decided to spend that now, that would have been problematic. So we welcome the fact that the government has decided to save most of the extra revenue there. There are other elements of fiscal policy that can help as well. The government's energy package, our estimate is that the price caps there will reduce inflation in 2024 by 0.5 percentage point. That's meaningful, so that's helpful. So the government can take measures in specific parts of the economy that have an effect on prices. The other thing it can do is to free up the supply side of the economy. If there's greater competition, more investment, more freedom on the supply side of the economy, then the price pressures in specific areas for any given level of aggregate demand is going to be less. So specific measures in particular industries, flexibility on the supply side and aggregate demand. They're the three tools the government has to affect the inflation outcomes, and it's really up to the government and the parliament to decide what combination of those tools they use.
So as a rule of thumb, do you believe that fiscal policy and monetary policy should be aligned?
In general, yes. I mean, but you know, fiscal, as I said, fiscal policy has not just doesn't need to be worried just about management of the cycle. There are structural issues that we need to pay attention. I think in previous hearings in this building, I've talked about the importance of maintaining medium-term structural budget integrity. There are huge demands on the public purse, as you know, and we need to find a way to meet those demands if we want to, and the answer isn't borrowing. So that's the kind of first order issue for fiscal policy, and over and above beyond that, it's helpful if monetary policy and fiscal policy are working in opposite directions, and they're not at the moment.
Can I ask, just first of all, you mentioned before that, and which I thought was very generous of you, that you don't comment on government's decisions as part of its fiscal policy and what the government should do. First of all, may I ask, is there anything specifically around that structural deficit that you would like to see the government doing?
Nothing specifically right at the moment, but we've talked before in these hearings about the importance of having a strong budget position in the medium term, because at some point in the future we'll have another downturn and we'll want the government to be able to respond, and you can only do that if the budget is a strong structural position. And my observation, and the observation of others, is there are a lot of demands on the public purse coming from health, ageing, defence, disability, education. The society wants the public sector to provide these things. If the governments want to do it, they need to find a way of paying for it, and that way isn't debt. So the best outcome, as we talked in previous hearings about, is to make the pie bigger through addressing the supply side. So that's what I would, in broad terms, that's what I would like to see over time, efforts to make the pie bigger so that the demands on the public purse can be more effectively met. But that's not affecting kind of right now, but that's what I'd like to see in the medium term.
So I get a sense there that your views are aligned with those of the IMF, that those large off-balance sheet funds can potentially be inflationary, can potentially cause debt to rise, and that would make your job that bit harder.
Well, they can add to aggregate demand, and we take that into account in our forecasts. They can also increase the supply side of the economy over time. So this is, I think, probably part of the government's intention, that these funds are used to address supply side issues. So in the medium term, that can, if these policies are wisely conducted, make the pie bigger. And making the pie bigger helps us all.
You said, and as I said, I thought it was a generous comment that you weren't going to direct the government how it should be running its fiscal policy. Sadly, I don't think the government has been quite so generous towards you. We know that the Assistant Treasurer, Stephen Jones, commented to reporters on Tuesday saying that, that we think, the government, are doing our bit, which is putting downward pressure on interest rates. We also think that there is plenty of evidence that the stuff that's already in the system, the interest rate rises that are in the system, are pulling money out of the economy and dampening down demand. We are concerned that further increases are going to put pressure on households and businesses. Now, this is the comments of the Assistant Treasurer. I would imagine that, considering they are quite contrary to those that you have expressed, that would not be particularly helpful for you or for members of the board in doing the very difficult job that they are tasked with doing, which is to bring down inflation. Am I right?
I mean, the minister has kind of identified one of the risks, and the risks at the moment are two-sided. There is a risk that the tightening of policy that's taken place does dampen spending more than we think. We don't have a perfectly clear crystal ball. So there is a risk there. So that's, I understand why people have focused on the risk. But there is a risk on the other side. There is a risk that we have not yet done enough with interest rates, and spending is more resilient, and that inflation stays high. If inflation stays high, it's very damaging for the economy. It worsens income inequality. It makes it harder for businesses to plan. It erodes the value of people's savings. It's corrosive for the economy. And all the evidence is that if inflation stays high for too long, expectations adjust, and that ultimately leads to higher interest rates and more unemployment. So the risks are two-sided, and we're trying to navigate our way through a narrow path. I understand why some people focus on the risks on the one side, but we've got to be attentive to the risk from higher inflation. It's more than 30 years since we had higher inflation. I think many people have forgotten the really serious damage that does to people, to livelihoods, the functioning of the economy. if it persists, and it leads to higher interest rates and more unemployment. And we really want to avoid that. So people are free to express their opinion. We have it's a free country, freedom of speech, and we welcome debate, but we're very cognizant that the risks are two-sided.
Do you feel, Governor, that it's unfair, final question, that it is unfair that A, the blame for high interest rates and high inflation has been sheeted back to you, and that B, the Reserve Bank has been left to do all the heavy lifting?
I wouldn't say it's unfair. It's the job of the central bank to control inflation, to make sure that inflation expectations don't adjust and we avoid all those terrible things. So that's the job of the board of the Reserve Bank. It's not just me. I find sometimes the fact that it's all sheeted down to me is a bit unfair, but because it's the board. There are 9 of us, including Michelle, who make these decisions, and we take them collectively. It's not just me making these decisions. There are 9 people based on the advice of a large staff. So that's the world we operate in. I'm not complaining about it. That's our job. I've got to contain inflation, and I've got to convince the community that we're serious about that. That's our job, and it's unpopular. And I accept that. That's why the central bank is independent in its decision-making from the political process. It's easier for me to do unpopular things than it is for maybe some of you. I don't know. But no, I'm not complaining. It's our job.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Lowe. And I note that you said that you welcome and encourage debate. On that note, I'm about to go to Senator McKim. I do want to advise senators that I'll be going in strict 10-minute blocks because of the interest in this session. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Dr Lowe, and good morning, Ms Bullock. Dr Lowe, you induced people into taking on record levels of debt by saying that interest rates were unlikely to increase until 2024. Then you later apologised if people had listened to you. Since you made that statement, you've put up interest rates 9 times in a row and flagged that there are more to come when the preconditions you set at that time for even a single rate rise have not yet been met. You've admitted overdoing monetary stimulus during the pandemic. You said that rents weren't likely to be significantly impacted by interest rate increases, but rents are currently going up at the fastest rate on record. You seem prepared to smash Australia into a recession by trying to squash demand in response to inflation that has, on the RBA's own analysis, been predominantly a result of supply-side factors. Can you explain to the renters and mortgage holders of Australia why you still deserve to hold your job?
I have a 7-year term as the Governor of the bank, and I intend to serve out that term. It's an important job. Comes with public accountability, and this is part of the process, but I intend to serve out that term. And I would return to the point that I made in response to one of Senator Hume's questions. The decisions that the Reserve Bank are made by a board of 9 people. It's not just me. We make them collectively and collaboratively, and the board has made these decisions. And I think it would be a very bad outcome for the board to have to resign. It's a collective responsibility. Can I just pick up on one other issue that you raised? You said that I seem intent on smashing Australia into a recession. Can I assure you that's not our intention? We are trying to navigate a narrow path here. We want to get inflation down because it's dangerous. It's corrosive, it hurts people, it damages income inequality, and if it stays high, it leads to higher interest rates and more unemployment. So we want to get inflation down, but we also want to preserve the gains in employment that we've made. The unemployment rate today is the lowest in 50 years. That's a huge national benefit. People have jobs that in the past wouldn't have had jobs. Kids get opportunities, they get on the ladder of opportunity and success. People are getting the hours they want, and the employment to population ratio has never been higher. So a higher share of Australians have jobs today than ever before. We really think that's good news. It doesn't get reported very much, but it's good news, and we want to preserve as much of that good news, that progress that we made on the labour market as possible. So there's a narrow path here, and there are risks in both directions. Our objective is to travel that narrow path as best we can. No doubt we'll get buffeted around it and maybe we'll get hit off it, but we want to bring inflation down and we want to preserve those really hard-won gains in the labour market we've made. There's a chance that we can do this. It's not guaranteed, but there's a chance that we can do it, and we want to see inflation down and keep the gains in the labour market.
All right, thanks, Dr. Lowe. Those matters I raised in my first question, I mean, that's a litany of errors. You've admitted to some of those, you've apologised for others. Do you accept that independence should not mean a lack of accountability?
No, of course not. I mean, it's accountable. I'm accountable through this process. I'm accountable through the media commentary, which you might have observed is non-stop and around the clock. So there's a lot of accountability. I explain myself here, and I'll be here for another 3 hours in this building on Friday answering questions from members of the House of Representatives. So I feel there's a lot of accountability, and it's very important that there is.
What do you say to the renters and the mortgage holders of Australia who are getting smashed by interest rate increases while the major banks are pulling in mega profits?
What do I say to the
renters
people with
and
mortgages? I
holders?
say when we recognise it's really difficult if you've got a mortgage and the interest rate's gone up a lot. I mean, I get a lot of people writing to me at the moment, telling me about their personal circumstances, and it's really, really tough, and we understand that. And you know, I read those letters and hear those stories with a very heavy heart. I find it, you know, personally, it's kind of disturbing. People are really, really hurting, and I understand that. But I also understand that if we don't get on top of inflation, it means even higher interest rates and more unemployment. So the banks are profitable. It's true. It's a positive for the country. We want strong, resilient banks. I know it's hard for people to accept when they're suffering problems with their personal finances, but the country is better off from having strong, resilient, effective banks who can provide the financial services that we need.
All right,
and it's
thank
tough,
you.
I know.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
At the House Economics Committee in September last year, you were asked about the impact of interest rates on renters. Yeah. And I've just got your quote here. You said it's not particularly large, and you said it's not a first-order effect. I mean, rents are going up at record rates. Now, do you stand by those statements?
Yes, perhaps I can unpack that a bit for you. It's clear that when the interest cost goes up, that some landlords want to pass that on in terms of a higher rent. You know, I hear this landlords tell me this, but I also know that they can only do that successfully if the supply-demand balance in the market is such that people will pay the higher rents. And at the moment, the vacancy rate for rental accommodation is very, very low.
That's right.
And all the evidence is it's the vacancy rate that ultimately determines how fast rents rise. So the vacancy rate summarises the balance between supply and demand, and you can only put your rent up if the balance of supply and demand in the market allows you to do that. So that's, I think, the fundamental issue here. It's the balance of supply and demand in the market. And with population growth picking up again, we need more construction of dwellings. Otherwise, we're going to be in this situation of strong rental growth for a long period of time. And it isn't because interest rates are going up. It's because the supply of rental accommodation is short relative to the demand with stronger population growth. Over recent years, it was partly ameliorated by a change in household size, and it may well happen again that household size starts rising again. So it's the supply and demand balance that ultimately affects rents.
All right.
And the ability of landlord to pass on costs.
All right. Dr Kennedy said this morning, and I wrote down his exact words, rents are rising to, and I quote, match the interest rate increases. So that's what Dr Kennedy told this committee this morning. You told the House committee last year that the impact of interest rates on rents are not particularly large and not a first order effect. Do you understand the tension between those two statements? And are you asserting in your answer that many landlords are just deciding to absorb their increased costs and not pass them on to their tenants?
They try and pay, many landlords, not every landlord has borrowings, but many do, obviously, and when their interest costs go up, it's understandable they will try and pass that on to the person paying the rent. So that, I don't dispute that, and Stephen Kennedy would probably be making the same point, but the additional point that I'm making, and I think it's an important one, they can only successfully do that if the supply-demand balance in the market. So it's a complicated story, but you need both, and ultimately all the evidence that we have is that it's the vacancy rate that drives rents, not
well, I want to
interest
ask you
rates.
about that. I want to ask you about that, Dr Lowe, because thank you. In Melbourne and Sydney, vacancy rates are very close to the long-run average, but we are seeing record rent increases in those two cities. Given your previous comments, how do you explain that?
Well, the vacancy rates come down very quickly, and particularly in some of the inner city areas and the areas close to the universities.
They're about the long-run average, Dr Lowe. So if you've got vacancy rates at around the long-run average and rents going up at 10%, about 10% a year, like, how do you explain that given your previous answer? And don't you think that your statements to the House Economics Committee underestimated the impact of interest rate rises on rents?
No, I would reiterate what the Governor said, but what I would say is that they're not the rental vacancy rates in Melbourne and Sydney are down around levels at which, typically in the past, rents have started to rise. So that's what we're observing. So it's not an historical average. They're starting to get other cities. They're down below their historical lows.
Specifically Melbourne and Sydney. They're about long-run average.
No, they're not their long-run average.
They're about the long-run average.
They're around their historical lows.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Bragg.
Well, thanks very much, Chair, and good morning. I wanted to ask you about some comments made by the Assistant Treasurer, which are slightly different from the ones that Senator Hume referred to. The Assistant Treasurer said recently, in relation to interest rate increases, quote, "I'm hoping that if this is not the last, it's near the last of the rate increases," end quote. Is this a statement that the Assistant Treasurer has made to you directly in a meeting or something similar?
No, we've not discussed interest rates, and the governments over a long period of time have not discussed their views on interest rates with the central bank.
Okay. So this is a statement made by a Treasury Minister that hasn't been made to the bank directly?
No.
Okay. Have you met with the Assistant Treasurer at all?
Not recently. I have. I've met him on a number of occasions, particularly in relation to the payment system and the stock exchange, and so there are a number of issues that I have discussed with him in the past, but we've not discussed interest rates.
Okay. I mean, is this a normal thing that a Treasury Minister would be making, these sort of public statements about monetary policy?
It has happened in the past, but it's as I said before, it's a free country, and people are free to be able to express their views on issues. It's up to each of us how we choose to exercise the freedom we have. So people, if members of the government want to kind of exercise the right to talk about that, that's certainly, certainly possible, and I'm not objecting to it.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, Governor, the reason I'm asking you about this is because you alluded in your questions, or your answers, I should say, to Senator Hume, that there was an expectation that the government of the day wouldn't comment on monetary policy, and you as the central bank wouldn't give extensive statements about fiscal policy.
Yeah.
Now, in this case, this Treasury Minister has decided to make detailed statements about monetary policy. So would you hope for more reciprocation?
No, as I said, it's a free country and people are able to express their views as they see fit. But I think the model that we've had for many decades, which has been supported by both sides of government, where the Treasurer of the day doesn't comment on monetary policy, that served the country well. And I would observe that Treasurer Chalmers has not discussed monetary policy in public at all. So different models can work, and we're just focused on doing our job.
Okay, so the statements of the Assistant Treasurer have no bearing in what you'll do.
Well, we listen to people's views. I've listened to many people's views, but no, we take our decisions independently every single month and based on the facts and the analysis. So, no, the commentary out there, we kind of, well, it's kind of interesting to listen to, and we kind of value hearing people's perspectives, but no, we don't.
We'll take it as a no.
Yes, no, it will not. It will not affect. No, there's a lot of criticism of the bank at the moment. We understand that. We talk about that at the board meeting, and we evaluate the arguments. So we rely on the evidence, the data, and the arguments.
Okay.
That's what influences us.
Okay. Well,
not what people say.
Thank you for clarifying that. I just want to ask you briefly about what I think is an attack on the independence of the bank. You might be aware there's been a coordinated attempt by members of the government, backbench members of the government, to attack you. In fact, I have one of the quotes here from Mr. Laxale, who's a member for Bennelong, and he's mentioned that you seemingly made a choice between speaking to the Australian public and attending a cosy lunch. And he suggests that he encourages you to address that proactively in your opening address today. I think you noted that you'll be here today and again on Friday. I mean, what do you make of this coordinated attack on the bank's independence?
I'm not aware of any coordinated attack or any attack at all on the bank's independence. But when we're raising interest rates, it's unpopular in large parts of the community, particularly given the history of the low interest rates over recent years. It's unpopular. And it's the job of the central bank to do sometimes what's unpopular in the national interest. And that's what we're doing. Some people don't like it, and they're free to comment on that, but it's not going to affect the decision-making process. We have 9 people who sit down every month and say, what's the right thing to do here by the country? Even if it's unpopular, we do it. We know it's hard. We're balancing various risks. So I don't feel like there's an attack on the bank or its independence, but it's noisy. If there was an opportunity, I could address the issue of the lunch, since you've raised it, or maybe there's not...
I think it's an urgent issue for Mr. Laxale, who's not here at the moment, so we'll get you to address it.
Thank you. Is it
now?
It's okay?
Well, it's...
Yep.
Why not?
Okay.
If it's okay with you, as you would know, it's a long-standing practice of the Reserve Bank to talk to market participants, to businesses, to journalists, to politicians, to civil society. We do that all the time, and if you go on the bank's internet site, you can see all the people, the institutions I meet with. We think it's really important we do that. We don't want to live in a bubble. We want to hear what people have to say and what their questions are. And I did that last week with this lunch at Barrenjoey, which you've all read about. A number of people have questioned why I did that rather than a public speech. In previous years, I've generally started the year with an address to the National Press Club and then a 3-hour hearing at the House Economics Committee, and I've done that in the first week of February. From my perspective, that worked quite well, but I had feedback about that. One piece of feedback was maybe you're talking too much. And it is possible to talk too much. So I was being conscious of that. And the other piece of feedback that I'd had was that to start the year, it's better to address the questions of the Parliament rather than the media. having both in the same week an address to the National Press Club and then a 3-hour appearance before the House Economics Committee. Some people suggested to me the order should be reversed. It should be the Parliament whose questions I answer in a 3-hour session rather than 15 minutes of questions following an address to the National Press Club. So people made that point to me. I thought, well, there's something to that. And normally I would have addressed the House Economics Committee last Friday, but that got pushed back to this Friday. So I listened to that feedback and I decided that this year I would first address the questions asked of me of the Parliament, and that got pushed back a week. So there was a gap in my diary, and I wanted to, because the parliamentary hearing got pushed back a week, and I wanted to hear what people in the market had been saying about our recent decision. So I accepted an invitation to that lunch. I hear that many people have concerns about the timing between the Reserve Bank Board meeting and the release of the statement on monetary policy, which is on the Friday. I thought that was manageable, but I hear many people are concerned about that, so we're responding to that, and we'll no longer do those type of lunches before the release of the statement on monetary policy. So there's nothing untoward here. It's appropriate. I can't live in a bubble. I need to talk to people. I need to hear what financial markets say, and I like asking people questions. You asked me questions today. At these lunches, I ask people questions about what they think.
We like it too, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, so that's the world we're in, and in general, and for many years, we've been able to have these and other meetings with the understanding of all participants that people in the meeting don't run to the press straight afterwards. If you're meeting with me, you want to have confidence that I'm not going to go to the press or tell other people what you've said, and I expect the same courtesy. And that's what happens 99.9% of the time. That did not happen. There's nothing untoward here, but the standard courtesy that we all, I presume you do this as well, meet with people and you don't expect them to run to the press straight after. So that didn't happen on this occasion, but there's nothing untoward here, and I want to talk to people. We are going to change our practice.
Well, final question.
Thanks very much. Well, appreciate that expansive explanation. I personally am not concerned about that. I understand it's part of your role. I'm more concerned about the attack on you personally, and from members of the government's backbench and the executive in part, and whether that would erode the independence of the central bank. So, again, I just ask: are there any steps you're taking to protect and preserve the independence of the bank from these political attacks?
I don't feel like at the independence of the institutions under attack, and it's not affecting our decision making. Let me assure you that the decisions are based on the data, the analysis, and the facts, and that's not the noise around. And we'll continue to operate that way. So there's. The Treasurer and I haven't really spoken about interest rates. It's not that's the way we operate, and there's no pressure from the Treasurer, Treasurer Chalmers. So it's noisy, but raising interest rates is always unpopular. It affects the whole community, and the representatives of the community, understandably, will sometimes want to talk about that. But we keep doing our job, and our job is to make sure inflation comes down and hopefully preserve the gains in unemployment that we've made.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Governor and Deputy Governor, for making yourself available to the Parliament. As an old-fashioned parliamentarian, I do appreciate the significance of the gesture. Going back to your opening remarks, am I correct in assuming that there's a level of, or that there's a poor understanding in the Australian electorate about the corrosiveness of high inflation because we have been spared it for many decades?
Yeah, whether there's a poor understanding, I don't know about that, but I think people have forgotten. For many years, inflation varied, between maybe 1.5% and 3.5%, and we all got very exercised if inflation was half a percentage point away from 2 or 2.5. So that was the world we were living in. People really forgot about how corrosive inflation was and how it eroded your savings. how it made income inequality worse, how it really hurt the poor. So I think we've forgotten about that because it's 30 years since we lived in that world, and our job as the country's central bank is to make sure that doesn't happen, and part of the way we do that is to remind people of the dangers of it. And say, well, look, if we return to that world, you'll have all these nasties again. I know it's really hard for people to have to pay more on their mortgages, but it'll be harder still if inflation gets too high and stays too high. It'll mean even higher interest rates and more unemployment. And it's hard for people to kind of understand that because we haven't been in that world for 30 years.
No, I would just add that in a world where we've been in, where inflation's been quite low and stable, people don't worry about it. It was in the background. It's not something that affects their decisions. It's not part of their thinking. And you can see how that's changed now. It's basically on everyone's lips. They're worried about it. That's the difference. What we want to go back to is a world where it's just in the background and people aren't worrying about it.
One of our national papers described the rate rise as an inflation SOS. Do you think that the electorate is starting to appreciate the urgency and the emergency around the inflation impact on the economy?
I hope that people understand that inflation is damaging and corrosive, and perhaps the media coverage of our decision last week has reinforced that. I also want people to understand that we're really serious about this. It's not something that we're going to say, oh, well, we'll run the risk and have inflation stay high. It's just too costly, too damaging and corrosive. So I hope that message is getting across to the community. And if inflation expectations can stay well anchored, and at the moment they are, then firms will reflect that in their pricing decisions, and we'll see the same in wage outcomes as well. So if inflation expectation can stay anchored, we can stay on that narrow path, and our communication is partly aimed at reinforcing the need for inflation expectations to stay anchored and convince people that this period of high inflation is only going to be temporary. If we can do that, then we can stay on the narrow path. But if people start to think inflation is going to be 7 and 8% the year after next, then we're going to have all sorts of trouble. I think people understand that now.
Governor, how high will unemployment have to rise to get inflation in check?
That's a very good question, and we really don't know the answer to that at the moment. Our central forecasts have the unemployment rate getting to 4.5% next year, and that being enough broadly to get the inflation rate down to 3% over the next couple of years. If we can do that, that central forecast comes to fruition, it'll be a good outcome for the country, won't it? Because we all have got to 4.5% unemployment, which before the pandemic, the lowest we got to was a bit above 5. But there's a lot of uncertainty around this, and it partly depends upon how wage outcomes develop. If wage outcomes kind of stay in a reasonable ballpark, then I think we can manage this, what I see as a fairly soft landing. We're keeping the unemployment rate below where it was before the pandemic.
What are the risks in regards to that wage dimension that you've just talked about?
Well, one risk would obviously be that people say inflation's 7.8%, I need a 7.8% pay rise, because if that happens, then inflation's going to be high next year, and then we have another high pay rise in the year after that inflation's high, and we're in this nasty world I talked about. So that's one risk. But I think you've got to keep it in perspective at the moment. At the moment, we don't really see evidence of that occurring. We think that the growth in the wage price index will get up to 4%, maybe a bit higher, and probably not go much higher than that. But there are risks here. If we end up in the world I was describing before, where people link wage increases one for one with inflation, then inflation will persist and it'll be more difficult. But at the moment, that's not happening. The enterprise agreements that have been signed over the past 4 or 5 months have bigger wage increases this year, but then next year they're a bit lower again. And we hear this from firms in our liaison as well. They're giving workers a bigger increase this year, but they're saying to their workforce, well, next year we've got to go back to something more modest. I hope that's how it works out. But if it doesn't, we'll have problems.
Governor, you have, in your earlier remarks, talked about the collective and collaborative nature of board discussions and board decisions. Am I right to assume that board decisions are unanimous?
Well, we go around the table each time, and each board member expresses their views, and the experience that I've had as governor is that we all come to the same conclusion. We explore the issues from every angle. Maybe Michelle, you can reflect on it as well, because I'm chairing the meetings, but you're a member, so.
Yeah. Yes, I would. It's a very open discussion. I mean, I've only been involved in it regularly for the last 9 to 10 months, but we go around the room. But before we do that, we have an active discussion about possible options, and I think we've expressed those in some of our press releases as well, post-meeting, that we've mentioned the options we've discussed. I've observed discussions where some people have come in sort of with a particular view and then heard alternative arguments and changed their mind. But my experience personally is that in the end, when we go around the room and everyone is specifically asked, there is a unanimous coming together on what is the best thing to do.
And sometimes the meetings are, I'll say, well, we're really unsure about what the right outcome is, whether we should do A or B, what do you think? And we go around and we collectively work it out, and other times I have a stronger view about the answer should be A, and I'll say that, but I always present to the board the arguments for B as well.
So perhaps we should invite the entire board to appear and not just the chair and the deputy chair of the board.
Well, that would be up to you.
Thank you
but
very
the
much.
board has agreed in the past that, for better or worse,
That's right.
I'm the
our
spokesman of the
jobs
Board
very
on Monetary Policy. That's what they've agreed, for better or worse. So, as you know, there's a review of the Reserve Bank currently underway, and I expect this will be one of the issues that comes out of that review, how we communicate and the accountability mechanisms, and the things that we should be talking about.
Governor, I think I should ask you the same question they asked the Treasury Secretary, but I asked the Treasury Secretary whether or not fiscal policy was playing a subsidiary role to monetary policy at the moment, and he provided an answer, and you might have seen that. But what's your response to that question?
We covered some of this material before. I think fiscal policy is broadly neutral from a demand management side. The government's saving most of the terms of trade revenue boost, so that's positive. It would be problematic if that were not the case and that money was being recycled back into aggregate demand, but that's not, so I welcome that. And then the other two parts of fiscal policy affecting the prices in some specific sectors and adding to the supply side, and the government has initiatives in both those areas. It's up to others to comment on whether the balance is right, but it's positive. They're not recycling the terms of trade revenue, and they do have some measures in the energy market and adding to some flexibility on the supply side in some areas. So always can do more, but from where I sit at the moment, it's not problematic.
This final
If
question, Senator
fiscal policy is neutral, isn't that an opportunity? Doesn't that mean that there are opportunities not being realised?
I mean, again, at a very high level, you could have more restrictive fiscal policy, and that would take some pressure off aggregate demand. But the difficult
and take pressure off the inflation rate.
Perhaps, but I think that one of the difficulties here, and governments right around the world have dealt with this, is the flexibility of fiscal policy to tighten up and loosen up. It's pretty hard, for the government to go through and use fiscal policy in a counter-cyclical way. During the COVID crisis, it was easy. It was clear there was a national emergency, things happened very quickly, but most of the time, if we're talking about trying to reduce aggregate demand by 1%, it's a pretty surgical thing that has to be done, and getting that through the parliament and making all decisions, that's tough for any government. So that has led to the position we're in, where monetary policy is used mainly to manage aggregate demand, and fiscal policy looks to the structural issues. You could have a different setup, but it's hard. The governance of fiscal policy is harder than the governance of monetary policy.
I do have some other questions if time allows.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Canavan.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Governor. I just noted your comment earlier about investments that can help increase the productive side of the economy. And just at a general point of view, are policies that help expand productivity disinflationary, if you like? Do they help moderate inflationary pressures?
Well, obviously it depends upon the specifics, but in general, yes. If you can expand supply, then that helps. If we can increase competition, that puts downward pressure on prices. If there are more workers available and you increase labour supply, that helps. So expanding the supply side in the short run puts downward pressure on inflation, and in the long run makes the pie bigger. And if you've got a bigger pie, your job's going to be easier too.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so, getting more specific, I mean, we've had a period of relatively low inflation until recently, decades of it. To what extent do you think the microeconomic reforms of the past generation have helped contribute to that relatively subdued inflationary environment?
I think they were incredibly important, and they're also important to expanding the pie. One of the reasons the Australian economy did so well over many decades was that we had a series of reforms that made us more competitive, made the economy more dynamic, and that delivered stronger growth. So the pie was bigger, and developments on the supply side, not just in Australia but globally. China was obviously a really important part here. So supply side developments made the job of central banks much easier. And they also expanded the pie. So this is a call that I've often made, is we need to refocus on expanding the supply side.
Well, with that in mind, in the past year, we've seen the government re-regulate labour and now energy markets. If removing restrictions on the economy helps subdue inflation, wouldn't reintroducing restrictions in these very important markets add to inflationary pressures?
Well, again, it depends upon the specifics, and I don't want to be drawn into the specifics of the IR legislation. But I know the Treasurer has said that he's got the 5-yearly review of the Productivity Commission by the Productivity Commission on his desk. So it's got more than 1,000 pages, and he plans to release that in March or April. And I hope that's going to give us some new ideas on how to expand the supply side and make the economy more flexible. I expect it'll talk about the need to invest in people, in technology, in energy, and better delivery of government services. So I think I'm hoping that 5-yearly review re-energises the discussion about productivity and enhancing supply. We'll see.
Right. Well, just drilling down to the labour situation there, and look, I have been critical of some of your commentary in the past, but I understand that you have a tough job to do right now. One of the potential consequences of these tough decisions you're making is that it may force some businesses to the wall. We've spoken about mortgages and households, and that will, of course, lead people to lose their jobs. Has the Reserve Bank at this stage looked at what will be potentially impact on bankruptcies and business performance of higher interest rates?
We don't forecast the bankruptcy rate, which has been very, very low during the COVID period, and it's risen a little bit, but it's still in historical terms low. How many business failures we see will ultimately depend upon how the economy grows. And our central forecast is for growth of 1.5% this year and next. If we can get that, then some businesses will find things difficult, but I don't think it's going to be a major problem.
Right.
But if the economy kind of contracts, then businesses are going to find things more difficult. But
and people will lose their jobs too.
People will lose their jobs, and it's possible. We're aware that that's a risk, and some people criticise the bank board for meeting every month. But at the moment, I'm glad we meet every month because we can assess the data, we can look at at a very high frequency what's going on. At turning points, it's really valuable to meet frequently, and we can be responsive.
Right.
But,
and so how important then in that context, there's obviously a risk, as you've recognised, there's a risk that at least some businesses fail and people lose their jobs as we seek to have a landing, soft or otherwise. How important is it then to have flexible labour markets in that environment such that businesses can respond to the changes that are caused by a higher interest rate environment?
you know, businesses need to be able to respond both in headcount and hours worked, and hours work has become an increasingly important element of flexibility that businesses have, so it's beneficial to retain that. But the general principle has to be right, doesn't it, that if the business environment's uncertain, businesses should have flexibility. And I'm not going to comment on whether the changes that have been made impair or enhance that, but the principle you're articulating is surely right.
Okay, thank you. Just on the energy side of things, how much has the disruption in energy flows resulting from the war in Ukraine contributed to inflation over the past year now almost?
Well, substantially. At one point, the price of petrol, I think, was the annual rate was up 30%. So that makes a big difference. And the sky-high prices of gas and coal in Europe flowed through back into our domestic market. So that's been a first-order issue. But it hasn't just been energy; it's been food and a lot of kind of the supply chain. So it's worked its way through. The more positive story here is we're through the worst of that. And most commodity prices
I'm going to come to that. I mean, if the removal of energy flows from Russia can have such an impact on Australian inflation, how much impact will come from the government's decisions causing investments in gas in Australia to be deferred? How much impact will that have? We've seen over the past month major investments in Queensland, in Victoria, deferred as a result of the government's changes or interventions in energy markets. I'm not asking you to comment on those interventions. I'm just saying, given that that's happened, it's a fact that those investments are not proceeding, how much of an impact of lower energy flows in Australia, energy supply in Australia, will have an impact on inflation?
Yeah, this is not my area of expertise, and I think it's really a medium-term issue, because if there's less investment there, hopefully there's more investment somewhere else. So what rate of expansion...
Somewhere else in Australia? Or?
In Australia or elsewhere around. I mean, we need... This is kind of one of the issues I highlighted in a speech last year, that the existing capital stock to produce energy is depreciating. And we're not kind of reinvesting in the existing capital stock, but we're investing in new capital stock. And I don't know how that's going to all balance out, but...
I'm just a little confused that there has been a lot of commentary on the Russian situation, and you've referred to it here and before, and so has the Treasury Secretary. The government refers to it endlessly. So much focus on what Vladimir Putin's doing, but then, and how that plays out into interest rates and monetary policy settings, but almost no interest in the investment settings for energy in Australia. You're not following that by the sounds of it.
Oh.
Wouldn't that have more of an impact on the Australian inflationary environment? Can I... So this is a perfectly reasonable question. I don't think...
Can I just answer quickly there? You know, these investment decisions are multi-year things, and so will play out over multiple years, and it'll depend upon how much other investment takes place in other forms of energy. Next year, in 2024, the government's recent initiative will reduce inflation by around 0.5 percentage point. That's within our kind of normal forecasting horizon. I think the issues that you're talking about are important, but they're really beyond the next 18 months to 2 years.
Yeah, it just seems, look, and I don't quite accept what, as you say, it's not your area, but some of the deferrals of investment will have an immediate impact on energy flows, particularly those in coal seam gas, where there is a requirement for annual investments. They're not as long-lived as offshore. It just seems to me that...
Just as you finish up, just this would be your last question. Thanks.
We just seem to have an unhealthy focus on international developments here and not enough focus on what we are doing to our own energy markets right here and how that impacts on inflation. Is there anything you can encourage us to look at in this microeconomic reform space? I know you've commented on this in general terms before. Is there anything that we should focus on in energy, labour, capital markets that would make your job easier?
Over time, expansion of the capital stock that produces cheap, reliable energy will help. How you do that, I don't know. But it must be true again, kind of the principle of cheap, reliable energy, and we need the capital stock to be put in place in the country to deliver that. So whatever you can do in this place to help, I'd welcome that.
Thank you. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. And just to tie off the previous discussion, I just wanted to make it clear that my statements around vacancy rates in Melbourne and Sydney being about the long-term run average levels were based on the statement on monetary policy that was issued by the Reserve Bank on last Friday. Dr Lowe, you've addressed to a degree your Barrenjoey lunch, and I think thank you for your commitment to make more public statements before you do events like that in the future. I think that's a good thing. But can I ask you, I mean, what did you share with a bunch of bankers at the Barrenjoey banquet that you can't share with mortgage holders and renters? And why did the bond market jump so markedly actually during that lunch that you had? What did you say to them that pumped up the bond market so markedly while you were actually at that lunch?
What did I share with them? I shared the messages in the statement that was released on Tuesday afternoon, and those messages included that we're serious about getting inflation under control, we're on a narrow path, and we want to preserve the gains in unemployment we've made. So they're the main messages, and I've talked about those much more expansively today than I did at that lunch. And I sought views from the people at that lunch on a range of issues, including how resilient is household spending, how the labour market's likely to evolve, kind of as the wage outcomes we're seeing at the moment, are they likely to be sustained? I asked them how our message has landed. Got mixed feedback on that. We talked about the potential for supply shocks in the future to make inflation more variable. That was an issue I raised in a speech last year, and how we should be thinking about monetary policy about that, and also talked about the level of interest rates in Australia being lower than elsewhere in the world, and I got their views on that. So it was kind of interactive, and I pushed back on the proposition that I shared with them things that I'm not sharing here or with the Australian people in other ways.
It's the timing of it.
It's the timing, and I accept the timing. Kind of people find that kind of difficult, and if I'd had my time again, I'd do things differently. But we have changed our policy now so it's the timing, and I addressed the issue about the market moves, because when I saw that, I was concerned about something untoward could have happened. But these are the facts that I as I know them, and I want to share those with you. I arrived at the lunch at 12:30. After the executive committee at the bank, and then I had a brief discussion with the CEO and the chief economist of Barrenjoey about their business model and how things were going and the competition they were bringing to the marketplace. And then we went into the room with the maybe 15 or 20 guests. We sat down, and I started speaking probably around 12:50 after the CEO of Barrenjoey told the room about the things they were doing. So I would have started speaking around 12:50, 10 to 1, and the lunch finished at 2. So we've looked at the bond yields. They started rising at 12 o'clock. They'd been rising earlier in the morning, and then for an hour or two they'd been flat, and then they started rising at 12 o'clock.
So you don't think there's a correlation?
And then they rose kind of fairly steadily between 12 and 2 o'clock.
That's right.
Exactly the same movements were happening in the New Zealand market at the same time. And over the couple of days, the movements in the Australian yields were almost exactly the same as the movement in US Treasuries. So they're the facts as I know it. The movements in bond yields started before, and a lot of it was already done before I started speaking. So they're the facts as I know it, and I can't say any more, but it's the we've investigated it thoroughly, and that's what we've found.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thanks, Dr. Lowe. Look, you're hearing, you say you can't, excuse me, you say you can't live in a bubble, and I think that's right. And you hear directly from bankers at lunches like the one at Barrenjoey. You hear directly from big business through your business liaison program. But how are you ensuring that the pain that renters and mortgage holders are feeling is adequately factored in to the decisions that the RBA is making? And how are you hearing directly from the people that are bearing the brunt of decisions? So in other words, you're hearing directly from people who have a desire for profit. Big business, the banks. Understand that they want to make money, that's their job. How do you make sure you're factoring in the pain that is being felt by the people that are bearing the brunt of the pain from interest rate rises? How do you make sure that you factor those matters into your decision making at the appropriate level compared to big business and big banks who are just interested in making more money?
Yeah, I mean it's a very good question. Recently, I met with the head of ACOS, so here kind of the stress that many low-income people are under. I get, as I said before, many letters from people who are in stress, and I read those with a heavy heart. And our liaison team also talks to the financial counsellors, there's some of that in the recent statement on monetary policy. So we reach out as best we can to these various groups. It's harder to to get together a people who are kind of
you could put it.
But we talk to ACOS. We get direct feedback from individuals, and we talk to the service providers who are helping people who are in difficulty, and we hear the message loud and clearly, and we factor that, and we talk about it at every board meeting, how this is really, really hurting some households. But we also talk about, if we don't get on top of this, the pain will be worse. It's not a nice message, but that's the reality we face, and we have to face into that reality.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Lowe. You've spoken again today, as you often do, about wages, and you've not said anything today, and you rarely do, about corporate profits. So the CBA has just announced like a 9% profit this morning.
Yep.
Do you accept that when you put interest rates up, that increases the profits of big banks? And would you agree with Dr. Kennedy's statement this morning that the likelihood of a wage price spiral is low?
When we put up interest rates, the immediate effect, I think, is a boost to bank profits, particularly if they're slow in raising deposit rates, which they have been. And I know the government is concerned about that, and rightly. But over time, higher interest rates, if they lead the economy slowing, make it more difficult for banks. So there's kind of a better now, maybe not so good later on. So that's how it works out. And so the second
part was whether you agreed with Dr. Kennedy that the likelihood of a price wage spiral is low.
Is low. I think it's relatively low, but if we're wrong on that, the costs are very high. So that's, this is the kind of the thing, it's low, but I don't want to give the impression that we're not worried about it, because we are, not because the probability is high, but because the cost of that happening is very high. If we saw that develop, then we're going to have even higher interest rates and more unemployment. So this is why I draw attention to it, not because I'm overly worried about that at the moment. The wage outcomes are still consistent with inflation returning to target, and businesses telling us that next year they're expecting to give smaller increases than this year. So that's all positive, and we welcome that. And I only talk about the wage price spiral to remind people that if that were to change, it's going to be difficult for us all.
Final question, Senator McKim.
All right, well, I'm going to move on just to one last topic in that case. Dr. Lowe, the RBA's most recent statement on monetary policy has two models that show that supply-side factors are responsible for somewhere between 1/2 and 3/4 of the increase in inflation. So I just want to ask you, how do you think monetary policy addresses supply-side issues, and whether you accept that there are other ways to reduce inflation, levers that the government has rather than the RBA, for example, tax policy, that would reduce inflation but would able to be better targeted towards those who have the capacity to pay.
Well, we've talked about the various measures the government could do. It can manage aggregate demand, it can expand supply, or it can do things like it's done in the energy market. So there are options there, and to leave it to others to make judgments about what the right combination is there.
On monetary policy.
On monetary policy and supply shocks, there's very little that monetary policy can do to offset supply shocks, and sometimes you'll want to respond to the higher inflation that comes from a supply shock to stop inflation expectations rising and staying high. But if that doesn't happen, you can let the supply shocks wash through the system. But the other point I want to make here is probably half, a quarter to half, maybe roughly, is from demand. And we really saw that in the December quarter, and this was really quite important for us. In the December quarter, the price of clothing and footwear went up 2.2%. That's 5% over the year. In other countries, it was starting to slow. The price of non-durable household goods, so stuff you buy at kind of Kmart or a department store, up 2.3%, 12% over the year. Yeah. That's not because of global supply problems. They've been fixed up and those prices are coming down.
Could be profiteering, couldn't it?
Well, it could, but strong demand. The retailers tell us that demand has been strong. The price of meals out at restaurants up 2.1% in the quarter, 7% over the year. That's strong demand. People were going out, they were celebrating with their families for the first time in 3 years. Strong demand, prices go up. And the strongest example was the cost of domestic travel and accommodation, 7% up in the quarter. We were all travelling again and wanted to go on holidays. Strong demand, prices go up. So a lot of the inflation we saw in the December quarter was because there is strong demand in the quarter in that. So there is increasingly a demand element to the inflation. We're hoping that, and I'm starting to see some evidence of this, that demand is moderating and the rate of increases in these areas will come back, and at the same time the supply side problems will fix up as well. So that's the basis that inflation comes back down. But demand is driving part of the inflation most recently.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Lowe. So I've got a few senators who haven't had a chance to ask questions yet and some senators who'd like to ask some more questions. So in the interest of time, I'm going to move now to strictly 5-minute blocks. And Senator Rennick, you have the call.
Thanks. Hi, guys. Do you understand the meaning of counter-cyclical measures?
Yes, and monetary policy is one of those.
That's a very good point, because if you believed in counter-cyclical measures, and I'll just qualify this by saying that mortgage repayments are excluded from the price of inflation or the inflation calculation. If we've already got fuel rising, rents rising, why are you increasing the cost of living by increasing interest rates when you should actually be seeking to counter those measures? So you're pouring fuel on the fire rather than relieving inflation, because if interest costs were included in inflation rate, this would actually be reflected in a higher inflation rate, not a lower inflation rate.
Yeah. But higher interest rates work in containing inflation by reducing demand. If people have less money in their pocket, they're going to spend less. And the higher interest rates also affect the exchange rate.
Okay.
Just imagine if we left interest rates low, the exchange rate would be much lower.
Fuel costs, energy costs, the cost of living are already increasing, so demand will come off. All you're doing is adding fuel to the fire by reducing demand much faster at the cost of austerity to low income earners.
Well, we're trying to get the right balance here, to get aggregate demand to slow, and our judgment is that the level of interest rates broadly will be enough to do that. But
so I'm glad you mentioned that, the right judgment, because you haven't sought to manage the long end of the yield curve. Rather than raise interest rates 9 times in less than a year, why didn't you do some jawboning like other central banks do and say that we will raise interest rates at, say, for example, 0.5% every 6 months so that we lift them by 4% over 4 years, rather than do this sudden dramatic 3% rise in less than a year, that is going to hurt many businesses and many people who you know, whether you meant to say this or not, had the impression that interest rates weren't going to rise until 2024.
I mean, just to come back to something you said, other central banks are actually raising interest rates more quickly than we have.
Oh, I realise that, but in the past they've used jawboning as a measure rather than this deliberate policy designed to asset strip people over the long term.
Yeah. I'm just not sure jawboning the 10-year bond yield at the moment is going to affect much in the economy.
Well, you can jawbone the 2-year and the 5-year.
Yeah. Well, the 2-year interest rate is really a reflection of what people think that our policy rate will average over the next 2 years, and being as clear as we can about how we think that will evolve. So,
okay, I note before that you mentioned that we're low, we need to, you know, improve our capital stock, and you keep saying there's not a lot you can do about the supply side. I disagree with that because, as Senator McKim has pointed out, the RBA can also be involved with managing the volume of credit, and that was said in the 1937 Banking Royal Commission, the original Royal Commission. If the RBA can lend $188 billion at 0.1% to private banks, and they're profiteering out of that by $5 billion a year, why can't the RBA lend to state governments to build productive infrastructure like power stations, like dams, at a similar low rate?
if the state governments or the federal government wants to do that, they can obtain funding in the marketplace.
But why do we have to pay a premium? Why will a taxpayer then have to pay the margin on that rather than use our own currency? It's our currency. Why do we have to pay a private bank a 2% margin or a 3% margin to use the currency that's backed by the Australian people and the Australian government?
Well, the taxpayer pays the market rate. The government pays the market rate.
And the private banks profiteer out of that market rate.
Final question, Senator.
It borrows directly from investors, from pension funds, kind of the super funds. There's no kind of bank intermediating that. If they were borrowing from the banks and banks were charging a spread, then I could understand what you're saying. But the bank, the government issues its bonds to the super industry, to foreign investors, and they pay
exactly.
the market
Foreign
rate.
investors then lend it back to us.
And it wouldn't be. It's not the Reserve Bank's job to determine the allocation of credit in the economy.
Well, that's not what the 1937
back to
Banking
kind of
Royal
where we
Commission
were some
said.
decades ago. It didn't work out that well.
Okay, thank you. Can I finish off with one question?
Do you have one question?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to touch on, I know I've touched on this every time, but the RBA, in a reply to a question on notice, said that you were confident that the Bank of England didn't refine Australia's RBA gold bars. Now, I don't see how you could possibly be confident of that, and I've got one page of what you've given me in terms of these gold bars. These gold bars were refined between 2000, this is just one page, between 2009 and 2019. Now, why are you defending the Bank of England for refining our gold? You've previously said, or Guy Debale has said, when he was Deputy Reserve Governor, that our gold had never moved, and yet I've got documentation from the RBA that shows those gold bars were refined.
Well, this has been audited kind of extensively, and I've confidence in that process.
It's been audited by your own RBA. It hasn't been audited by external.
We've got nothing more to add on the gold.
Yeah, okay. So basically, you can't explain the disappearance or the refining of our gold bars.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for being here. Dr. Logan. In 2016, I had my first Senate estimate session, and I asked the Treasury Secretary, who at the time was John Fraser, a question about the huge increase in money supply. And he pretty much dismissed me and said, no, don't worry about it. The next Senate estimate session, he said, yeah, he acknowledged it. And the third one, he said, yes, the theory is that it will lead to inflation, you're correct, but we haven't seen it yet and we don't know why. So I understand it's a vexing problem, but perhaps you said the words, the best solution is to make the pie bigger, or one of the solutions is to make the pie bigger. You're saying that the answer to the government's funding dilemma is to grow the economy and as a result the tax base. Have you heard of the project Iron Boomerang?
Iron Boomerang,
It involved, we've got the world's best metallurgical coal for making steel in the East Coast and the best iron ore on the West Coast. Build a railway line, fully funded, the investors are ready to go. There's a Senate inquiry taking off on it pretty soon. What it would do is take coal to to the west and iron ore to the east, massive steel making complexes both in the east coast and the west coast. Remove shipping, remove road transport, huge investment. It would add $100 billion to our GDP, which is 5%. Plus, it would open up the north and all of Central Australia. So open it up for the Indigenous living there, open it up for rural communities, open it up for agriculture. Is that something that we should be thinking about?
Well, if the rate of return on that investment is as you described it, and both the financial and social returns as you describe it, then it's something to think about. But
it would make us.
But there may be other, there may be other projects that have better returns as well. So I don't want to endorse it because I don't know enough about it. But in principle, we should be looking at the financial and social returns we get from these projects, and if they're greater than the cost of funding and the economy's got enough resources to do it, then certainly
we've got
we should be
investors,
thinking about
we're
them.
told, from overseas lining up,
Okay.
and also from within. So come back to my formal questions that I had. The Reserve Bank spent the COVID years increasing the money supply, as Deputy Governor de Bell said at the time, by electronic journal entry, his words, commonly called printing money. At an earlier estimates, I was given a figure of $508 billion as the total for electronic journal entry since 2019. Can you update that figure, please?
That's still roughly the size. I think our balance sheet's a bit over 600 billion at the moment.
Around about 600 billion.
And
exchange settlement account balances are probably around 450, something like that.
Okay, thank
so
you.
Our balance sheet has roughly $100 billion of banknotes on it.
Yep.
So that's there's still $100 billion of banknotes out there. That's $4,000 for every person in the country, which I find extraordinary. But so that's one of our one of the elements on our balance sheet, and then we have these exchange settlement balances, which are the electronic money that you talked about.
Thank you. So inflation has gone from not a problem to a 30-year high, 7.8% in the December quarter. On the 2nd of February 2022, Dr. Lowe, you said inflation had surprised on the upside, and in March 22, you predicted inflation would peak at 4.2%. That was at the ABA, Australian Banking Association conference that we both attended.
Yep.
Why were you surprised, Dr. Lowe, when many, including myself, had spent 2020 and 2021 warning the Reserve Bank and the government, including its Senate estimates, that the sheer volume of this money expansion would inevitably cause significant inflation?
Yeah, certainly people, and you're one of these people who are making the argument that the money supply expansion was ultimately going to be inflationary, and that has played a role, but as we were talking about before, at least half, maybe 3/4 of the increase in inflation is due to what went on in Europe and the supply side disruptions. So the expansion of the money supply and the low interest rates, and I'd say the government support during the pandemic has driven inflation. But it's not the full story.
Okay.
Final question, Senator Roberts.
Is 7.8% inflation the price the public is paying for the Reserve Bank supporting the government's wasteful mismanagement of COVID, using lockdowns and other restrictions leading to JobSeeker, JobKeeper mismanagement that the government caused, which is what necessitated the money creation? Did you even consider saying to the government, no, I'm not going to print the money, the massive amount of money, so perhaps reconsider your COVID strategy?
No, we did not do this, and I want to be very clear about this, we did not do the money creation on the request of the government. The 9 people who sit on the board of the Reserve Bank decided to do this. And we had meetings with the government, and we understood...
Excuse me, was it because the government had put in place so many onerous restrictions?
No, it was because, and it's easy to forget this now, in early 2020, we were being told by the health people that tens of thousands of Australians would be dead within months. Remember, there were preparations for, including near the Reserve Bank, for temporary morgues in our cities. Our borders were closed, though we were told the vaccine was maybe 3 years, maybe longer away, that this was going to be something that would take the society a long time to get over. That's what we were being told. That was the information.
And we were observing what was
and
happening overseas.
we saw what was going on in New York and Italy. I mean, it was really, really terrible and scary. People were locked in their homes, and that was the fact base upon which we made the decisions to go on this route. And it turns out that the scientists developed a vaccine much more quickly, and the economy was more resilient, and we did too much. But it wasn't. We didn't do too much because the government told us to. Or we wanted. We thought this was the right thing to do, given the information we had at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. We're out of time for this line. Sorry, Senator Roberts. Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Governor, I just want to ask about some testimony that was given by Dr. Kohler, who came and spoke to the Cost of Living Committee a couple of weeks ago. She said that there are around 800,000 Australian households that are going to be switching from a fixed rate to a variable rate mortgage sometime this year.
That's right.
Which is quite concerning. I know you've spoken in the past about the extent of buffers in people's household budgets or in their mortgages, more importantly. Can you talk me through how that has played out, or that's playing out in what you're seeing in your decision making? You know, what it is that households have in their savings, have in their mortgages that will allow them to absorb changes.
It's a critical issue because the pool of excess savings in Australia is as large as anywhere in the world. And the pool that was built up during the pandemic is more than 20% of 1 year's household disposable income. So there's a huge pool of excess savings. It's not evenly distributed across the population. Lower income people obviously haven't got the same savings as higher income people. And one of the analytical issues we're grappling with here is, how do people view these savings? Do they view them as just an increment to their wealth that they can spend over the coming years, or do they view it as like a piggy bank that now they can go and kind of use to spend over the next little while? So we don't know the answer to that, and that's one reason we're watching the spending data very, very carefully. We've spoken to the banks about the people with fixed rate loans. Some of these people with fixed rate loans have a split loan with a fixed rate and a variable rate component. They have an offset account against the variable rate component, and they built up substantial buffers in those. And other people who just have a fixed rate loan have a deposit account where they've built up substantial buffers. So the banks tell us that the people with fixed rate loans, most of them, have been pretty cautious. They knew interest rates weren't going to stay low forever. They've taken the low interest rate for 2, 3 or 4 years as a bonus and saved some. That's good. Not everyone is in that case though. Some people have taken the low interest rate to allow them to spend more. And those people are going to face a lot more difficulty when interest rates go up by 3%. Their repayments have to go up by 3 percentage points. So there's a huge diversity across the population that the banks tell us they're working with their customers, they're contacting them in advance, and a large number of these people with fixed rate loans have built up buffers in either their variable rate offset account or in their saving account. But
do you get data about mortgage stress, the extent of mortgage stress and how that's been changing?
We get very frequent data on the share of the population that's behind on its mortgage, and it's almost a record low. The share that are 90 days. We also get data on the share that are behind, is it 30 days? And that's ticked up a bit, but it's still very low. And the banks tell us that people are paying their mortgages. This increase in interest rates, while it's come quickly, people can see it coming and adjusting their behaviours. So, but it's still, and I want to acknowledge, it's really, really hard for some people. Some people are going to find a very big increase in their mortgage payments. It's really, really hard, but other people are better prepared.
Can I go to Senator Bragg for 2 questions and Senator O'Neill for 2 questions?
I just have one question that I would really like to say. I was, believe it or not, reading the Reserve Bank Act just for fun.
Thank you.
And I realised that Section 11 has an amazing clause in it, and I'm not entirely sure that you're aware of this.
I am. I know Section 11 well.
Did you realise that if the Treasurer doesn't agree with your policy position, that after a certain amount of toing and froing with the board and swapping of papers, that he can submit a recommendation to the Governor-General, and then the Governor-General, acting with the advice of the Federal Executive Council, may by order determine the policy adopted by the bank. So the Treasurer can override the Reserve Bank's policy.
And that's been the case since 1959. That provision has never been used, and in my view, it would be a retrograde step to ever use it.
Let's hope that we don't see Stephen Jones marching to Admiralty House anytime soon.
Don't make me regret my generosity.
But it's a provision there, and I don't, it's appropriate. Ultimately, the government can overrule the central bank. It would be unwise in most cases to do it unless we went completely crazy.
Terribly.
It's a safeguard. I view it as a safeguard mechanism. It's never been used, and let's hope it never gets used.
Senator Bragg, a couple of questions.
Just quickly, you said before, Governor, that you didn't talk to the Treasurer about interest rates. Is that right?
Yes, we talk about the economy, but we don't. And this is not just the current Treasurer, but Treasurers before him. They don't share with me or the Reserve Bank Board their views about what interest rates should or should not do.
Okay.
We talk about the economy, and there are obviously implications of that for interest rates, but it's not something that governments have discussed with the central bank.
Okay. And I just want to get this right for the record. Did you infer before that the cash rate would go to 4.75%?
No, I didn't. If interpreted what I...
No, I just want to make sure we get the record right.
No, I didn't. I mean, I don't think I've talked about a number at all unless I completely misspoke. But no, I didn't. We've got an open mind. We're meeting every single meeting. I don't think we're at the peak yet, but how far we have to go up, I don't know. It's going to depend upon the inflation data, the resilience of spending, the strength of the global economy, and what's happening with prices and wages. So, but I don't think we're at the peak yet.
Okay.
But how far they need to go, we're still unsure.
Just finally, can I just check? So you don't meet with the Treasurer to talk about interest rates?
But we talk.
But not about interest rates. That's the main thing you do.
We talk about the economy. I mean, there are other issues the Reserve Bank deals with. Well, there are quite a lot of payment system issues, as you know, where the government's banker. We print the banknotes. We didn't talk about that today. Our decision to change the $5 notes. So, there are a lot of reasons for us to talk. We're both going to India next week to the G20 meeting, so I'll spend a lot of time with the Treasurer next week. So, and that's always been the case with Treasurers.
I just want to check that point with you. So you don't talk to the Treasurer about interest rates, but the Treasury Secretary sits on the board of the bank. So is that how that communication occurs?
I don't know what takes place between the Treasury Secretary and the Treasurer, but the Treasury Secretary is on the board in his own right, and I don't know what he says to the Treasurer after the board meeting, but I do not speak to the Treasurer between the board meeting and the announcement.
Okay.
And that's always been the way, so there's nothing unusual here. This is just the way the system is operated.
Thank you, Mr Lowe. Just a couple of quick questions from Senator O'Neill, who's been very patient.
I have. I've been listening with great interest. Thank you very much, Mr Lowe and Ms Bullock, for being here. And it's been an exercise in, I think, civic education. As you said, people are very interested in what you do now, and it's clear that there are 9 of you making the decision, Mr Lowe, although you are the one most targeted with commentary in the media. Ms Bullock, you're similarly responsible. The reality is there's no minister in the room today, and this is about this separation that many people who are paying mortgages wouldn't have any idea about until they're starting to pay attention because of the concern. So my questions go a little to some of the commentary from Senator McKim. As a representative of the people of New South Wales, I'm very proud to represent such a sensible group of people as Australians, but their concerns are very real at the moment. And I find Australians will trust a good, stable government if they know that jobs that are important are being done properly. Mr McKim asked you about the sources of information that you have, and there's been implications about an imbalance in that. Yeah. My request is, how closely are you listening to people? You mentioned people, livelihoods, jobs and businesses, and the economy as core concerns for you and the board in making your decisions. You also mentioned letters that are arriving. What comfort can Australians take from your assurances here today that you really do listen and understand what's happening to ordinary people whose job it is for us to represent, whether we're in the government or the opposition or on the crossbenches?
ultimately all our policies are to help people. That's what the Reserve Bank is about, to help kind of people. We want people to have jobs, we want their savings protected, we want them to face low rates of inflation. So it can sometimes seem very abstract when we talk about the inflation rate and the unemployment rate, but it's all about people, having people with good jobs, rising real wages, keeping their savings safe. That's what we talk about every single one of our board meetings. We have to make complex decisions, and when we're making those decisions, we rely on a whole range of information, data, what we're hearing from business, but also what we're hearing from the community sector. So
you mentioned
it is all about people. I'm glad you asked the question, because that's what we do. We're here to help people keep their savings safe, low inflation, and get them jobs.
You've talked a little bit about the understanding about inflation and its impact, and we've got generational divide of people who might understand that and people who might not. You've also mentioned ACOS, the Financial Council, who talk to people all the time and who seek financial advice. Some politicians and expressing the concern of their community. You also mentioned your diary. How actively, at this point of time, given the concern amongst the community and the raising awareness about the importance of managing inflation, how actively are you seeking to understand, in addition to the letter writers, what's going on for ordinary Australians? Have you changed your practice? Do you have any proposals to increase that communication with people out on the ground, so to speak, small businesses and mortgage holders?
The Reserve Bank isn't just me. This is the frustration I have. We've got a fantastic team, and they're out there. We've got a kind of community and business liaison team, and their job is to go and talk to business and community representatives, and they share with me what they're hearing, and then sometimes I'll have the opportunity to directly engage with the community sector as well, and I welcome opportunities to do that. And I've been to the financial counselling service in Surrey Hills, and you and I went there together. We heard harrowing stories, and when I've been in Perth, I've visited quite a few community groups, and I've got an appetite to do it. I've got a busy diary, but where I can do it. But the Reserve Bank is more than just me.
I think that's become very clear in the course of today. Thank you very much, Mr. Lowe. Thank you, Chair.
Feedback from Western Australia Government has always been very positive, so congratulations.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lowe and Ms. Bullock, for joining us today. The Senate really appreciates your time and making yourselves available for our scrutiny. That concludes this session. You go with our thanks.
Thank you.
And the committee will now break until 1:45.
We try and knock off APRA and the ACCC after that? Yes. Okay.
The committee now reconvenes and we welcome representatives from the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority. And Mr. Lonsdale, welcome back to Senate Estimates. I see you've distributed an opening statement. Would you like to speak to your opening statement?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy just to table the opening statement. It just covers the key focus areas for APRA that we talked about in our supervisory and policy priorities a fortnight ago, and highlights the key risks that we are worrying about during the course of the year. So with that, my colleagues and I are happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lonsdale. And I'm going to Senator Bragg.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thanks very much for coming. Can I ask you whether I assume you are aware about the disallowance of a regulation last week in the Senate?
Yes, Senator. You're talking about the superannuation-related one?
Yep. Yes. So what does that mean from APRA's point of view? I mean, what are you expecting funds to do now for that period where there was a regulation that's been disallowed? Because there's clearly a gap in member information.
Margaret?
Thank you, Senator. Well, am I on?
We're carrying on with our super data transformation program that has been up and running for some while now. So we are continuing to collect information of the sort that was pertinent to the regulations, and we will align our collections to the regulations as they now stand, which was the prior regulations.
Okay, so if I'm a member of a fund that did not receive the member statement per the regulation as it stands today, will I receive the information that was hidden from me?
Well, I think you've got to distinguish the notification requirements in the annual member meeting regulations. So I can't off the top of my head tell you whether there have been any meetings in the period in question, but I can tell you that we have continued to collect information throughout the period, and we'll make sure that what we are collecting, which goes to a slightly different point, is aligned with the regulations as they are now.
But I mean, there were disclosures made by the funds under the regulation made by Mr Jones that's been disallowed.
Mm-hmm. That was the regulation in place at the time any relevant meetings took place, Senator. So if meetings took place in that time frame, they will have had the information in the format.
Okay, that's very clear. So basically, if you were in a fund at that time, you received the information per the law of the land as at that date, which was an aggregated approach.
Exactly.
So funds have been able to hide various payments to particular organisations for that period, but now they're required to disclose.
Well, I'm not making any value judgment on it. I'm saying that if they had to send out their member meeting notice because their member meeting was scheduled at a time that was pertinent to what are now the disallowed regulations, they would have followed those regulations. They will now follow the regulations that have been reinstated.
Okay. And did APRA give any advice about the content of these regulations?
No.
You gave no advice to government?
Not to my knowledge. No, I don't believe so. We certainly didn't give any written advice.
Okay. I want to ask you about how you are proposing to enforce the best financial interest duty. Mm-hmm. There was a disclosure by the Electoral Commission a couple of weeks ago which set out some of the payments made in 21, 22 by super funds. Mm-hmm. I just want to ask you about some of these payments. So, for example, Australian Super has paid over $500,000 to the ACTU, to the AMWU collectively. So what is your view on these payments?
I think what I would like to say about this issue, Senator, is that thank you. I know you've drawn some issues to our attention and we've corresponded about those, and we are obviously aware of the latest data from the Australian Electoral Commission's Transparency Register. And as I said on a prior occasion, we've looked back over that register for a period of 5 years, and we have not, from that look, found any evidence of payments made directly from a trustee or superannuation fund to a registered political party. So we haven't found anything that would be described as a political donation, but there are certain payments that we are looking into further in the nature of contractual payments between super funds and service providers, which might be related entities. We continue to look into some of those payments.
Okay.
Senator, you'll understand that we don't want to talk about specific payments because they're very operational matters, but as Mrs. Cole outlined, our general process. If we do discover something that needs action, our normal course would be, if we were going to take enforcement action, to publicise that. But ordinarily, they're operational issues.
Okay, because if you go through these disclosures, I mean, you've got funds like CBUS, HESTA, Hostplus making payments to unions of hundreds of thousands of dollars. But then you've got this one particular super fund called First Super, which is not a very large fund, which has made a payment of $2.5 million.
I'm not going to comment on entity-specific matters, Senator, but we are looking into payments between super funds and unions and inquiring as to what those payments are for and what services are being provided in return for those payments, and whether indeed that is value for money for members, because the whole issue here obviously is to protect the best financial interest of members, and those inquiries are ongoing.
And what is the timetable on that inquiry?
I can't give you a specific timetable. I'm sure it's well appreciated that when one is looking into a matter or conducting an investigation, it takes a certain course. There are due process issues that always have to be followed when we look into matters. So I can't at this point tell you when we will have completed that inquiry. I can say, as the Chair said, that if we find evidence that substantiates the taking of action, that we're fully prepared to do that.
Okay, I just want to ask you briefly about the unlisted assets issue. So I note your statements, Mr. Chair, that you are concerned about the valuation of some of the assets. Where do you see this body of work going? Is this an updated prudential standard, or I mean, what does it look like?
So we issued our policy and supervisory priorities document, Senator. We indicated that improving investment governance for superannuation is an important element of that. We have a standard. We're working on guidance. There's a number of elements to that. There's stress testing, there's valuation of unlisted assets, and there's liquidity management. But, you know, I think at the nub of it, Senator, is to make sure that in a difficult issue around valuation that's done as well as we can have it done. And I just might check whether Ms Ellis wants to add anything, but that's how I see it.
Yeah, so we've had a prudential standard in investment governance in place since 2013, but we only had guidance on valuation in the past. But when we updated the prudential standard, which came into effect 1st of January this year, that actually brought in requirements around valuation frameworks, because we felt it was an important area to really uplift the practices in. So, and we currently have out for consultation guidance on valuation of unlisted assets and guidance on investment governance in general. So it is an area where we have uplifted the standards, and we'll be doing ongoing supervisory work to look to see how trustees are implementing the changes to the prudential requirements.
Okay, I just have one more question. There is an inquiry or a review, I think, inside the Treasury into the best financial interest duty that was set up by the Assistant Treasurer. Is that something that APRA is involved with in any way?
The government's review of the Your Future, Your Super.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, the consultation has closed, and we have certainly interacted with Treasury on that, yes.
And what is it looking at? It's been very secretive.
Senator, I think its terms of reference are out there. I think it's looking at the best financial interest duty, the stapling issue, a variety of issues, all in the context of looking to see how the performance test played out and whether there were any unintended consequences of that.
Okay, so...
But that's a public consultation, and the terms of reference are published.
Okay, well, my final question is just related to that. I thought it was an inquiry into the duty itself. Is there any case, in APRA's view, to weaken the best financial interest duty as was legislated in the last Parliament?
I think the best financial interest duty is a very important concept. I think that it has really clearly focused the minds of superannuation trustees on, the financial implications of the actions they take and how members' best financial interests should be at the focus of their attention. So we have found it useful in impressing on trustees how that needs to be at the heart of everything that they do. And I know there are some who think that strictly legally speaking, the word financial and best interest duty pretty well correlate. I would say putting the word financial in was emphatic and important to drill the point home to trustees. So we've certainly found it useful in our interactions with trustees.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. And I did neglect to table the Chair's opening statement earlier, so there being no objection from the committee, I table the opening statement. And I am looking to see who's seeking the call, and it's Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr Lonsdale and others for making yourself available this afternoon. There's been much media commentary about the 800,000 fixed rate loans shifting to variable rates loans in calendar year 2023, and I understand that APRA does collect a data set that is made available to the ABS, and the ABS is published, and that's the economic and financial statistics information. Can you just give us a sense of how you collect that and what are the elements that you collect?
In respect of this particular statistic, Senator?
So you have to speak up, Mr. Lonsdale.
In respect of this specific statistic?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So I think, I mean, broadly, it is a topic that we are very interested in. I would have to take on notice, and I'm happy to, and give you exactly how we collect that data and what are the data points, if that's what you're interested in. But I'm also happy to talk more broadly about how we're seeing the issue, if that's of help to the committee.
That would be of tremendous help. In your most recent annual report, you do talk about, at page 21, some changes that were made. But from APRA's perspective, if you could talk at that level in terms of what you're seeing in terms of that market experience and exposure, yes.
So it's of great interest to us. We have around, when you look at the total stock of fixed rate lending, it's probably about a third of the mortgage book, fixed rate lending, and we're expecting over half of those mortgagee holders to roll off typically low rate fixed rates onto higher rate, usually variable at this stage. So we're watching that very closely, because obviously that has a significant impact not just on customers but on the regulated entities that we regulate.
The banks.
The banks in particular. So we have been actively asking the banks for some time, what is your strategy in respect of these customers? What we're hearing and what we're seeing is that banks are leaning into this. They actually can predict with some accuracy the cohorts of customers that may experience mortgage stress. We are encouraging them to act early, because obviously the earlier you can and more proactive you can be with customers, usually the better the outcome. So, you know, the sorts of things that they talk to customers about are restructuring loans, maybe a longer term. There are a range of things that banks and customers can agree. As we look at the system right now, non-performing loans are actually very low. So I wouldn't say historic lows, but they are very low. And when you think about why would that be the case, what our examination tells us is, when you look at the people at the time they took out these loans, the vast bulk of them were not at their maximum borrowing capacity, and the bulk of them actually had a significant what we call a net income surplus as well. So they are coming off low rate fixed rate loans, typically onto more expensive products. But yes, it is difficult, but there is some capacity to do that.
So just, I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, but I think starting to draw distinctions here between new home buyers and others, I think does become important. So sorry to interrupt your train of thought, but we'll have I would like us to get to a discussion also about that first home buyer component here.
Yes. So So I've been talking broadly, and for APRA, it is important for me to say that the way that we calibrate our settings and think about these settings is at a system-wide level when you're thinking about macroprudential settings, for example. So generally speaking, what I've said applies. There will, however, and this is the but, there will of course be pockets of borrowers that will become under stress during the course of 2023. And what do those borrowers look like? They would typically be people who borrowed late in the cycle. Maybe they borrowed at the maximum borrowing capacity, typically with a very low deposit. And so there is a category of people who will experience some stress, and we're very alert to that, which takes me back to what I was saying at the beginning. We are actively encouraging banks to deal with that proactively. The other thing I'd add, which is a system view, is that I mentioned at the beginning, these events do have impacts on the bank's balance sheets, or can. So when we look at the bank's balance sheets and ask ourselves the question, do we have a strong, stable financial system? The answer is unambiguously yes. And so when you look at the key prudential metrics that we've got, capital, the major banks, for example, are running CET1 at ratios of, say, 11.5. If you go back to the GFC, you're probably talking about 8 to 9. So 11.5 plus a LAC component of over 400 basis points, very well capitalised, very liquid. Credit standards are the other place where we've spent the last few years focusing very heavily to make sure that people who do get a loan actually have the capacity to repay that loan. So we had a very heavy focus on high DTI lending, debt to income lending, high LVR lending, and as I sit here before you today, I mean, both those metrics have certainly come down when you look back over the last couple of years. So from a system point of view, we have a very strong, stable, resilient financial system. And how do we know? We regularly stress test. And we run very stringent stress tests on the banks. We look at big shocks on housing, big shocks on unemployment, and then see what the outcome is. And the banks and the sector are very resilient. So I might stop there, Senator.
So can you give the committee an indication of which banks, what is the level of exposure of each of the big four banks to those customers that might find themselves in more difficult position?
So I don't have that data with me, Senator. We're happy to take that on notice. I'm sure all the major banks would be, very happy to disclose that information, and they would have, I think, quite granular information on people or cohorts that they are watching closely, or where actually delinquencies, we call them the early warning, signs are prevalent. So we can certainly take that on notice.
So you said you'd been engaging with the banks for some time, and the banks have been responsive, or are they taking their time?
I think, Senator, the banks are very alive to this issue. My sense, so in the last week, I've spoken to 3 major bank chairs and CEO, and this issue was one of the issues discussed. So I would say they are very alert to this issue. They are very alert to the impact on customers that higher interest rates, and not just interest rates, cost of living and a weakening macro environment might have on customers, and are acting proactively. The other data point, I don't know whether this gives you any comfort, Senator, but we probe on, we don't just ask, but kind of, well, what's the kind of proof point, if you like.
That's why I would like to get your understanding of the bank's exposure, so I could use that as a proof point against the banks should they ever come before a Senate committee. So I understand what you're saying.
Yes, I understand. So, I mean, one recent proof point would be the performance of the banks during the COVID period. So when you, and that's not very long ago, when you look at that period, we had in Australia 10% of the mortgages covered by a mortgage deferral. That's unprecedented in this country. And so those customers who were covered by a deferral then moved off the deferral and onto more normal lending arrangements. If you then juxtapose that against the non-performing loan statistics, I guess my working hypothesis would be if there was a problem, you would expect to see non-performing loans at a much higher rate. We did not see that. So non-performing loans remain quite low during that period.
Thank you. So you've talked about the banks being well capitalised. Is there enough competition in the market between the banks so that when people go to look for a better deal on their interest rate on their mortgage properties, that they will be able to get choice and competition?
So, Senator, I'll just give you a snapshot of where we play in the competition space. So we are not the competition regulator, as you know. They're on after me, so I'd encourage you to ask them that question.
You're right, I was pushing the boundary a bit, but I thought I'd have a go.
But in the way that we construct our regulations and regulate the financial system, we set safety regulations, but we set those regulations having regard to competition efficiency and contestability issues. So it is something that we are very interested in. On competition, what I'd say is there's a lot of refinancing going on. So you see that there is, if you talk to the banks, they will say, it's very competitive, both at the mortgage level and at the deposit level. You might say, well, they would say that. But there are a lot of products and a lot of providers and choice, I guess, as well. And a lot of incentive, I think, for whether you're a depositor or you have a mortgage to actually shop for a better deal. So that's how we see it. We do pay particular attention to competition in terms of the regulations that we're setting for different for different entities as well. So smaller entities we don't apply very large-scale regulation to, like we might apply to the major banks, for example. So I might stop there.
Great, thank you very much. So what has been...
A final question.
Great, thank you. What has been a bit more elusive is where the transfer from mortgage fixed rates to variable rates is occurring. So even though the RBA some weeks ago now has put into the public domain the fact that there were 800,000, not households, but 800,000 fixed rate loans transferring to variable rate loans, what has been less forthcoming across government has been the month-by-month quantum for calendar year 2023 and the location of those, so the where. You talked about particular pockets of borrowers and you characterised them, I think, in terms of a number of factors, but you weren't able to identify them in terms of a geographic or state-by-state breakdown. Is that information that APRA has?
So let me check, Senator. I'll just ask Ms McCarthy-Hockey whether we have it. And if we don't have it, I'm very happy to, if we don't have it here, I'm very happy to take that question on notice.
We don't collect loan level data.
Why is that?
It's not part of our current collections.
Sorry?
It's not part of our current collections.
No, but in your annual report, I thought you did talk about, in your annual report, I think you did talk about being a better...
Quite an extended last question, Senator Smith.
You're very generous, Chair, and I'm most grateful. Enhancing data-driven decision-making, which is at page 6. So it's not collected because no one's asked you to collect it, or it's not collected because it can't be collected, or...?
It's part of an initiative that we have, which we will be engaging with industry this year on it, as to the kind of data that we can extend to the industry the regularity, the granularity, and how we can get that better transparency. So it's something we'll be working on this year. So it's a priority for this year.
So in regards to that,
Yes, thanks, Senator Smith. Looking at the time, I'm going to have to be a bit more aggressive in my approach, starting with you, Senator McKim, for 10 minutes. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon. Is APRA considering reducing serviceability buffers that would make it easier, if that happened, for people to borrow more money?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. So the serviceability buffer is part of a suite of what we call macroprudential tools. They're probably three sets. There's the serviceability buffer, there's the counter-cyclical buffer, which is currently set at 1%, and we also talk about any lending restrictions, of which there are none. The short answer to your question is we are comfortable with the macroprudential settings as they stand now, so 3% for the serviceability buffer and 1% for the countercyclical buffer. We will be putting out a paper later this month that sets out in more detail why that is. But the nub of it, Senator, is that we've set those levels at prudent levels, which we think is very important for lending standards going forward. When we look at 2023, we see a number of challenges in front of us, and so we think maintaining that prudence is important. Now, if the facts change, then so might our stance, but as we sit here today, that is our view.
And just to be clear, Mr Lonsdale, your view as you sit here today is the serviceability buffer, which is at 3%, is the appropriate place for that buffer?
Correct.
Thanks. It's been reported that NAB has increased the proportion of rental income that can be used to calculate a property investor's serviceability ratio. Is that correct, and have other banks also done that?
So I'll ask Ms McCarthy-Hockey if she has that information, but broadly, do we have it?
Well, we wouldn't be commenting on particularly a bank, but we could take it on notice.
Well, has any bank, regardless of who it might be, increased the proportion of rental income that can be used to calculate a property investor's serviceability ratio?
Well, I think, Senator, we'll come back to you. I mean, we apply macroprudential buffers, as we discussed, but the banks also apply prudence to income or expenses, and it doesn't just relate to projected interest rate increase. They might make assessments on, an individual's ability for living costs or other unforeseen events. So that is done as a commercial decision by banks, but I'm happy to take it on notice and come back.
Sure. So just in terms of the on notice question, if you could just come back to the committee on whether any banks have done that, and if so, how many, and what is the nature of any shift. And I guess I want to ask whether APRA would be comfortable if banks did that. And the reason for that question is that if a bank does increase the proportion of rental income that can be used to calculate a property investor's serviceability ratio, that will actually make it harder for owner-occupiers to buy a house, because if a property investor can get a loan on the basis that rents can service a higher proportion of the loan, then they can borrow more and therefore bid higher. Do you understand the proposition? Do you accept that proposition, Mr Lonsdale?
Yeah, so, Senator, what I'd say is I would prefer not to comment on the hypothetical until we can come back to you on the facts. The second thing I'd say is, with all of these issues, there are trade-offs. So take the serviceability buffer, for example. The higher the serviceability buffer, the more difficult it can be to get a loan, but the more prudent and safer the system is. And we look at a range of factors.
Banks making record profits at the moment. Mr Lonsdale, CBA just announced a record profit compared to last year this morning. The banks are going pretty good at the moment. The RBA's putting up interest rates, which Dr Lowe this morning accepted the proposition that when the RBA puts up interest rates, the bank's profits go up in the short term. So banks are going pretty well at the moment, aren't they?
That's your question. Are banks going well at the moment?
Yeah.
So
banks are very profitable at the moment, aren't they?
Banks are profitable,
Very
Senator.
profitable.
Banks are profitable, yes.
All right. Perhaps you could take that second question on notice in terms of whether you accept that proposition, as you said, if you want to go away and have a look and see whether that's happening, and you could take that on notice. So my last line of questioning is that I read with interest the ACTU submission to the RBA review, and they said this, and I just want to put this to you and ask you a question. The ACTU said this: the RBA did not use monetary policy to its full extent. This is, just for context, this is prior to the pandemic, when investment was stagnant. The RBA did not use monetary policy to its full extent because macroprudential policy was too loose to assuage its concerns about excessive private debt and financial instability if monetary policy was deployed more aggressively. Do you accept that proposition, and do you think that monetary policy and prudential policy are well coordinated?
So I'd prefer to talk generally, Senator, about the question. I don't want to comment on the RBA review or the specifics,
Just the proposition.
But more generally, we talk to the Reserve Bank all the time, as we do with all Council of Financial Regulator entities, and it is very important when agencies are moving levers or using their powers that each one knows what the other is doing, and we find that that has worked well for a long period of time. So there's actually a lot of discussion, a lot of coordination. In terms of macro-prudential settings, what I'd say is we have had a concerted effort to improve the resilience and soundness of the financial system for a number of years, and that is in two dimensions. The first dimension is the levels of capital that we require the banks to hold, and that was the earlier question that the other senator asked. And the second goes directly to lending standards, and the serviceability buffer we increased from 2.5 to 3 in 21. We combined not just that macroprudential move, but also a series of microprudential moves. And it's very difficult actually to talk about macroprudential without looking at microprudential. And that is direct discussions and direct supervisory action on regulated entities, banks if you like, where we're not comfortable with lending standards. And we certainly did that for high DTI lending through the course of 21.
All right, but just last
final.
question.
Thank you, Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. But just if I could just go back, Mr Lonsdale, do you accept the proposition that the RBA has put that, do you accept the proposition that the ACTU has put that the RBA actually didn't use monetary policy in the pre-pandemic times to its full extent because a macroprudential policy was too loose to assuage its concerns about excessive private debt and financial instability if monetary policy was deployed more aggressively? I mean, do you accept that proposition? Because that's a pretty inherent criticism of macroeconomic policy at that time.
Senator, I don't want to talk about monetary policy. It's not appropriate.
No, macroprudential policy.
Yes, I understand the question. It's not appropriate for me to comment on monetary policy, but on macroprudential policy settings, I've outlined that we have had a concerted effort over a number of years to tighten, if you like, lending standards, and we take very close attention to the cycle, the economic environment, asset prices, informing those views.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Thank you for attending today. Before I get to data collection, I just want to ask, and thank you for tabling your opening statement. I want to ask about the climate vulnerability assessment that was undertaken by APRA. Last year's was focusing on banks, and I've had a quick read of it, and I do notice that since APRA first announced that they were undertaking climate vulnerability assessments, some financial institutions have already responded to increasing risks, and on page 9 of your report it actually identifies that some banks are reducing lending to some regions, e.g. parts of Northern Australia, and to some sectors of the economy, including mining and other fossil fuels. Would you accept that potentially that is a result of your focus on climate vulnerability assessments and your advice to the sector?
So, yeah, I'll ask Ms Rao to...
I'll answer that question, Senator. Thank you for the question. I think it's important to understand the purpose of the work we're doing in the climate space, and particularly the climate vulnerability assessment. And that is to ensure that the entities that we regulate are able to understand the risks to which they're exposed and the implications of that for financial system safety and soundness, and outcomes for consumers. And so the vulnerability assessment that we undertook had 3 key objectives. The first was to get a sense of what the impact might be under a couple of different scenarios. The second was to get an understanding of the way in which the banks might respond to those impacts, and what considerations that might mean for example, policy settings, or how the transition might need to be managed to ensure an orderly and fair transition. And then the second was actually to improve the capability and understanding and approaches of the banks to actually modelling and assessing climate risk. And so the comment in the report that you referred to in terms of what might happen under those scenarios was not a prediction or an expectation. It was about what a possible response might be under different scenarios, taking into account the assumptions and the underlying model and risks exposure. And so it really helps, I think, all of the stakeholders that have looked at the outcomes of that modelling and that work to understand what we and the industry and other stakeholders might need to do going forward to ensure that consumers can still get lending, that businesses can still get finance and the like as we manage the transition to net zero.
I see. Well, I must have read the page wrong, because the page says, in response to potential for higher lending losses from climate change, the banks commonly modelled adjustments to their risk appetite. So I sort of read it that they were already doing this, and I'm certainly hearing from industries that certain industries are already finding it harder to access finance as a response to banks mitigating against climate risk.
I do believe that there are some reassessments occurring across the financial sector in terms of, where lending is occurring, where financing is occurring, etc. But the CVA analysis itself was about modelling and trying to paint a picture of possibilities, not to be determinative in terms of what the particular response would be.
In respect of the banks, Senator, I mean, it did identify that there were quantifiable impacts on bank balance sheets. Mm-hmm. And so, not so much in aggregate, but certainly pockets. And I mean, what we'd say to entities is that you need to build that risk in. That's like a lot of other risks that we as the prudential regulator expect entities to do. And why do we expect it? We expect it because they are taking depositors' funds and they are lending those funds. So we expect that to be done very prudently. And we expect, I think, much better outcomes, and there are opportunities as well.
Can I just clarify? I'm just a little confused. Is this modelling exercise looking at the risks of climate change impacts, that is, if you like, terrestrial, weather events, natural disasters, those types of things, actual physical changes to our climate? Is it looking at that? Or is it looking at the impact of climate change policies? Because you mentioned before, this is where I get confused, you mentioned the impacts of the transition to net zero. Which of those are you actually modelling, or are you doing both?
Both. So we asked the banks to look at particular scenarios and what that would mean in terms of both physical risk, transition risk, and their adaptation.
Okay.
And so that includes possible policy responses. So there were two particular scenarios that were modelled. One was a delayed policy response and one was a current settings policy response, so that we could again get the spectrum of outcomes under those two different scenarios.
So do the climate change policies, do the transition to net zero, does that have negative impacts on the balance sheets of the financial sector?
So the results of the modelling showed that there were different impacts under different scenarios, and those different scenarios assume different policy settings.
Well, I would imagine different scenarios would have different impacts. That's quite a tautology there, but that's what I'm asking you. What are those different impacts? You did the work, not me. Does the net zero policy show a negative impact on banks' balance sheets?
The outcomes, I need to take that on notice, Senator, to look at the detail of the report, because I don't know that we were specifically modelling the net zero transition.
But you did say you did model the net zero policies.
Well, but the question is, what's the timing of the transition to net zero? And so it's the delayed transition.
What was the timeline? When did we get to net zero?
Well, the modelling was done out to 2050.
Okay, so 2050. That's. Yeah. Well, it's not my policy, but other people in this place are silly enough to adopt it. But I would have thought that's clear. I'm not sure what the vagueness was about there. But so, I suppose the question is: did you isolate the impact of net zero policies? Did you hold all other things equal?
No.
So you mixed them together with the weather effects?
I mean, there's a number of variables in the scenarios and the modelling, some of which are policy settings, some of which are other assumptions about, the nature of impacts in particular periods and the like. So it's very hard to unpick that in terms of what is the underlying root cause, that we didn't go to that level of detail.
I mean, I'm happy for you to take this on notice, but I really am starting to question the merit of this modelling if you cannot explain it in simple terms. In my experience, I've done modelling. If the modeller can't explain it in plain English, it's probably a black box and full of rubbish. It's not. Well, it shouldn't be that hard to. Hang on. I didn't.
Offered to take it on notice to access the detail that you're requesting.
Well, Senator Walsh, there's nothing wrong. I mean, this is the opportunity for senators to question and hold the public servants who are on taxpayers, using taxpayers' dollars to do these things to account.
You seem to be impugning the official.
No, I didn't say that. I said it was my experience. I don't know anything about Ms Rao's modelling experience. I've done modelling that's dodgy and hopeless. I know it's dodgy.
So do you have a final question? And also to Senator Davey, do you still have questions? Okay, so final question, Senator Canavan.
Yeah, but Ms Rao, I mean, I'll just give you one more opportunity to explain in simple terms what was modelled and what did you find about the impacts of net zero policies? Because it sounds to me you don't know the answer to that question by the sound of it.
I don't know the answer to that specific question because the modelling involved scenarios, both of which actually get to net zero by 2050 with different policy responses in between.
So it's a complete waste of money by the sound of it. Absolute waste of money.
Senator,
and red tape and bureaucracy on people.
It's not appropriate.
Well, explain to me why you're doing this. Why are you doing it?
Detail on notice.
I mean, you can't explain to the Senate why you're doing this work. Well, I think taxpayers' dollars should be treated with respect too, Minister, and that's not happening here. And plus the extra costs.
All right, Senator Canavan, you don't have the call. Senator Davey.
Well, before I move on to data collection, which is why I'm here, but I also note that your next climate vulnerability assessment is going to be looking at the insurance industry, which is very relevant to my portfolio interest area of emergency management, and insurance is already impossible to get in northern Queensland almost impossible to get in a lot of flood zones, and I will be fascinated to see what sort of comes out of a climate vulnerability assessment of an industry that is designed to insure against just that, when if the sort of push is that they've got to price in those risks into their models. I think it's a very worrying point for Australia to get to. I do want to turn to the APRA points of presence data that you collect.
Before we do that,
Yep.
with respect, Chair, could I just make one comment on the CVA? And very happy to come back to Senator Canavan. We have worked on this for a couple of years. We've published a very detailed paper. I assume you've read that, Senator.
No, I've got other things to do. I've just had a quick look
So
at it.
you-
But this is the point. If you can't explain, you can't explain it. I mean, this is the problem, Mr. Lonsdale.
I will
I mean, you did the work, not me. I don't get paid to do the work, right? I don't
Okay,
get paid to do
I
it.
would
You
like
do. And you
everyone.
can't
No,
explain
I
it
would
to
like
Australian
everyone
people.
to stop
Right?
speaking. And Mr. Lonsdale, respectfully, I am more familiar with Senator
came in here and
Canavan
thought,
than
"Geez, this
you are, and I'd
doesn't
just like to leave that issue there for the moment. And if there's something that you'd like to take on notice, the committee would very much appreciate that.
It's
So
your job,
I have moved
not
the
mine.
call on.
Right?
I have moved the call
Well,
on
I'm pretty
to
worked
Senator.
up about this.
I've moved
Because
the call on to your
you
colleague
are putting
who has
imposts
questions.
and red tape on Australians, and you can't even justify it. It is an absolute disgrace.
Okay. You don't have the call. I would just like Senator,
taken it on notice, Senator Canavan.
and that has been noted multiple times by me, and I would like Senator Davey to be able to ask her questions.
Chair, before we go to that, can I just make a point of order? That I think you made a very clear statement at the beginning of the hearing today, and for the most part it's proceeded in a way that I think reflects a shift in the tone of questioning. It can be very thorough without being domineering, and I appreciate your order so, and I think that we need to be reminded of that at this point of time, because the disrespect to the witnesses is concerning.
On the,
Point of order then. I think that this is the only forum that senators get to hold
100%.
Government officials to
That's
account
fine.
on the expenditure of taxpayers' money. And if you...
Oh, hang on. Whoa.
Senator McDonald.
Whoa.
I think, Senator Canavan
Talking
is
about respect and then you
always,
interject.
Again,
is always passionate,
Yes.
informed and asks good questions. I think it would be the poorer, the government would be the poorer
Exactly.
for
I
not
take
holding this to
I
account.
take the 2 points of order.
What's the standing
I will
order?
say that my way of dealing with what I do think has been disrespectful behaviour is to allow the senator who actually had the call to have the call and ask her questions, and that is how I would like everyone to proceed. Senator Davey, you have the call.
And I would appreciate further information on the design of the cultural vulnerability assessment for insurance. You can take that on notice. And then I'll return to the points of presence collection data that I know you were questioned at length about in November by Senator Malcolm Roberts. I'm going to try very hard not to double up. But I note in the Regional Banking Task Force, a recommendation was made for APRA to commence a review of its ADI points of presence collection to better capture indicators on how banking services are assessed. Is that review going to be undertaken?
Yes, Senator.
And when will there be public consultation?
Yes, Senator.
And when will that start?
So that will start early this year.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm sure you would have, because I'm sure you've got media monitors just like we do. There was an article in November last year that indicated that data collection on regional banking services had been overstated, and that APRA had acknowledged the errors and had been working to redress the errors in their published data. What's the impact of that incorrect data and then the correction of that data?
So I'll start, and maybe I'll ask Ms Therese McCarthy-Hockey just to give us the particular statistics, but we've got a points of presence data publication, as you know. It has highlighted significant falls in bank branches, particularly in regional areas, for some time. It was brought to our attention that there may be an error in the data that was presented. We engage with entities and have the result of that has been a small revision downward in the bank branches. But I'll just ask Therese.
Yes, the revision was 4% down.
Sorry?
4% down.
4% down. So does that mean that there are even less branches in regional areas than the pre-corrected data showed?
Correct.
Yes.
So what led to the error? Because I understand you collect against four main indicators, which is face-to-face branch, face-to-face other, ATMs and FPOS. So in what area was the error and where was the discrepancy discovered?
In branches.
In face-to-face branch. Can you explain the difference between face-to-face branch and face-to-face other?
Before you answer that, Senator Davey, through no fault of your own, we've gone a bit over time, and I'm just wondering if after this one you could finish your questions and perhaps put some on notice.
Yes, I just want to get to the bottom of the errors,
We've got 3 minutes and 3 senators remaining, so
right.
If you could finalise your questions, that would be great.
So, Senator, we might come back. We'll give you a precise definition of the two. But to be clear, this is an issue we take very seriously. We know the impact on particularly regional areas and demographics like older people. So our role is been really to shed light on this through the publication. We are going to go through a consultation process this year. We hope that will provide more transparency on what is actually going on here, and it will pick up things like substitute branches, for example, Australia Post, other forms of doing banking like electronically. That's what we would expect to come out of this consultation process.
And that's good. So just finally, on notice, could you provide us back with the revised data, the corrected data, and what it was, just so that we can get a comparison?
Of course.
And I will hand over because I'm sure Senator Roberts has some interesting questions too.
Thank you. A couple of questions from Senator Hume, I understand.
Very quickly, did APRA advise Assistant Treasurer Stephen Jones that there were problems with the superannuation disclosure requirements? Funds were finding that the annual member meeting disclosures were too onerous.
Not to my recollection, Senator, no.
Thank you. So my question is to the Minister then. Minister, after the Senate disallowed the government's watered down transparency rules just last week, Assistant Treasurer Stephen Jones quoted in the AFR that if he had his time again, he would have gone about the process differently. Does that mean that there is still intentions to water down transparency in super, or does it just mean that he would have done it differently?
Well, I mean, it's probably a better question put directly to the Assistant Treasurer, who I know I am representing him. But from the government's point of view, the Parliament has had its say. The Senate has resolved this matter and disallowed the regulation.
Can you just point to me anywhere in the Labor government's the Labor government's election commitments, the place where it said that your intention was to change transparency rules in superannuation? I do note that it was the first policy announced by the Assistant Treasurer on the 15th of July 2022, a mere 46 days after he was sworn in. Was it an election commitment to water down transparency in super?
Well, it was to amend, wasn't to water down, that's your language. But I will have to take on notice. I don't believe it was an election commitment, but I will take that on notice.
Is it still a policy of this government to water down
Well, I've just
transparency
answered that
measures
in my
super?
previous question, your previous
No, you
question
said the
to me.
Senator spoke and you
I
didn't
did.
say whether it was still a policy
Okay.
of this
Well,
government.
it's been
to
resolved
water
by
down
the Senate. It's
transparency
been
in super.
disallowed. We've gone back to the previous arrangements.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Rennick.
Cheers, thanks. Hi, guys. I've been contacted by a lot of constituents who have been having difficulty getting their death benefits and savings on behalf of their loved ones out of their superannuation account. I'm actually quite surprised by how many people I touched on it. There was an ABC article on it, and I posted that on my social media page, and I was quite surprised by the amount of feedback I got, actually. Can you outline the steps to take for people who have problems getting their loved ones' balances and death benefits from super, and where they can go to lodge a complaint about that?
Is this for the tax office?
I think, the complaints people are asked for, AFCA, sorry, apologies, which stands for?
The Australian Financial Complaints Authority.
So APRA don't manage that?
We don't.
APRA, sorry.
No. But ASIC, for example, would be closer to this subject than APRA because they have a touch point on complaints about handling of super, for example.
So that it is the Australian Financial Complaints?
They are the complaints authority that deals with complaints from individuals about the way that things such as this senator have been handled. But ASIC have some oversight of the way that super funds deal with their members and complaints handling.
Okay, so it's ASIC, and
yes.
we'll try and nail that down.
Rather than us, yes. We don't have the consumer interface.
Okay, and just one more question, thanks, Chair. So is it true APRA used to be a part of the RBA up until 96, 97, is that correct?
Sort of.
Right.
And the answer is sort of because APRA was born out of comprehensive inquiry into the financial system, the Wallace Inquiry of 97. I'm sure Mrs Rao will correct me. So the key tenets brought together banking stability, which came from the Reserve Bank, insurance, and at that time quite a nascent superannuation regulation. But have I got that right?
That's correct, and there were also some state financial regulators as well that were brought together.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clear that up. I guess the question is, and possibly you could answer this as well, Minister, is I think that the superannuation and then the macroprudential side of banking are two separate things. And would it not be better to have macroprudential controls under the scope of the RBA as another tool, so macroprudential measures as another tool to manage inflation? Because what we've got at the moment is Treasury does fiscal, APRA does macroprudential, and the RBA does monetary, and we've got three different departments doing three different things. Whereas I'm personally of the view that you really want the same person with the same department with your hands on the accelerator, steering wheel, and gear stick.
Senator, just make 2 points. So there is a review. The government has commissioned a review on the Reserve Bank, as you know. Part of that touches on macroprudential issues. So the review will report to the Treasurer and the government in due course. The second point I'd make is more of an APRA point. I think it's difficult to think about that issue without thinking about microprudential policy as well. So macro and microprudential policy and the purpose of it, I think, must be thought of in the same vein.
So can you explain the difference between macro
Senator
and
Rennick,
micro?
I'm going to need to go to Senator Roberts.
Okay.
So
no worries.
Is that okay? Can I do that now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you all for being here. Can you list the risks you see that might place Australian bank funding under threat in 2023?
Senator, thank you for your question. At one level, well, there are a lot of risks. There are a lot of risks that we look at.
That's why I'm asking.
And so I'll give you the highlights, and I won't cover them all, but I'll give you the highlights. We pay very close attention to the macro environment. We have a weakening macro environment. We pay close attention to interest rates, inflation. They can all impact on funding costs, and our banks access considerable funding from wholesale funding markets, market reverberations, geopolitical risk, anything that might affect the credibility of a bank, because, as I said, banks have to attract capital and they access capital so they can lend in markets. So there are a range of issues that go to the risks that we look at.
Reserve Bank modelling, to just one of those risks, negative equity, Reserve Bank modelling at the end of last year suggested real estate prices will fall 20% between their peak in 2021 and the end of 2023. What figure do you use for a fall in real estate values in your banking stress testing? I understand it's less than 20%.
So, Senator, we do a variety of stress tests. I can't give you one figure, but what I can say is we actually model a greater impact on housing prices than the number that you quoted.
Okay.
And
what is the figure?
Well, I can't give you that figure here, Senator. I'm happy to take that on
Yes,
notice
please.
if you
Yep.
want. But there are a range of factors that feed into the stress test too. So it's not just impact on housing. Impact on labour markets, very important. And often when you're thinking about stress tests, it's the duration that's actually important too. So there are a range of factors that feed into the stresses. I think it's important when you're talking about stress tests to APRA to realise these are not forecasts in any way. Our job,
No, I understand that.
Our job...
Yeah, what ifs.
Our what ifs.
Yeah. Okay,
And,
what if...
we want to make sure that the financial system is strong and resilient, which it is.
So, bank deposits account for 60% of bank funding. As the Reserve Bank dries up liquidity through interest rate rises and inflation, banks will have less funding from deposits. Is this going to put banks under funding pressure?
Senator, we watch capital very closely, but liquidity is also a very big metric that we look at.
What was that?
Liquidity. That you meant. Liquidity is a very important metric that we look at. Banks, all banks of all bank shapes and sizes can access funding if they wish to. Now, the price of that funding has gone up a little bit, but our banks are seen as very strong and very liquid, and as we sit here before you, do not have problems accessing funding in the market.
So 20% of bank funding is short-term debt. Are you worried at all about this increase? It sounds like you're not.
Well, it is a metric. It is one of the most important metrics that we watch, Senator. So I don't want to say we're not worried about it. We're always worried about it. We're always worried about liquidity, capital, operational resilience, credit worthiness. There's a whole range of things. But as we look at the figures today, our banks are very, very liquid.
Senator Roberts,
Last question.
we're behind time, so that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Banks could be facing a real-life stress test in the near term that may cause serious funding issues for our banks. Will APRA guarantee that APRA will not order or allow a bail-in of depositors' funds?
Senator, thank you. I think we've discussed this topic before.
We have.
2 points. We believe the financial system is very strong, stable and resilient, as I said, and we do a lot of things to make sure that that's the case. In respect of depositors, our whole mandate is protecting depositors' interests, protecting insurance holders and protecting superannuation members. It's not borrowers, it's not investors, it's superannuation depositors. So we don't have a bail-in provision for depositors. And so I think
a Treasury official, when we moved a bill on that,
Sorry,
Treasury official said
Senator
you
Roberts, I'm afraid we're running out of time. I've just been advised that Senator Canavan has a final question or two. We are behind time.
Under the standing orders, you can keep asking questions. The standing orders you created. But,
Well, I'd appreciate it if
I will
can
try.
keep
As long
to
as there's
time.
no interjections and spurious points of order, we should be fine. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to this climate vulnerability assessment. Is the document we're talking about the one dated 3rd of September 2021? That's all I could find on your website.
There's a report of November 2022.
Oh, it's a new one. Okay, well, I Googled it, couldn't find it. Well, if we could table that. In this one, it asked, in the one you did in 2021, it asked, and table 3, I think I was at, it had a set of questions you asked to a bunch of, I think, is it just to banks that you put those questions, or was it qualitative questions?
I don't have that report in front of me,
Right.
Senator Canavan. I'll have to take that on.
Did you do this work, or was it someone else?
Well, we have a team of people that have
Okay,
been doing the
your team
CVA.
did. So yeah, it was table 3, qualitative questions including in the climate vulnerability assessment. Does that ring a bell at all?
Senator, it's hard for us to respond to your questions unless we know
Okay,
the
I can
document
table
that
it.
you're talking about.
I can table it. It's fine. It's fine. Let me just give you a second. Who's the committee? I don't know if I've got. How do I send this to you guys? Or you could. All right, I'll put the question. I don't know. We'll try and find an email that I can send it to the table. But in this one, it said table 3. The risk type was operational risk you were asking about, and I don't know. It wasn't very clear from reading your report who you asked this question of. But the question was: have there been any climate-related events in the last 5 to 10 years that have led to prolonged, more than 3 days, outages or loss of access to your firm's sites? So my first question, which firms did you ask this of? And what is a climate-related event? What did that mean?
Senator, I think the most, subject to your view, Chair, the most constructive thing is for us to have a look, try to ascertain the publication and then take the question on notice and come back with an authoritative, clear response.
I really am struggling to understand why you can't answer these very simple questions about your own work.
It is appropriate
okay,
for
he's
you
allowed
to
to take
take
on notice.
the
Fine.
question on notice.
Okay, he's allowed to take question on notice, but I am also allowed to comment on the remarkability of something central, something you put in your opening statement.
You're able
you
to
referred
ask
to climate
questions.
vulnerability assessment, not me.
Do you have a question?
And you can't answer simple questions about it. What I'm really getting to here is, when you've said you've asked people, has a climate-related event caused an interruption of your business for 3 days or more? Does this just include a cyclone going through? Is that a climate-related event in your definition?
Senator Canavan, if you're asking, I am allowed to chair, and I'm generally, pretty respectful of people's
Well, I
contributions.
don't feel that's been the case today, but go on.
Well, I find that.
Well, I'm sorry. There's
extraordinary.
constant interjections from that other side, and then they have the gall to say to show respect. But you have been the one interjecting, right? Not we have not done any of that today.
Me?
Yes, both of you.
Senator Canavan, I have never seen you behave this way. There is something
I am very worked up
unhinged about
this,
your
so-
behaviour today,
Yeah,
and
well-
it's been very disrespectful to APRA, and it's something that the Senate should
sensible
consider.
questions can't be answered, and then you're playing defence for them. But sorry, Chair, what you were going
That's
to make
not
a point of order
true.
or something?
Questions were taken on notice, which is a long-standing practice of the Estimates
Yeah, and I said they're allowed to
Committee.
do that.
They are, but then they're not to be harangued or patronised or
that's a judgment,
shouted
but,
at, which is how you've been behaving.
Chair?
It is appropriate that the question be taken on notice. You're asking, I think, the same question over and over again. It's been put on notice. If you have something different to ask, respectfully,
No, it was a
you
very
can
different
ask
question.
it.
I'm still waiting for an answer in regards to what is a climate-related event in this survey, in your assessment of climate vulnerability.
in relation
Does-
to this research, I understand that these questions are being taken on notice.
You are running
Is that
interference. You're running interference
I'm
and not allowing
clarifying-
questions to be asked.
I'm clarifying.
And I will just keep going, Chair, because you cannot move. I will just keep going then. I mean, honestly, this is a very simple question. Does a climate-related event in this vulnerability assessment include any storm or cyclone that has an interruption of 3 or more days during a business?
Senator, I would imagine it does. However, I
Right.
would like to confirm that.
Okay.
But it would also be useful if we could have the document. If you are going to continue on this path, Senator
I'm happy to.
Canavan,
Let's just have to
instead
wait.
of asking questions about a document that is not provided to officials,
What's the email, Sean?
that should be provided before we actually continue with this line of questioning, if that's what the committee is after.
Let's wait. I'm just sending it to them. So the evidence I've got now is, there we go, put that to the table. Thank you very much for that. The evidence we have now is you are assessing, in Australia's climate vulnerability or businesses' climate vulnerability, you are assessing any storm, cyclone or any other weather event that causes a 3 or more day outage as a climate-related event, related to climate change. I mean, how can, if we're to do an assessment of climate change surely you have to have a baseline of cyclone storms and other disasters that have affected Australia for thousands of years. How can you justify this as a sensible assessment of climate change risk if you're not differentiating between what storms and cyclones would just be happening anyway and what are actually caused by anthropogenic carbon emissions?
I'm not sure I would characterise the way we've approached the climate vulnerability assessment the way you have, Senator. What we have asked the banks to do is to take a number of assumptions about physical risk impacts that will occur over the period between now and 2050, transition risks, etc., using data that has been provided by a number of reinsurers, by the CSIRO, by the National, the NGFS and others, in liaison with the Reserve Bank. So there's a combination of financial and climate and other data points that have been used to do the modelling between now and 2050 to assess the impacts of physical transition and other climate-related risks to their lending portfolios.
So in assessing climate vulnerability, do you think it's essential to separate out weather events that are linked to carbon emissions or could be linked to carbon emissions compared to weather events that may just happen anyway, regardless of how much carbon emissions are emitted in the world?
So the purpose of the assessment was to understand the changing nature of risks over time and the impact for banks on their lending. And so I think there will be a number of drivers of those changing physical risks and other risks over time that are relevant. And so it's really looking at relative scenarios as opposed to anything else, Senator.
I mean, what I'm getting at here is because what is being said to and discussed in the media, certainly in discussions I have with financial institutions, is that your work is directing them to look at climate change, as we would colloquially think of it, as you know, the increased risk of natural disasters associated with anthropogenic global warming. That's the risk they're identifying. But from what I'm hearing from you, the actual work you're doing in the climate vulnerability assessment is just simply the risk of weather events in the broad, not to do with anthropogenic global warming at all. How is your work isolating the impacts of anthropogenic global warming, which is presumably what as I say, that's what everybody else thinks you're saying in this work? It doesn't seem to match up with the work you're actually doing.
The difference between the scenarios reflects, I guess, the changing of risk depending on what the responses are and what the assumptions then are about how the risk changes over time. And so that allows us to look at those differences and other stakeholders to look at those differences.
Do you have a model? Is there a spreadsheet or code behind this work in any way?
So we took scenarios from the NGFS and other modelling and data. We provided it to the banks. The banks have their own models that they have used to...
So you don't have the model?
We don't have the model.
You're just taking the information
banks have done
from
the modelling.
Them. Right. Did they provide the modelling to you?
They provided the outcomes of the modelling.
Not the modelling. So you haven't been able to assess that or check it?
I mean, we have had engagement with them in terms of how they've approached the modelling and also to understand some of the differences in approach, because there was some variability of results across the different banks, and so understanding what the drivers of that difference was. But you have to appreciate, Senator, that when you're talking about modelling out to 2050 using risks that are changing and not necessarily based on historical information, it's quite difficult and challenging to do. There is a degree of uncertainty, and so that needs to be considered when assessing the output from the
Well, I remain unconvinced about exactly what you're doing or what impact it has and whether it's at all meritorious. It's, as I said before, your statements are putting a lot of red tape and a lot of risk into our financial system, impacting on businesses and industries in my area. Your statements are very unhelpful often, and you have not at all outlined in plain English here how that is actually what you're actually doing and why you're doing it. Thank you. Everybody employs people, mate. Well, it's pretty important. It employs 1,000 people. Just come and visit it sometime. It's making massive money for the country, helping all our royalties.
Gentlemen. It's not gentlemen. Senator Whish-Wilson, please don't
aggro blokes to have a chat across the chamber.
I agree. I think Senator, it appears that
provide something on the record.
Thank you. It appears that Senator Canavan's concluded his questions. We welcome you putting something on the record, Mr Lonsdale.
I'd just like to thank the Senator for his questions. He's obviously very interested in the climate vulnerability assessment. We will come back with a very comprehensive answer. And the next time we appear, we look forward to another discussion.
Could I get a copy of that, please?
Absolutely. Well, it is public, Senator. It's dated the 29th November last year.
And also, I missed the last comment that Mr Lonsdale made in response to my previous question about will APRA guarantee that APRA will not order or allow a bail-in of depositors' funds?
We do not have a bail-in power for depositors' funds, Senator.
The Treasury official that came to my office said you do.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. That concludes the questions that we have for APRA. We very much appreciate your attendance here today. I can only express my regret as the chair for the nature of the discussion today. I've not experienced anything like it. I thank you for your patience. Again, thank you for answering our questions, and you go with our thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, committee.
Very serious for North
Yeah. It's good it's serious,
Our
but it's
people
not.
are desperate.
We'll be welcoming representatives from the ACCC.
And the answer we're getting is...
You don't know.
And we can't ask a proper question.
Yeah, but the issues,
It's not okay.
the issue's important, but the yelling isn't.
He wasn't yelling.
He was.
Oh, it definitely was. Yeah.
He made noise, that's right.
The yelling.
But you can ask questions without shouting at people and patronising them. That is the point.
This is incredible.
That
We
was
live in
the
a different world, I think, in the
No.
north.
No.
Well,
That's rubbish. That's rubbish.
You do have the midnight lights.
well, we're very proud of them too. Thank you.
By all means,
You've
shout
been there.
amongst ourselves, but witnesses coming don't deserve that sort of treatment. That is
I'll
my
just say
view.
that I assume we've probably been live this entire time, and we'll just take a moment while the ACCC takes their seats.
Yeah. Just wait for the show to start.
Ready to go? Yep. The committee now welcomes representatives from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. Welcome Ms Kat Gottlieb. Would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and Senators. As I attend the nation's capital to account for our work, I acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, the traditional owners and custodians of the land where the Australian Parliament sits. I pay my respect to them, their culture and elders past, present and future. Since our last appearance before this committee in November last year, the ACCC finalised and published our latest Reconciliation Action Plan. The plan talks to our commitment to ensure employment opportunities and development support for our First Nations employees through to our connection with First Nations consumers and prioritisation of action to address conduct that may often have a disproportionate effect on them. We're proud to support our First Nations employee network, Nipla Chunapri, comprising 2 words from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander languages, meaning we or us, and to give knowledge and understanding, just as we benefit from listening to and being influenced by our colleagues in Nipla Chunapri. I noted in my foreword to our RAP an ambition to elevate this influence by enhancing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voices within our agency and our work, and I look forward to sharing progress in this area with the committee in future appearances. The ACCC is very pleased to be here before the committee. Today I am joined by ACCC CEO Scott Gregson and members of our senior management team, both in person and virtually. It's been an interesting and significant first year in my role as chair and agency head, and I'm grateful, very grateful, for the dedication, hard work and support of our highly capable teams and senior leaders right across the ACCC. I'd also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to former Deputy Chair Delia Rickard, who departed the agency a few weeks ago. We're very grateful to have had her passionate leadership, expertise and 10 years of service at the ACCC, prior to that at ASIC and otherwise in the Commonwealth Public Service. Newly appointed Deputy Chair Katrina Lowe is continuing the tradition, you will be pleased to hear, of strong and forthright consumer advocacy, including in the important area of scam deterrence by making Australia a harder target for scammers. The ACCC's remit is diverse and extensive.
Ms. Cass Gottlieb, given that your opening statement now goes into operational detail about the ACCC and we have copies, would it be acceptable to you if we tabled this?
Absolutely. I'm happy
read it here on the committee tables and started to move to questions, especially since you've just been able to recognise your staff in that way in your opening comments.
No, thank you. That was an important part of it, and I'm very happy to move to questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your opening statement. It is quite detailed and great to have the opportunity to read through that. I've got some questions. Following the introduction of the gas price intervention, it took the ACCC nearly a month to release interim guidance to the industry on how to comply with the new set of rules imposed by the government. How long will it take for the ACCC to finalise their guidance to industry?
It's correct. We issued the guidance on the 17th of January. In that time, after the introduction of the order on the 23rd of December, we were consulting, and we did also have some time for the Christmas season holidays. But we have since that time engaged with the industry as we indicated that those interim guidelines reflected our approach to investigation and enforcement, but that we were wishing to obtain comments on the practical application and the way in which to make it as clear as possible. We have already written to the main producers, including the Queensland LNG Ventures, who had given us a range of feedback in relation to the guidance, and where clarification is of assistance, we have already indicated the areas that we will provide clarification in. We have given them a further opportunity to raise any other questions, and we will then move promptly to issue an updated guidance. I'm not going to call it a final guidance. We're seeking to keep abreast of practical application and to make sure that it is clear in its application.
Thank you. So the interim guidance will be updated through written or verbal updates.
So we've already
clarifying?
provided in letters written clarification, but we will update the guidance. As I just said before, I don't think we'll call it final because it actually is going to keep developing as industry experience and our experience is informed. However, we will indicate that it's updated as of a certain date.
Could I ask that the letters you've provided to industry be tabled, please? Those letters that you've just referred to with the updates
yes,
on guidance.
What we'll do, Senator, is provide the letter we provided to the Industry Association, APIA, which did not have the individual producer names but has exactly the content of the update that we gave to the industry.
Thank you. How many times have updates or clarifications been provided to companies?
To date, once on that occasion.
And that included requests for clarification of the guidance?
Yes.
And that's what you're going to provide me on notice. How often, how frequently do you think you'll be having to update that guidance?
We are hopeful that we have addressed the main area that was raised with us, which was in relation to the examples concerning the treatment of take or pay. And we have received feedback in meetings, oral feedback, that has addressed the concern and lack of clarity that was raised in relation to that, the letter that we sent. If we do not shortly receive further commentary about other areas, we will move to do that updated as of a particular date guidance, and I do not expect then to do more unless and until we have other matters raised with us.
Minister, how can the industry positively engage with government and regulators when they only have a 10-page pamphlet that the ACCC has called interim guidance, almost 2 months after the passing of the government's legislation?
Well, I think there has been significant engagement with industry right throughout, not just in the last 2 months, but since we came to government on a whole range of matters relating to the operation of the energy market.
I'm specifically looking for engagement on this specific issue, given that we know that take-or-pay contracts were put on hold whilst industry tried to understand what their obligations and in being mindful of the penalties were.
And so what is your criticism?
My question is do you think that the 10-page guidance that the ACCC has provided as interim advice has been enough for them to continue to positively interact with the government?
Yeah. Sorry, you go.
But I've got some factual responses that might assist. So we have had confirmation from 2 producers. I don't think appropriate in terms of confidentiality to say whom, that the clarification that has been provided has allowed them to progress to close, subject to relevant commercial steps, but not in any way relating to guidance, to close some major contracts and to continue to conclude the process that has been underway in terms of an expression of interest to offer contracts pursuant to the cap.
Right, so 2 producers have confirmed that they are now able to sign contracts.
Yes.
And that's been how recently?
In the last 10 days.
Right, okay. So that has been a matter of some discomfort to manufacturers who've not been able to secure signed contracts for the last 2 months while they waited for producers to have clarity on the guidance that you're providing.
Negotiations continued. However, we were keen and met frequently in order to remove any concern about lack of clarity.
Thank you. I note the last-minute release yesterday of an answer to a question on notice, SBE 050, which was due on the 16th of December, 61 days ago, listing stakeholder contact regarding proposed changes to the Voluntary Code of Conduct and other gas interventions. Was there a reason for this long delay in responding?
I don't believe so, Senator. I can check. I'll ask our CEO to confirm on that.
Senator Scott Gregson, Chief Executive Officer of the ACCC. My understanding is the ACCC, as it does, completed its responses some time ago. We'd have to make further inquiries as to the timing of provision to the committee.
Thank you. Yes, the due date was the 16th of December and I received it yesterday. What specific changes to the Voluntary Code of Conduct were discussed?
So those initial meetings had particular focus on the emergency price cap. The matters that at a broad level, and I'm going to refer to ones that have been commented on in public because I want to maintain the confidentiality of the specific individual meetings. Matters that have been raised referencing in public have particularly focused on the intended reasonable pricing framework in the code.
Was the code mandatory discussed? This is during the voluntary code of conduct consultations.
During the voluntary code of conduct consultations, so those were previous.
Senator, those were run through APIA and the sector because they were developing the voluntary code. Any discussions we had were subsequent to the request from the Treasurer that we look at making the code mandatory, and that was done, I think we started that work in October. And that was to build on the voluntary code as it was, but to strengthen it by making it mandatory and put penalties in place.
I think the second element that arises and seen in the public commentary is the question of compulsory arbitration, which is made mandatory through the mandatory code.
So when was the ACCC's advice provided to the Treasurer on the development of the code?
We are in the process of engaging with the DQ and Treasury consultation on the code. The advice that had been provided in the lead up to the consultation paper, which was issued on December the 9th, was summarised and made public by Treasury when the consultation paper was made public. Currently, we have not provided any written advice. We are in association with, in parallel with the DQ and Treasury consultation process in relation to the mandatory code, having a consultation with industry participants.
Thank you. Just back... Oh, I'll leave that, thank you. How many gas producers do we have operating in Australia?
I think it's 90 something, but I will go and now I will check it, the exact number.
So as an expert in the gas market and expert enough to advise government on extreme interventions and oversee a proposed code of conduct and pricing provisions, I'm asking if you have a complete list of the industry participants.
We do.
Excellent.
Senator
Of
McDonald,
those,
I'll
yes.
need to share the call around. Do you have a couple to conclude this block and I'll come back to you?
Thank you. I'll just do a couple more then. I want to ask you about consultation with that industry.
Yes.
How many of them have been consulted as part of this process?
Over the consultation process.
I'm sorry, I was talking to the chair, but
yeah, I'm just
Minister, if
trying.
you're
I'm
happy
trying to
answer it.
follow as well.
In regard to the consultation on the mandatory code.
Yeah.
So the ACCC has met on a series of occasions with, in the course of November, October, we listed the number of those consultations in the response, and that was broad and conducted by members of staff. I do not know exactly the number who were consulted with. In this past period, we have had meetings with approximately 8, being the parties that are both the largest providers and the parties with the most available gas to supply in the short term, and also the parties that approached us interested to put submissions in relating to incentives for future supply.
And small producers as well. I guess I'm trying to understand if this was a good representation of the industry consultant.
Can I jump in and just...
Minister?
Well, I'm trying to be helpful, and I think with the information that you might want. Yes. But DECU and Treasury are leading the consultation. So just to make that point, the consultation window for the paper closed on the 7th of February. Treasury and DECU received 59 submissions through that process and are reviewing them. Submissions were from 37 businesses, including 20 producers, 4 retailers, 1 producer-retailer, 7 users, 2 bioenergy, 1 gas pipeliner, 1 import terminal, 1 investor, 13 industry bodies, including 4 gas sector/energy bodies, 6 users, 5 governments, 3 academic think tanks and a union. Just to give you a bit of a snapshot of the submissions that have come in.
I'm just struggling to follow this because Treasury this morning said that the ACCC and DECU are leading the consultation, but now the ACCC is saying they're not leading the consultation, and I don't want to wait until Treasury comes back and then told, no, I'm directing my questions to the wrong place.
Well, I think definitely parts of Treasury will be able to answer some questions later this afternoon.
Well, but they've already told us this morning that they can't.
Senator, if I may, Treasury released the consultation paper that commenced the consultation through December. That initially looked in a rather short time frame at the price cap mechanism that was introduced on the 23rd of December. The ongoing consultation, the longer piece that went through till the 7th, was to look at the package as a whole, including the code. And it is DECU that is the department that's leading the development of the code, with the ACCC input, particularly around the reasonable pricing framework and arbitration and what that will look like. So it's a holistic consultation, I think, that a number of parties are involved with, or a number of government agencies are involved with.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Senator McDonald. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be very quick. Can I just ask if the ACCC has received any information or representations in relation to potential breaches of the Trade Practices Act or abuses of market power in relation to fisheries quotas, more broadly?
I will see, not to my knowledge, however, as it may have predated me, I will ask the CEO if we...
Senator, we're obviously sensitive about some matters that may or may not be under investigation. I think it's best to hand this to Melinda McDonald, who's on your video screen. She's our Executive General Manager of Competition.
Thank you, Mr Gregson. Melinda McDonald, Executive General Manager of the Competition Division. As Mr Gregson has said, we don't often comment on ongoing investigations. I think what I'm able to say in this forum is that we do have an investigation in relation to that issue, just generally, but I'm not able to provide more details at this point in time.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question, because the first one was just whether you'd received representations. But could I also just then ask my second question, if that one's been answered? There's been a couple of historical examples I can find of where the Treasurer has asked the ACCC to do a broader inquiry into industry matters that isn't necessarily around an allegation of a potential abuse of market power. Perishable agricultural goods inquiry in August 2020 and 22nd of August 2008, the examination of fertiliser prices. How does that, is that common to do like broader kind of holistic analysis, and where does the Treasurer get representations, and perhaps Senator Gallagher might know this, does the Treasurer get representations from other ministers to look at areas like fisheries or agriculture in these examples? Or is some other process does it get triggered some other way?
I can give some board comments.
Sure, and then I can.
And then I'll pass to you. The Treasurer has the power under what was previously the Prices Surveillance part of the Act to direct the ACCC to investigate structures in industries relating to prices, costs, margins, the services provided. That direction has been used across quite a wide range of sectors, a number of agricultural and resources related, a number such as petrol, gas, retail electricity, the stevedoring supply chain. They arise in a number of different ways, actually, to our observation, sometimes following Productivity Commission reports, which have identified areas of concentration or concern, sometimes flowing from matters that the ACCC has investigated, where the government has considered that it should be looked at more broadly, and otherwise, the Senator will be able to see some come from within government, but they're the ones where we see the genesis, I suppose.
The Rural and Regional Affairs Committee recommended a broader inquiry into fisheries quotas outside of any potential allegations of abuse of market power. And just Minister, I don't know, would you be able to confirm if there's been any discussions with the Agricultural Minister or his department in relation to the Senate, responding to the Senate inquiry?
I'll have to take it on notice. Obviously, there's deep engagement across portfolios that the Treasurer would be engaged with. So perhaps best for the committee. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Chair, last time we were here, I was asking you about the greenwashing work that you've embarked on. You did talk about a greenwashing sweep, and I'd like to know, do you have any further details that you can share the results of that and where that is up to, and whether we've had any advancement on the criteria issue?
Yes. Thank you, Senator. So, yes, the sweep commenced on the 4th of October, concluded on the 14th of October. The industries that we particularly thought warranted more careful attention flowing from that looked at cosmetics and personal care, textiles, garments, shoes and food and beverages, with the highest proportion of potentially misleading environmental claims. Now, to give you some new information, it identified several problematic trends, including the use of vague and unqualified claims, so including businesses using terms such as eco-friendly or sustainable without any specificity or clarification as to what was the backing for such a claim.
Mm-hmm.
The overall lack of substantiation provided by some businesses, the use of strong absolute claims. It may be very difficult, in fact, to substantiate, such as 100% recyclable. The use of unhelpful comparisons, for example, stating that a product uses less materials than something, but not even clear what it's been compared to without stating how much less was used. Overstating benefits or omitting relevant information about negative environmental effects. Making broad aspirational claims without information about how this will be achieved, the use of third-party certifications in an unclear way, and the use of symbols that appear to be trust marks but are not. We anticipate publishing a sweep report in March.
Okay.
That will show the key observations that we have made from that, and then we are going to move to use that report and what we have seen first to provide guidance in the second quarter of this year, and then where we see particularly concerning conduct that meet our strategic review of ones that have strong likelihood of consumer harm, we will also take them further into an investigation enforcement consideration.
Okay. You mentioned third-party certification as one of the issues. Does that include Climate Active?
We have received few, and particularly one very extensive and detailed complaint and concern in relation to Climate Active. We are considering both that complaint and others that we've received relative to Climate Active, and are also ensuring that together with other relevant regulators such as ASIC and the Clean Energy Regulator, that we have a consistent approach to assessment where there is this intersection of a government scheme, voluntary schemes, and in addition private sector claims in relation to products.
I got this bottle of water from just downstairs at the cafe here in Parliament House. Certified carbon neutral, the logo on this is bigger than even the name of the company or the brand that has made it, which suggests that they want you to look at, you want to buy the bottle because it says certified carbon neutral. Then when you roll over and see the certification is from Climate Active, the government's own certification scheme. I clicked through, there's a scan here to find out more. I followed the links. There was an asterisk, the very bottom of the website that says excluding the label and the cap. So, I mean, I'm assuming the water is real. Not gin or vodka. But look, I guess what my point here is that this is an extraordinary kind of brazen attempt of greenwashing to me, and I'm concerned that the third-party certification is actually federal government certification. So there's a crossover here. How do we unravel this?
We stood up a sustainability task force within the ACCC in December last year, so that we would have a group who would bring a dedicated and clear approach and build expertise, because it is clear to us, as is clear to the community, Senator, that investigation and enforcement action here requires to be clear, to be well-founded, for us to have strong scientific and detailed supporting material and evidence, so that we also take the actions that then meet the required judicial standard. We are taking the nature of these claims, such as that you're pointing to there, very seriously. We have our task force together with our enforcement teams, consumer competition, looking very closely at them. And we are also aware that in respect of voluntary schemes, some are voluntary schemes. This is a government-backed scheme. We have taken up a role where we wish to build what we can see in a factual and evidentiary way to provide advocacy to the parties within government who set rules for such schemes, in order to test are the rules meeting the objectives that they are in place for. So we are going to have a broad response. It has to be strongly supported.
Yes.
With the best possible expertise, and we will then decide and have a mixture of investigation, enforcement and advocacy to achieve change.
Thank you. You would be aware that in December, the Environment Minister, Tanya Plibersek, attended the COP15 conference in Montreal and signed Australia up to a number of those, to that pact, effectively, to that biodiversity framework. There are two specific commitments that the Australian government has agreed to, number 15 and 16, that deal directly with greenwashing. have you had any conversations with the Environment Minister about what those obligations now mean, what laws will need to be put in place, and the fact that you can claim to be carbon neutral, asterisks or not, seems to me ridiculous in the modern world, and it should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to claim that you are environmentally friendly or that you're carbon neutral unless in fact you are.
The purpose of, two parts to my answer, Senator. The first is a reason that we have put this task force together, and the leader of the task force is sitting here, Tim Grimwade, who is a very experienced member of the ACCC. And has had responsibility for many years in product safety as well, which is an area bringing similar combination of commitment to the protection in areas where consumer trust is very high and reliance is very high, and where we need a very strong science and evidence-based background. The reason we're doing so is because we want our task force to be able to engage with the relevant parties within government and also within other agencies. So we have a consistent approach.
Perhaps Mr Grimwade would be able to answer this question then for me. Have you had any meetings with the Environment Minister or indeed the Climate Change Minister in relation to this topic of greenwashing since the task force has been established?
No, the task force has really just been established in December. We're still putting together some final members of the group. We're developing our work plan, and whilst we've had some discussions internally with the Commission about what we intend to prioritise, a formal work plan is yet to be delivered to the Commission in the next few weeks. So we're a little bit away from, I think, having discussions with the Environment Minister.
Okay.
A final question?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you. Just back onto the issue of Climate Active, which is the government's certification program, which clearly isn't working. Are you aware of the allegations made and aired in the Four Corners report on Monday, and will you be looking at those brazen breaches?
We've received a very detailed submission from the Australia Institute that I think they have made public, which traverses those topics and has more detail in relation to their concern in relation to the intersection of the government scheme and private sector action.
Okay. And you did mention that you had other complaints about the Climate Active scheme. Would you be able to either tell me if you've got the number of complaints you've received before you now? Otherwise, I'm happy for you to detail them on notice.
We will take them on notice. In terms of the number. What I can indicate in terms of the nature, it is both looking overall at the framing of the scheme, but we also do have issues that have been put before us in terms of questions of double counting and the manner in which there is actually integrity behind the way such schemes are used and implemented.
Yes, and when we talk about double counting and this particular scheme, we're talking about offsets.
Yes.
And dodgy offsets.
As alleged, yes.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Has the ACCC engaged with independent or non-government consultants or analysts on gas intervention policy?
We have retained independent economic consultants and an and an industry consultant.
Do you have the names of those organisations?
Yes.
Businesses, please.
Yes. So, we comfortable to? Yes. So the economic consultancy is Frontier Economics. we have on secondment an experienced lawyer who has worked in the industry for a number of years.
As an employee, or as a contractor?
Yes.
Not as a... Right. Has the ACCC engaged with Energy Quest or MST Marquee?
No, though we have read what they have said publicly and also the submissions they made to the Senate Select Committee Cost of Living Inquiry.
Oh, terrific, because that's what I wanted to ask you about. Thank you. So, in the recent Senate Committee on the Cost of Living, Energy Quest told the committee that in order to reduce energy costs, we need to support LNG import terminals, as Europe has done. But these terminals are not viable with the price cap of $12 a gigajoule. And further, we need to facilitate investment in gas supply infrastructure which fills the gaps before renewables can do the job. So I'm assuming that you're aware of those comments,
yes,
having read the submissions. What is the government doing to address these recommendations from Energy Quest? Have you provided advice on that?
Matter for you, is it?
No.
I don't think that that's a matter for the ACCC, but I think the government has been clear that we see gas as an important, essential firming fuel on the transition to more renewables in the energy system. So I think we've been clear on that.
And one thing I think, Senator, worthwhile to add, the ACCC January gas report did address, on the basis of the demand forecasts of AEMO and the supply forecasts we received from producers across the East Coast, that there is a need for continued investment in new supply in order to meet the demand forecast, where the demand forecasts include export commitments and domestic commitments, as currently forecast. Over time, with transition to greater electrification and renewables, that demand would be hoped for, expected to reduce. However, there will be both the transition time, which is considered in the report, and in addition, some C&I customers for whom their manufacturing process is not capable of electrification, and also a need, as Senator Gallagher was referring to, for reliance upon gas for firming capacity.
So that recommendation on avoiding a gas shortfall provided in the January report had two recommendations on increasing domestic supply and infrastructure pipelines and storage. That's correct? How do those recommendations differ from the July interim report released last year?
That they are in line with recommendations that were made in July and previous and prior to July, Senator, across the course of a number of years of considering where were the barriers to making more efficient use of fields that are already in development, fields that have environmental approvals to date, and entrants that have approvals and are adjacent to existing fields, so that there is an efficient and as use of existing infrastructure rather than requiring additional infrastructure.
Minister, is the government aware of the delays and uncertainties facing at least two proposed LNG terminals, they being EPIK and Viva?
I'm sure the relevant ministers would be.
So I'm just following on then from the ACCC's recommendations last July and then again in January. What is it that the government is doing to incentivise additional direct supply and the relevant infrastructure for gas for the domestic market?
Well, I imagine these questions are best put to those ministers and their portfolios who have responsibility for that, but I can say overall that we as a government support new gas supply coming online as long as it meets the necessary environmental and other approvals that are needed for it to be of course, be commercially viable.
Thank you. I'll take those questions till tomorrow then. Chair, in that same committee, Mark Samter from MST Marquee told the hearing that gas is everywhere in the economy, and frankly the decisions that have been made with the intervention, in my view, categorically will lead us to shortages that lead to very uncomfortable decisions on how you resolve them. Minister, in light of the ACCC's forecast gas shortfalls, other than the proposal to potentially break long-term supply contracts with our regional allies, has the government begun to plan out how it will resolve widely expected gas shortages?
Well, again, that's probably a question for the relevant department and portfolio minister. I know that there are a number of ministers involved actively working together to ensure supply, you know, as we've been doing. I mean, we walked into shortages and a gas crisis at that time, and we've been dealing with it since. So I think the government showed on its record what it's prepared to do and the work that's needed to be done over the last 7 to 8 months. And we've had to take action, you know, to deal with these untenable increases in prices that we were seeing.
Is that action the price intervention? Is that the actions that you're referring to?
Well, there's been supply responses as well as the caps that were agreed in December and announced in December. So I think you can see that we are actively engaged in this policy space, along with the Powering Australia plan, which is dealing with, you know, creating the energy system that we need for the future. So I think on any level, on any minister, whether it be Minister Bowen, Minister King, Minister Husick or the Treasurer, you can just see how hard people have been working in this policy space.
Thank you, Minister. I'm staying well away from energy topics because I appreciate that's a different estimates hearings. What I am specifically looking for is what has the government been doing to bring additional gas supply to market? The ACCC's advice is that there will be a shortfall of 30 petajoules. There will be shortages in 2027 and out. And so that's the specifics that I'm trying to look for is on gas supply.
Well, the government takes those reports seriously and will be aligning responses, but it's not the Treasurer's portfolio responsibility on its own. It engages a number of different ministers, and that's what I've been saying. I don't think after 9 years of sort of delay and
Minister, I appreciate that you want to keep talking about the past, but you've been in government for 9 months.
The lack of action in the past informs...
Let the minister answer the question.
But the minister's done this already today in response to a question.
To be fair, you can't control my answers. You ask loaded questions.
No,
you do.
This is not loaded.
You do. And then I'm responding and saying that part of the present response, the response that we've had to do on a number of fronts, whether it be Minister King, Minister Bowen or the Treasurer, have been, you know, impacted or influenced by the lack of action of a previous decade.
And then what is the supply solutions this government is bringing to... Because I can list what was happened under the coalition to bring supply to market, but since you've been in government, you have cut funding to those portfolios, you've cut funding to supply for gas basin plans, for research, for the Beetaloo, the Ada Cooper Vale. These are all plans that this government has cut.
Where there lacked information, when you splash cash around without proper business cases and detail that underpinned that spending, yes, we are having a look at it. That is absolutely
all right. So what are you doing
clear
to replace that agenda to bring more supply to market?
I've explained that those questions should be best placed to the portfolio department and ministers with responsibility for that. And I've explained the number of ministers.
Minister,
yeah, okay.
But
well, that's
I'm
my
just
answer.
saying we've got the
We're
ACCC.
taking it seriously. We've got the ACCC's report. We look at the integrated systems plan when AEMO releases that. There's a range of information coming to government, and I can tell you what we're doing. We are working on all of it, which is in stark contrast contrast the approach that was taken by the previous government, which has left us to this situation we find ourselves in now.
So, Minister, could you provide
Senator
some
McDonald,
guidance?
could this be your last question
It
in
will
this
be.
block?
Thank you. Minister, could you provide some guidance on the Treasurer's decision-making on allocations of gas in the case of a shortfall? That was a part of the legislation and regulations introduced in December.
Can you ask me that question again? I'm not sure I understood it.
Can you provide guidance on the Treasurer's decision-making on allocation of gas in the case of a shortfall?
Can I provide guidance on the Treasurer's decision-making?
The decision-making tree, how will the Treasurer make decisions on the allocations of gas? This was an introduction in the last year, and then in the case of a shortfall, the Treasurer will make decisions on how that is allocated. So if gas
Are you talking about work that's subject to the consultation process?
No, I'm not.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not across this detail, so it's probably best that I get an answer for you on notice, because I don't fully understand the question you're asking.
Thank you. Then on notice, could I ask that we understand how the Treasurer will make decisions on allocating gas in the case of a shortfall, and will he be making decisions, around manufacturing versus homes, gas-rich states like Queensland versus Victoria, which doesn't produce gas? What will be the decision-making tree? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, yeah, I think avoiding the shortfall is the first policy response that the government's, will work on and have and did in last winter. But yes, we will take that on notice if there's anything further I can add.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Senator McDonald. I'm just noting that we're starting to move towards a break, so I'll propose that we go to 5-minute blocks now, and I'll go to 4:15. I'll go to Senator Stewart.
Thank you. Nice to see you again. Yes. And I just want to thank you for your commitment, particularly for First Nations consumers in your area. And one of the questions that I've got just relate to scams and fraud. And we know that the First Nations communities are particularly vulnerable in this to scams and fraud, including some of my own family have been subject to them in recent months as well. How much are Australians losing every year to scams and fraud? And what are the cohorts that are particularly vulnerable?
Thank you, Senator. So when we looked at our last report that put together not only the ScamWatch data, but the data reported to banks and other agencies, which we issued in July last year, we had a figure of $2 billion. And we thought that was likely to be an underestimate, and that was for the full 2021 year. Looking across all, and we thought that was an underestimate because we know that many people are so ashamed of being scammed that they don't report to any agency or any party. We do have our own ACCC ScamWatch data for 2022. So between 1 January and 31 December 2022, we received, the ACCC ScamWatch received 239,259 scam reports, with 569.5 million reported lost, which in terms of the figures reported to ACCC ScamWatch, the reason the other was 2 billion was it looked at those reported to banks, exchanges and to other law enforcement agencies. But looking at the data reported to the ACCC ScamWatch, that was a 75.9% increase in losses as compared to the year before. So a very significant increase in losses as compared to the year before.
75%. So
75% increase. And so if it were correct that for all other reporting agencies had faced that, you would see a significant increase from the 2 billion. but we're going to issue the across-agency report earlier in the year than last year, so we hope to do that in the coming months rather than waiting till the middle of the year, where we have brought all the data together. In terms of the question of groups that are disproportionately affected, we do find that members of our community who face disadvantage or experiencing vulnerability are disproportionately impacted by scams. That includes the older members of our community. It also includes culturally and linguistically diverse members of the community, and it includes our First Nations members of the community.
You mentioned that there's likely to be an underreporting of people who have experienced some scam or fraud. Do you know what the difference is in terms of what you know to be the figure now, and what you think it might actually be? Because of, and I've got another question about why you think people are underreported. I've got some guesses, but it'd be good to hear from you about what that is.
I'll see with Scott and Rami if we feel we have a good basis to estimate what it would be once we took all into account. But
Senator, I understand that there have been estimates that only about 13% of losses are reported.
Yeah, okay. That's okay.
But of course, no one can know for certain as to the exact number. But as the chair pointed out, we believe the actual losses are much greater than those figures that are reported to us.
Yeah. Okay. And so if you're saying you've got $2 billion now, then it's, what's the maths on that? 87%?
Senator, I think some of our recent references have been referring to figures of up to $4 billion, which is really using that 13% and extrapolating from the 500,000 that Ms Gottlieb mentioned. So 500 million, sorry. So it's a very high amount. As we say, we're piecing data together, and the unknown is hard to establish, but it's certainly in the billions, and we're quite comfortable saying that Australians are losing up to $4 billion a year in scams.
One of the many objectives that we know is the government's objective in the important initiative for a National Anti-Scam Centre is to enable much better coordination, which Minister Jones is a key minister in leading the work in bringing that to fruition, is to ensure that there is, we call it no wrong door, that any report, whether to an agency, into government, into law enforcement, into banks, quickly comes together to enable that we obtain the relevant data and can disseminate it to banks, telecommunications providers, digital platforms, other law enforcement for real-time disruption action, but also so that we are able to inform government and parliament as to the data as rapidly as possible.
Okay. Do you have just a final question, Senator Stewart?
I suppose I've got lots of questions. It's of interest to me after listening to my family member on the phone talking about money that's been taken from their bank account. Yeah. But just on the National Anti-Scams Centre, what is there much support for? What's the support like for that across the business sector?
The business sector is engaging very actively with this. They have participated in roundtables with government and with the ACCC and with other law enforcement agencies in order to both provide data and to work on what would be better practice ways of response so that we can make Australia a harder target. And I also just want to, in conjunction with your comments about family, certainly our Indigenous outreach teams find in the communities that they are working with and in contact with quite a high incidence of the impact of scams.
I imagine they'd fit in the above 60 and also accreditation.
Yes,
So
yes, absolutely,
yeah.
they do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Senator Rennick.
So guys, I won't be too long. Are you concerned about the alarming increase in insurance premiums across a range of products throughout Australia?
Our purview in terms of insurance premiums is quite focused in terms of the Northern Australian pool that has been put in place by government in relation to cyclone and flooding and policies that cover cyclone and flooding. If matters come to our attention about misleading claims in terms of what is covered or in terms of pricing, we would consider those in terms of our regulation and enforcement role in terms of misleading claims.
Okay, so you're not responsible for the lack of competition in the insurance sector?
So where there is lack of competition arising due to anti-competitive conduct, we would want to know, or concerted practices, it would absolutely be within the investigation and enforcement powers and remit and concern of the ACCC.
Okay, so are you concerned about the double-digit increases in insurance across Australia? And we're not just talking flooding and, one-off weather events. We're talking across the board of massive increases in car insurance, business insurance, housing insurance, because my constituents, I'm getting the feedback, and I can relate to it personally, we're getting very high increases in insurance premiums, like double-digit growth in costs. And there's very few insurance agencies here in Australia. It's mainly QBE and Suncorp, different brands, but most of them are, come under those two agencies. Is there anything you can do about it? Are you looking at it? It's a big cost of business and a big cost of living. Another way to, not just up to the RBA to reduce the cost of living here.
So there are various areas in relation to cost of living where the ACCC has directions from government to monitor, to report, to investigate and to report. Apart from Northern Australian insurance, we do not have one generally in relation to insurance, and we do not have, unless, and this is a big caveat, unless they are engaging in anti-competitive conduct or misleading conduct, the ACCC does not have the power to set prices that businesses are setting.
Okay, I understand you don't have power to set prices, but when prices are increasing by double-digit amounts, surely that sends a signal. I mean, isn't that a signal for the ACCC to step in and do something about it? I mean, what's the ACCC going to do? I mean, to me, let me put it another way. That would be a reflection of the lack of competition in the market, the fact that prices are going up so much. Is this something that the ACCC can look at, the lack of competition in the market that is driving price gouging in the insurance sector?
Where matters come to us or allegations of anti-competitive conduct, we will definitely look at it. We are also conscious, in a broad sense, about consequences of levels of concentration and increasing concentration in a range of industries, and we are very closely interested in financial services sector in this regard. We bring that focus both to when we look at anti-competitive conduct and also when we get applications for clearance of mergers in the sector. So we do look to it. We're concerned about concentration and what can be the attendant consequences of concentration.
Okay, thanks. My time's up. Can I get on notice a list of the concentration of insurance providers in Australia, so Suncorp, QBE and whatever foreign insurance providers there are? Would you be able to provide that information? Is that something you track?
I think it might be a question better placed from an information point of view to APRA. I think who were just here before, who are the prudential regulator in this space. But
insurance. Okay, well, I'll put it on notice to APRA. That's all right, because I think it's something we need to deal with.
Thank you,
Sure.
Senator
Yeah,
Rennick.
thank you.
And just a reminder to senators that we're going in 5-minute blocks right now, and I understand Senator Smith has a couple of questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much and for being here this afternoon. Just a number of not small issues, but I won't dwell on them too much. Can you just give the Senate committee an update on the ACCC's decision in December to block the Telstra and TPG network sharing deal?
The relevant process update is that the parties have taken the matter on a merits review basis to the Australian Competition Tribunal, and the Australian Competition Tribunal has held its first case management hearing and is setting a timetable for hearing that. The parties are not able to proceed with the proposed conduct that they're seeking authorisation unless and until there's the conclusion of those proceedings, so that they give an undertaking not to proceed until the conclusion of the process.
Can you give the committee a brief summary of the ACCC's decision?
What I will do is pass to Tom Loyner, who I can see on screen, who is the head of our mergers division.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you well,
Tom.
actually. Yeah.
So the ACCC's decision really focused on the fact that it felt that there was a longer term effect on dynamic competition or competition between networks, such that that anti-competitive effect would outweigh any short-term competitive benefits that might come from TPG being able to extend its network. So the test that the ACCC applied is to get authorisation, it must be satisfied in all the circumstances that either there's not a substantial lessening of competition or there's a net public benefit, and the ACCC wasn't satisfied under either of those limbs.
Great, thanks very much. There's been a bit of commentary in regards to mandated roaming as a means of improving mobile coverage, people suggest. Mandated roaming has been an issue that the ACCC has canvassed over many, many years. Briefly for the committee, can you provide a summary of the ACCC's view about what mandated roaming would do for investment and what it would do for competition?
This was previously considered by the ACCC in quite a detailed investigation. I don't know, Tom, whether you want to speak to it or Sarah, you want to speak to that question.
Senator Smith, it's actually an issue that we're looking at in an emergency context at the moment under an inquiry that we're undertaking on regional mobile infrastructure. The short version is it's very expensive often to provide the sort of infrastructure that you need in remote areas, and there has not been strong investment incentives for commercial investment, and so you generally have government stepping in to provide that. We are mindful and have been engaging as part of this inquiry with, we've had more than 1,000 submissions into our consultation hub. We're having roundtables. We've actually got a few events coming up in early March to speak more with the sector. So it's something we're looking at in an emergency context. But it is challenging
in terms
given
of an emergency natural disaster crisis
type,
context,
yes.
that's right.
But it is something that we're looking at in that context, but there is that generally challenging commercial imperative of the cost of maintaining infrastructure the further out you are from main centres.
I am correct, though, in my understanding that mandated roaming is regarded as having a negative impact on investment and competition.
That was the view that we reached in a declaration inquiry in, I think, 2017. I can take
I think that's right,
the exact time on notice.
Thank you very much. Australian wheat growers have enjoyed a very, very strong harvest, and there's been some commentary around supply chain issues. Have any issues been raised with the ACCC in regards to supply chain constraints as a result of the very, very strong or bumper grain harvests?
Senator, as you're aware, we have a monitoring role in respect of the compliance with the Wheat Port Code in relation to the conduct of port terminal service providers to ensure that exporters of bulk wheat have fair and transparent access to port terminal services. When our last update in that regard revealed that grower representative groups and some exporters generally support regulation of bulk export supply chain, but the port terminal service providers generally don't. Through that monitoring role, we have observed the industry has evolved significantly since the first review of the code, but no amendments to the code recommended from the review, which was published at the end of 2021, have yet been made since the then government's October 2020 response. We do consider that a second review of the code should take place to take account of recent changes, including how the infrastructure manages bulk or high performance harvest periods, because while there have been some new entrants and the question is it sufficient?
But in recent months you've not seen
Can this be a final question? Just for the benefit of those...
very quick one after this one.
Okay.
So in the last few months you've not seen a tick up in any complaints or concerns raised with the...
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
no.
We'll take that on notice though and come back to you if that's okay.
How important has competition been to the development and of the Australian economy and to the prosperity of Australians? Chair?
In general, in a minute.
Oh, it's a preamble, Minister.
No,
Yeah.
the ACCC thinks is critical, and we see a range of examples. I'll give one quick example. The ACCC did a review of the charges made by foreign exchange transfer, the introduction of new competition from sort of a global fintech offer produced very significant reduction in prices. Similarly, when Rex first entered intercity airline routes, produced very significant reduction in prices. And the offer of different, in the financial services foreign exchange, some much more technologically astute offers and prices. They're just examples. We think they're good examples of...
I think they're strong examples.
They're strong examples of the premise that competition is essential.
I think when most people would talk about the past experience of Australia's economic activity or future experience, they would make a strong point of referencing the importance of competition. So my question, Minister, is why in Mr Chalmers' 6,000-word essay did he only have space to mention the word competition once?
Oh my goodness. It's a classic Senator Smith question, isn't it? Have you got a tally of the other words that were used and repeated?
Consumer
Okay.
itself, I think, the consumer doesn't get mentioned at all.
No, because the whole thing was about how the economy works for people. I mean, that was the fundamental
I think the
thesis
Chair's
at the
evidence was
centre
that
of it.
competition works
Not the
for
question
people,
I expected
you know?
to get over the Treasurer's essay.
Okay,
Is there any explanation for why the Treasurer could only mention competition once in his 6,000-word essay?
Well, again, I
did
think
mention
the
it once.
effective operation of markets was central to his thesis, so I think it was implicit.
But I think, it's implicit.
Well, yeah. I mean, have you read? Did you read it, or did you just word check it?
I'd call it a skim.
A skim. You did a word check on it, didn't you?
Have you read
Yes,
it?
of course
I'm
I've read
concerned
it.
that this
Of course
is...
you read it.
Of course I've read it.
I'm concerned that this is turning into a conversation that could better occur at
You just did a
Aussies
word
than
search,
in this meeting
no.
room.
That's what you did.
But
Senator Gallagher,
have you
know that I would have read it.
I think,
but I
Senator
skimmed
Smith,
it.
you've finalised your question. Oh, please. So for the benefit of the Chair and the representatives who are here and those who are playing along at home, we are due to have a break right now. I am told with great confidence that if I give the call to Senator McDonald, we'll be able to take that break in 15 to 20 minutes. 20 minutes and release the ACCC and then break at that point. Senator McDonald, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm going to be very speedy, and I hope you will assist me in getting through a couple of topics now. First, I've just tabled an article from the Townsville Bulletin with regard to the Northern Australia Insurance Inquiry. When the ACCC came to give evidence to the Select Committee, the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia and Reinsurance recently, the ACCC provided me with an email address to allow Northern Australians to provide data directly to the ACCC. In brief summary, the journalist has alleged that the ACCC has been allocated more than $18 million in taxpayer funds to measure the baseline premiums and profit measures for property insurance in Northern Australia, but that the data that's been collected on Northern Australia insurance premiums was from 15 insurers. So on notice, I'd like that list of 15 insurers, please, and their office locations. Whether the information was verified, because the Townsville Lot Owners Group claim that the ACCC figures are just wrong, and they've collated insurance invoices from specifically strata title properties in North Queensland that are 10 times the amount that the ACCC is quoting. So I will, on notice, because I appreciate that I've only just tabled this article, but I'd like the list of insurers you've obtained the information from with your data collection powers. I'd like information on the verification of the data and a response to the allegation that the premiums paid by consumers is not in line with the data that's being collected by the ACCC. And then finally, Minister, the Townsville Lot Owners Group has requested that the Assistant Treasurer, Stephen Jones, reject the ACCC's report on the interim report on insurance premiums for Northern Australia. Can you tell me, and I presume this will be on notice, has Minister Jones acted upon this request to reject this report, and has Minister Jones responded to the Townsville Lot Owners Group?
So I might do a couple of quick responses. Thank you, Senator. And then.
Thank you.
So the $18.4 million is to cover work over 5 years, and it involves, because of the concern of government and the previous government which set up the pool.
Yes, I'm very familiar with this.
To test. This initial report was to provide data for a baseline pre the operation of the pool, to then be able each year to keep updating and to obtain a measure of the impact and effectiveness of the pool. And we are both required and compelled the production of data by insurers. We also have used data analytical techniques in order to test the integrity of that data. It does report on an average basis, and perhaps what is being referred to by lot owners is looking on an individual basis rather than an average basis, but we will look at that question and give an answer in the notice.
Terrific.
And we also are intending to attend either in Townsville and in the region in order to have an opportunity for consumer groups, residences, lot owners and other community members to be able also to speak to us in relation to these topics.
Terrific, thank you. So on notice you'll provide. Thank you very much. All right, going back to ACCC gas. Chair, are you able to step us through the process for trades under the proposed regional reasonable pricing provisions?
So you are there looking in relation to the trades in terms of the liquefied national, the LNG plants and processes?
I'm sorry, I said the process for trades.
For trades.
Trades, if I wasn't clear.
Okay,
under the,
sorry. No, I misheard you.
Yes, I
apologise.
gathered that, yes.
So you are there looking at trades that occur further post the sale by the producer?
Well, I'm looking at, under the proposed reasonable pricing provisions, any guidance that will allow for that process of trades between producers, post-production of course, because, and then, yes, how that market is going to work using these reasonable pricing provisions.
In part, the answer is the consultation is being undertaken in order to think through the details of firstly, the requirements in the code and also the guidance that ACCC will give on the reasonable pricing framework. But to answer in principle very quickly, the policy intended application of the code is to the sale that occurs at a wholesale level by a producer or an affiliate of a producer with a customer that is not a producer.
Right. And so I'm specifically looking around this reasonable price provision portion. What do you consider should be included to come up with a reasonable price for gas trades?
So in terms of trades that are occurring by a producer at wholesale with a customer that is not a producer and not within the producers group, there we've set out the principles that are set in the consultation paper to look to the full costs of the next most likely new supply, including costs of development, exploration, and the risks that are undertaken before it then goes into operational costs of bringing the gas to production and to market. And so that we express intent that it does not undermine incentives for new supply. We do not envisage, the ACCC does not envisage that regime will apply to trades that are producer to producer as distinct from producer to a customer at wholesale that is not a producer. So a gas-powered generator, a C&I customer, a retailer, that would be a producer to a not producer that would be subject to the obligations under the code, including the reasonable pricing framework.
Right, so that would prevent arbitrage from a customer buying gas from a producer and then selling it to an LNG operator at a profit?
Yes.
So what assumptions or assumed costs will be included in the reasonable price? Will it include the capital investment for production?
Yes, it will.
And so by individual well, by tenure, by project or by company, or all of the above?
So these are matters subject to further consultation. It definitely covers exploration, development, operational, bringing to production, gathering, all the gathering infrastructure such that it then is processed and produced and capable of supply and marketed. What further work is being, as part of the, and testing in the consultation, is the provision of a set of scenarios that reflect the different modes of production. The two most obviously stark ones are offshore and onshore, but there is consideration, if there should be, the consideration of the case of the next most likely efficient source of supply by a number of different scenarios. That is, we're in consultation and doing further work on that.
So that would include capturing wages costs according to who's involved in producing the gas required for the change, or wages across the whole company. Are you considering, you know, those larger companies that have big overheads and head office costs as opposed to a smaller business?
So we are looking to identify the most likely source of supply and most efficient. It is not uncommon in situations where there are common costs between broader operations and the specific operation being regulated, that there is an allocation of the common costs to the operation being regulated.
Okay. All right. So yes, you'll include contractors. These are all the sort of questions that I'm getting. You know, what am I hearing in the ACCC's considerations? And so I'm keen to test you on what you're thinking.
The intention that we understand, as indicated also by, I believe, in the DQ appearance before this committee, is that certainly a detailed, worked through draft of the code and the relevant provisions will be issued. I understand that the DQ intended timing was within by early to middle March, and that at that point there would be much more detail available in relation to the answer to these questions, Senator McDonald.
Thank you. So the process from exploration to final investment decision and finally production for gas producers, how long are you seeing that is on average?
We're certainly seeing that it takes quite a number of years, and we are taking that into account.
And I guess that's what I'm trying to understand, is how the reasonable pricing provisions will provide investment certainty over such a long supply decision-making process or investment decision-making process from exploration to production. And will it develop market signals that will appropriately develop supply?
We are bringing to bear both the experience in terms of the period of time and the processes for prior investment decisions, including through to FID in relation to the various projects, and also what we hear in consultation as to the processes that they currently have underway and plan to have underway.
Does the ACCC have an understanding of the impact of the reasonable pricing provisions would have on the gas market?
We are getting many confidential consultations and submissions in relation to that, Senator, and we also have been informed by the over 6 years reports that have been done in relation to the previous operation of the market in terms of bringing supply to fruition.
Any analysis that you have requested or contracted, or
So
sensitivity analysis?
One of the reasons that we have retained independent and expert economic assistance and is so that we can have a model that tests what the elements of the reasonable pricing framework that is being developed.
Would you be able to provide that advice from the independent economic agency to this committee, please?
It is awaiting the work on the design elements.
It's in the design phase now?
Yes.
All right, so perhaps if I could ask for the design criteria of the sensitivity analysis that you're doing then.
So shall we consider that, Sarah? Yes, we'll take that on notice.
Thank you. How much has the price intervention affected prices on a per customer basis for reduced costs?
So we are aware, because this is looking at the C&I customers at the wholesale sale, we are aware of contracts being entered into at the capped price. We currently have underway a process of obtaining further data for the purposes of Minister King's decision-making in April, which is looking at committed contracts, volumes, and also prices, and that will cover the relevant period. We do not have sufficient, while we're aware of certain one-off examples, we don't have yet the data that would cover the period since December.
All right, well, I'll come back to you at the next estimates, and perhaps if you could be prepared for that question. Senator Canavan provided some analysis of the spot market currently,
Yes.
which is now trading above the cap price. Are you aware of that information?
Yes, and so the short-term markets are exempted from the cap. We do have across February a range between $12.90, which is at Wallumbilla, so closest to the export ventures, through to the highest being $15.20 in Adelaide. It's a simple average, not volume weighted. In other trading locations, we have a range from $13 to $14. The most recent prices on Monday this week that we have had $11.97 at Wallumbilla through to $15 in Adelaide. One of the aspects we need to test also is given that those prices, so they're per gigajoule, but because it's unregulated, that is not subject to the cap, we're not aware exactly of what product was being supplied at that price, so whether it included other services such as flexibility apart from the pure price per commodity gigajoule.
All right, thank you. Throughout the consultation period, I'm interested in the information, the public consultation commentary, and I wanted to ask you to provide about the public comments that are not confidential. So I'm not asking you to disclose, you know, industry information. I won't ask you that. That's going to be too broad. I'm sorry. So I just want to go back. So the ACCC recommended this market intervention to the Treasurer last year. Consultation is still ongoing. We've got no analysis from experts. We have no specific details on how this intervention is affecting the market. Producers are still unsure about making investment decisions. Are you confident that this is a sound advice pathway?
It's been a considered advice pathway, informed by the work that the ACCC has done over a number of years. It also has...
I'm sorry to interrupt. Work that you've done on price, is that also on supply?
Yes, it is also considered supply. While we are yet to have our independent expert retained economist provide advice on the model as we're in the design phase. We have been obtaining that advice orally throughout the process. So we have been obtaining advice. We also have been the report in January was informed by consultation with not only a range of producers and the data they provided, also a consultation with a broad range of CNI users, which is summarised in the report. So I do consider that there has been a process and in continuing of not only consultation but of testing it with data that is both on the basis of data and analysis of that data and also qualitative reports that we've obtained from parties in the sector.
So I'm just flagging that is user data. It's the analysis of the sensitivity of investment decisions that I'm very concerned that we focus on, given that the ACCC has flagged shortfalls moving forward. And at the same time, we've had the 2 import terminals on hold. We've had other projects that would have been coming to market to fill that domestic supply shortfall, and in the absence of those moving forward and no new projects, I asked Treasury this morning to take that on notice about any information on new projects. I'm just hoping that ACCC has got a good handle on this.
Yeah, so we have, in addition to consulting with CNI users, so yes, users, because we want to build up a broad both sides of the market demand and supply picture, we have been meeting with and obtaining quite detailed submissions from producers, small and large, in relation to the impact upon their investment decisions. So,
and they're positive? They're telling you they're bringing more gas to market?
They are, some are reflecting that they are in a position to bring more gas to market. Others are reflecting what is being stated publicly, that they are waiting to have more certainty about what the reasonable price framework will entail.
So, thank you, Senator McDonald.
I'll put some more questions on notice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And as discussed before, we do need to move to a break, but Senator Pocock does have some questions that he'd like to ask. So, Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate you accommodating me. Thank you for your time. I understand it's been going for a while now. I just had some questions relating to your report to the Senate on anti-competitive and other practices by health insurers.
Thank you.
Great. Reading the report in 2021-22, the average gap expense for hospital treatment increased by 9.5%. Seems like a lot and is above inflation. Do you have a sense of what was driving the increased gaps?
I'm going to pass to Melinda McDonald. The report is within her branch.
Thank you.
And she's on screen.
Thank you, Chair. I'll need to take that question on notice. I'm afraid that particular report actually isn't something within my division's responsibilities at the moment, so I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay. Will you be able to answer other questions on the report, or should I just put them all on notice?
I'm afraid I will need to take them on notice since I've been in this role and running this division. That report has not been in my responsibility, so I'll take them on notice, Senator.
Okay. I had a question about private health insurers collecting sensitive consumer data.
Yes, after the Medibank.
Yeah, and often through wellbeing apps, not necessarily through their platform, and just interested to what extent are consumers aware of this, and if the ACCC has sort of thoughts on a way forward with this. It seems a growing problem.
Yes. The ACCC, during the digital platforms inquiry, the first inquiry, which was really a landmark inquiry and reported in 2019, identified concerns about the gathering of highly granular personal data in combination with frequently community members either don't realise that it's been gathered because it's been taken from application forms or identity verification forms or yes, through an app, and that they don't realise it, and therefore that they do not know what is held, and they cannot be said to have had sufficient information to consent to the gathering and then the retention. Those matters importantly intersect with the work of the Privacy Commissioner. The ACCC and the Privacy Commissioner, the eSafety Commissioner and the ACMA sit in a Digital Platforms Regulators Forum in order to bring together areas of interest and concern. We know that the Privacy Commissioner, post to the Medibank data breach, has certainly been looking at this question of how much data is collected and how long it is held, and that the Attorney-General, as part of the consideration of changes to the Privacy Act and the regulation, is also looking at those questions. But the ACCC has a concern about it. We have thought about it in our broader remit about the regulation and consumer safeguards in respect of digital platforms and the digital economy.
Thank you. My understanding is that they even collecting stuff around lifestyle, diet, exercise, overall health. I was wondering if on your assessment, they're just using that for their own purposes and potentially marketing, or are they, some of them, selling that to third-party marketers?
We do not, in the 2019 report, the ACCC noted the manner in which a key part of the business model of many digital platforms, and in effect businesses with a digital business model, is to monetize data, whether it is for internal purposes of seeing where additional services may be offered, or potentially there exist data brokers and other participants who are little understood, actually, who then engage in effect in financial transactions dealing with data. It is an issue we are aware of. It is an issue that we are considering in the context of whether it should be a focus of ongoing digital platforms reports, which are given to the Treasurer 6 monthly.
Great, thank you. And then just finally, in part of the report, you talk about the prostheses list reforms and the MOU between the former government and industry, and just wondering if the ACCC will be tracking whether the savings agreed to under this MOU will be passed on to consumers.
As I understand it, that is one of the topics that is addressed in that report. However, I think best if we do take that on notice and get the people who are most engaged in that report to answer that question.
Okay. Is that also a notice one?
A number of us are noting that down.
Okay, great. Well, I can send through those questions then. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you,
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Pocock. Thank you very much, Ms Cass-Gottlieb and the representatives from the ACCC. Thanks for answering our questions, and we release you with our thanks. The committee will break until 5 minutes past 5, at which time we'll return for Treasury Markets Group, Macro, Corporate and Foreign Investment Groups. And the committee will break. And who wants the call?
Bit challenging.
We reconvene now with the Department of Treasury, starting with the Macro and Corporate and Foreign Investment Groups. For the benefit of senators, we also have markets here for questions, but we'd like to be able to release macro, corporate and foreign investment if we can. So I invite questions to these department representatives first, and we go to Senator Hume. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask something about the Times Review. This was announced obviously in December last year, and it was announced that Craig Emerson, former colleague, would be leading the legislative review of the payment times reporting framework. Can I ask?
Sorry, this is Revenue Group for that?
No, not necessarily. Is it?
Okay.
Is it a corporate question?
No, it's not a corporate. That's been.
I just wanted to know how much is being paid.
I don't have that information. Sorry, Roxanne Kelly, Deputy Secretary, Corporate and Foreign Investment Group. I don't have that information.
Would you like me to save that for revenue? Will
Yeah,
revenue
that
have
might
that?
be- that
Will
might be
revenue
better.
have that? We're giving them a heads up. Revenue?
No,
They're going to be asked.
They'll be listening.
Okay.
They'll be listening.
I will save those questions for revenue. Can I ask, Minister, I was pleased and buoyed to hear your commitment to the Stage 3 tax cuts after your questioning by Senator McKim earlier on today. But it was interesting when you were talking about some of the measures that the government are taking to alleviate the cost of living pressures. Tax cuts weren't on the list of things that you mentioned. Are tax cuts assistance in the cost of living crisis that Australians are facing at the moment?
Well, I think, thank you for the question, and I think when I was going through the list of things that we have done in relation to cost of living, I was talking about the actions that we have taken since being elected, and running through those as opposed to talking about legislated tax cuts that had happened under the previous parliamentary term.
But they will be kicking in the 2024-25 year.
Yeah.
And I would imagine at that stage that would provide significant cost of living relief to thousands, indeed millions of Australians.
You heard my evidence to Senator McKim, but in relation to the cost of living measures that I had been referring to specifically were the ones that we had responsibility for, which were, you know, the medicine, childcare, PPL, getting wages moving, looking at affordable housing, how we support new industries, that type of thing.
So again, I ask you, is a tax cut for those over $60,000 going to contribute to cost of living relief?
Well, I accepted that, and that was my evidence this morning.
I ask this because your former colleague, in fact, your successor, Chief Minister Andrew Barr, has received a request from the public sector union, the CPSU, requesting higher wages, and he has come back and said that cost of living pressures for staff on higher incomes would be partially offset by the federal government's stage 3 tax cuts in the 2024-25 financial year. Do you agree with that?
Well, those tax cuts come into effect at stage 3, and yes, they will provide more money in the pockets of people on a range of income brackets, including higher income earners.
Do you agree with Mr. Barr then?
Well, I haven't seen his comments. I don't really...
I've seen the Canberra Times.
Yeah, I do read the Canberra Times. I give a big shout out to the Canberra Times. I'm a big fan of theirs, but I haven't specifically read those comments. I had been tracking the wages discussion that's been going on in the ACT.
Do you think that Mr. Barr is being reasonable, or is the CPSU right?
I don't really have an opinion on bargain. I've got my own issues with bargain.
Questions are relevant.
Across
You're
the
asking
APS,
the
I'm not going to
Federal
wade into
Minister
someone
about
else's.
comments of the Chief.
I left that
Well,
behind
yes
a
and
few
no.
years
I'm
ago.
actually asking whether the stage 3 tax cuts are effective cost of living relief, as obviously Chief Minister Barr has said.
I don't think there's anything I can add to the evidence I've given today. I gave it earlier today. I've gone through the measures, and I'm staying out of the bargaining arrangements of the ACT government.
So the CPSU's request is unreasonable?
I haven't specifically looked at their log of claims for the ACT government. Of course, we're embarking on our own bargaining and we'll have a log of claims, no doubt, from the CPSU that we'll have to respond to in due course.
Well, I think that Mr Barr is obviously relying very heavily on the federal government maintaining their commitment to the stage 3
Well, we
tax
are,
cuts.
you know, the public service here is, you know, has a significant influence on the ACT economy, so that's not unusual.
Which is extremely good news. I wanted to ask some questions about the safeguard mechanism. I am considering putting them on notice, but are the right people here, though?
Senator, it's a bit of a mix between us and fiscal group. So some of the questions around that I understand Department of Climate Change was asked on Monday around modelling would probably be related to macro group.
Yes,
but the sort of broader policy design issues around the safeguard mechanism would be fiscal group.
All right, let me see how we do, and if you can point me in the right direction, and then they can point me back to you after you've left the way it normally goes. Has Treasury assessed the costs involved of the new safeguard mechanism, or are you aware of the cost for each facility?
So we haven't done an assessment of the sort of broad costs. What we have done, which I think was covered on the hearing on Monday with the Department of Climate Change, is in order to support the design process, we did a modelling exercise with the Department of Climate Change, which looked at essentially opportunities for abatement across affected businesses and industries, and the interaction then with the carbon market, essentially what it would mean for the carbon market. We didn't go to broader issues around sort of macroeconomic impacts, jobs, inflationary impacts and so on. Okay.
But you accept that there is a cost and that the cost is likely to be significant?
Well, I think it's an interesting question, Senator. I think there are, I think it's around 80% of companies covered by the safeguard mechanism have existing public net zero commitments. So many are already on this track and are building that into their cost base already. This provides certainty. The safeguard mechanism provides certainty for industry around how this transition will occur. And again, this is probably a question more for the Department of Climate Change and for our fiscal group colleagues. But insofar as the design of the safeguard mechanism, the hybrid approach, as it's called, that's been adopted, means that for many affected businesses, the immediate costs will not be significant because they're starting essentially from their current baseline level and then over time ratcheting down.
Is there a general acceptance, though, in Treasury that the costs are inevitably passed on?
Well, we look at it from a range of angles. So there are, obviously, to the extent a business has an additional cost of, and this is any cost of business, they will of course make decisions whether to pass that on or whether to take that on their profits. But one thing we've highlighted, and I think was also highlighted by the former Treasurer in some speeches, which was based on Treasury advice, the costs of not having a credible set of policies in this area increasingly we think will affect businesses' ability to access global capital markets and investment in Australia. So I think it's a genuine point, Senator, that for us there are a range of costs on both sides of this equation that need to be factored in.
So have you done then an assessment that the impact of this legislation will have on domestic electricity and gas prices as opposed to supplies, as opposed to future investments, as opposed to access to capital markets? Have you done an assessment on what the effect will be on prices?
No, we haven't, Senator. And I would just note that, again, my understanding is not as strong as others in this space, but my understanding is that the electricity sector itself is not subject to a changed arrangements under the safeguard mechanism. Its baselines are not declining over time. It has special arrangements in place. So the direct impact we expect on electricity prices would not be significant.
I find that hard to believe. The government's imposing billions of dollars of additional costs on business with no idea of what the impact is going to be.
Do you accept that
on
this
prices.
is your policy?
You know that this has been changed.
Do you know this is your policy?
You know that this is, yes.
It's your policy, which we are making.
It used to be a carrot and now it's a stick.
Yeah.
It used to be voluntary, now it's compulsory. And
well,
that's the difference.
Because you have to drive the change to net zero, which was also your policy, right? So you had the net zero policy, you had the safeguard mechanism. This is a pathway to get there.
We had different pathways.
Right. Okay. Like you had no pathway. But
this is the pathway you've chosen. You've chosen to make higher electricity prices for ordinary Australians. You've
No,
chosen to
we've
make
tried
higher
to
gas
make-
prices for
no,
ordinary Australians.
we're
If that's
trying
the
to
path
make
you've
the
chosen,
safeguard
Minister,
mechanism
knock yourself out. But
work.
that doesn't mean that it absolves you
And
from
I
having
would-
to answer questions to the Australian public
Yeah,
about
which I'm
why
happy
you
to.
think that higher electricity prices,
And I would
why
also
higher
say-
gas
Trying to
prices
identify
are
a
okay.
question, a discrete question and a discrete answer. And I am
business
unable to
can-
do that at the moment. I would like to hear a discrete question.
Will this policy put upwards or downwards pressure on prices?
Well, as I said, Senator, from our perspective, we haven't done a
You
detailed
don't have an
modelling
opinion.
exercise. We haven't done a modelling exercise on that, but as I said, for the reasons I described, and especially in the near term, we don't expect there to be significant inflationary impacts in the short term, but we haven't done that detailed work.
All right, well, we'll have to tell that to the Australians that get higher electricity bills. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. I've already thanked you, haven't I? What is the total value of foreign residential real estate purchases approved over the previous 3 years?
Senator, we might have to take the 3 years on notice because I don't have those figures with me unless my colleagues have those. But in our annual report, we publish the annual figures. And so on page 224 of the Treasury annual report, the total foreign investment in real estate for 21-22 was 64,762.1.
64 million.
Yeah, I think that's right, unless I've got the wrong. Is that right? And then the other bit that we were going to draw your attention to is that we're now publishing a quarterly report, and in that quarterly report we also give information about investment in residential real estate as well. And so that then goes to both the value, as well as the numbers.
Okay, thank you. So can you provide the other numbers on notice?
Yeah, we can give
Please.
you, we can actually give you a copy of the quarterly report if you'd like. It's on the Treasury website.
Yes, please.
As well as the annual report is on the Treasury website.
Okay, thank you. So if you can get me the other 2 years.
We'll give you the other 2 years as well.
Thank you. What foreign country is the highest purchaser of Australian residential real estate?
Again, it will depend what year you want. Are you wanting that over the 3 years, Senator?
Well, I'd just like to know, the next question will be how much residential real estate has been purchased by China over the last 3 years. But I'd like to know which country citizens are the highest purchasers.
So according in our annual report, figures for 21-22, the highest value in terms of dollars are... Oh, okay.
So, Simon White, First Assistant Secretary, Foreign Investment Division, Senator. So in our quarterly report, which we published in November for the first quarter of last year, we have table 4 on page 4. So it identifies that the largest by value for approved residential real estate proposals, the largest source jurisdiction is the People's Republic of China. So in 2022-23, that by value, it totaled $1 billion for the year to date.
What was the value for China?
$1 billion.
$1 billion.
$1 billion. Okay. Yes.
That was China. That was China alone?
Yes. 2021-22 for the full year, 2.4 billion.
2.4 billion?
Billion, yes.
Hang on.
Sorry, my figure should have been billion before.
Okay,
that was my
that's
apologies.
64 billion. So what were the two figures for China, please? The 21-22 was?
21-22, 2.4 billion.
2.4.
And 2020-21, 2.7 billion. We should clarify also that the 64 billion figure relates to all real estate, not just residential real estate.
Okay, if I could have the figures for residential, please.
We'll break that
yes,
down.
we can do that, Senator.
So at a time when many Australians can't afford to buy a house, China is buying up $2.5 billion or more than $2.5 billion in Australian housing, and every one of those transactions was approved by you?
Well, residential real estate matters are managed by the Australian Taxation Office under a delegation from the Treasurer. So it administers that system.
So that's the ATO?
Yes.
Which official in the ATO?
I think it's their international division. Well, I'm not sure what the precise name of the division is, but it's the international.
They'll be on after the dinner break, Senator Roberts.
Today. Thank you, Chair. At what point does the economic security of Australian citizens, through their ability to own a house, become a national security concern, given that you are obliged to consider national security in reviewing foreign investment?
Senator, that is one of the factors that we consider in foreign investment applications. As you know, the national interest as well as national security. There's economic factors, there's policy factors and there's character factors. So each case is considered on its own merits.
So the point is that under very high cost of living pressures right now, many people can't afford a house, interest rates are rising, and we're selling houses to the Chinese and other foreigners, and it's the marginal demand, which I would mean China, that does drive the price, surely, of housing.
I don't think that we have that sort of information to confirm whether that is actually the case, Senator.
If the Chinese and a few other nations couldn't buy houses in this country, just like we can't buy houses in China and some other countries, then that would take the heat out of the market. So basically Chinese citizens are driving the price up, and average Australians or everyday Australians are getting lumbered with the cost at a time of severe cost of living pressures.
I think, Senator, we take into account a broad range of factors when making assessments under the Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers Act, but there are many factors that have an impact on house prices, and I think for us, we're not in a position to say...
No, I'm not blaming you for the housing crisis. I'm asking a question that goes to why are we letting China, for example, buy $2.5 billion worth of residential real estate when Australians are suffering high prices of housing. There are many factors in high housing prices, most of them government.
Well, I think to be fair, the Treasury and relevant officials are implementing the legislation and framework set out, like it's...
That's right. I was hoping someone would say that.
Well...
It's not their fault.
Well, they're implementing the rules.
Correct.
As provided for, and from a government's point of view, we believe in foreign investment, but we also have a responsibility to ensure that that investment is in our national interest, and take into consideration a range of factors in meeting that. But that's the overarching kind of framework, and then there's laws around how that's implemented.
Can't your government guarantee to look at or commit to looking at seriously the purchasing of houses by foreigners? And reviewing it? Reviewing the rules, in other words.
Well, I think, this is a matter that the Treasurer, of course, will maintain an interest in and monitor and receive advice and briefings around it, but we don't take, we have a non-discriminatory approach to the assessment of foreign investment applications, and that will continue.
I'm not being discriminatory in saying China. I'm using China as an example. Many countries, especially countries like China, that won't allow Australians to buy houses in their country. But I dare you to tell a single mother who's sleeping out of a car because she can't even find a rental house,
Well,
I dare you to tell her what you just told me.
Well, I'm not sure it's all the pressures in the housing market can be solely drilled down to being the responsibility of foreign investment on its own.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, there's a range of factors, and that's why we have a range of policies in order to deliver that, including the Housing Australia Future Fund, which is targeted to single women and looking after children.
Is that the recently released policy?
Well, the Housing Australia Future Fund was one we took to the election. We've got legislation that'll come through to the Senate, but within that fund has particular cohorts where we want to drive the growth in affordable and social housing, of which women escaping domestic violence, women and children are one of the groups that would receive investments from that fund.
As I understand it, I saw some figures, I can't confirm them, but as I understand it, someone worked out the average price of a house under that scheme of yours, works out to $83,000. So my point is, let's do something fair dinkum about this.
We agree with you, Senator Roberts.
Well, let's see some changes to the rules.
Well, that housing and housing affordability more broadly is a significant issue affecting Australians, particularly.
And interest rates are still going up, cost of living still going up, energy prices are going up, which will make housing more expensive. These are all policies.
There's supply chain issues. Yes, there's supply chain issues. There's planning issues at the state and territory level. There's supply issues overall. We have a shortage of housing in the affordable area. We need to generate more investment into the social end of housing. There's a whole range of, on the housing continuum of interventions that this government is currently looking at and working with states and territories on.
I hope don't include nationalisation like the gas industry, but the point is tell it.
This could be a final question that would be appreciated.
My final question is, at what point does the economic security of Australian citizens, should their own ability to own a house become a national security concern, given you're obliged to consider national security in reviewing Foreign Investment Minister, and you're obliged to consider foreign national security and economic security in the future of this country's?
Well, we rely on foreign investment to help support and grow the country in a whole range of areas, including outside of housing, but housing infrastructure, some of our critical minerals technologies. There are good reasons why we welcome foreign investment into this country. I've answered on the housing front in terms of the fact that it's not the housing affordability issue cannot be just laid at the feet of foreign investors. It's a much more complex problem than that, and that's why we have a range of...
I'm not saying it is.
That's why we are actively working with states and territories, local government, and looking at levers available to the federal government to make sensible and responsible investments to make a difference. I mean, that's what we're doing.
Foreign purchases would be driving the marginal price of a house in this country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Energy Bill Relief Fund and its status. Am I asking in the right place?
Fiscal group for those.
Great, thank you. Fiscal group as well.
Fiscal group for the...
Oh man, you should play football. You've got such a good handball. All right, we'll move on.
Okay, so I'll just do a check as to whether there are any additional questions for macro, etc. And I don't believe there are. Yes, we're releasing Macro Corporate and Foreign Investment Group with our thanks. No final bids, so that means people are free to leave the building, as I understand it. And we now welcome representatives from the Markets Group. We'll just take a very short... Thank you, Mr Yeaman. Thank you. We'll just take a very short break while Markets comes into the room. Recommence. If you're ready to go, we'll now welcome representatives from the Markets Group. I assume you don't have any opening statements and that you'd like to proceed straight to questions. And I call Senator Hume.
Actually, no, Senator Bragg.
I call Senator Bragg.
Good afternoon. Now, I can't ask you anything about the Reconstruction Fund, can I?
It's not. So Robert Jeremenko, Acting Deputy Secretary Markets Group. That is not our responsibility.
Yeah, where does that sit?
Different department. It would be.
It's a different department. I mean,
industry is my.
Yeah, I thought so.
so you get them tomorrow, lunchtime. I think they come in.
Yeah, okay.
We answered some questions around the financing side in finance yesterday.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
But Treasury's probably not.
All right, thanks for that. I wanted to ask you about an FOI request. Do you want the number?
I think those listening would find it helpful.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
It's FOI Ref 3159. And it was an FOI request in relation to correspondence received by the Assistant Treasurer between 22 May and 24 August relating to the regulation on superannuation annual members meeting notices from a range of different organisations. And on this FOI, there was partial provision of the information. The Treasury identified two documents, one which is a series of emails between the Assistant Treasurer and Industry Super Australia, and the other one has not been provided. Can you give me some insight?
Do you have a copy of that? Like can be tabled because I presume reasons have been given. Thanks. Sorry, I'll just make it easier. Yeah. Unless you have it on you, do you? Yep. No. I'm sure, but reasons.
Yeah. While that's happening, maybe we should ask something else.
Could I just clarify, Senator? Appreciate your.
Was it to the Treasury or to the
Yeah,
Treasurer?
It's one of your documents in the Treasury, yeah.
Sorry, Senator Bragan, so this is, you're seeking to table
Yeah, I want to understand some of the...
a letter from the Assistant Treasurer and related materials.
Let's just have a look at it. Like if it's
Yep.
to his office would have dealt with it, wouldn't it?
While that's happening, we might circle back to that. That might
I
take
don't
time to
think there's any
photocopy
objection,
and
so
do whatever else. I don't think there's anything...
document is tabled.
I don't think there's anything particularly, terrible about it. So we might just jump onto the financial advice review. So how much did this review cost?
Sorry, Senator, did you say how much?
The financial advice review undertaken by Michelle Levy.
Correct. And sorry, your question after that?
What was the cost of the review and why is it necessary for a second opinion?
I'll ask colleagues to speak to the cost.
Hita Zahid, Acting First Assistant Secretary for the Financial System Division. So, Senator, the review had obviously an independent review on Michelle Levy, and it was supported by Treasury Secretariat. So I don't have the total cost for Treasury staff, travel, and all of that kind of gets built into Treasury's budget. But I do have costs for Michelle Levy's contract, if that would be useful.
Yeah, if you can provide that on notice, that'd be great.
Sure.
Why do you think a second opinion is needed?
So, Andre Moore, Assistant Secretary, Advice and Investments Branch. The Assistant Treasurer has flagged that there will be wide consultation on the report now that it's been released. The purpose of that consultation is to really test with industry participants the impact of the recommendations and their implementation. There's a couple of elements to that we're particularly interested in. One is that just understanding how the recommendations would work for different advice models.
Yeah.
Isn't that what she did?
Well, what she did was the report really analysed the current situation and the problems with it. She made some recommendations. The report didn't really sort of fully set out how it would operate for individual, the range of participants in the industry and so forth. So that's what the consultation's about, is to test that further with stakeholders.
Or you don't think she did a good job?
I don't have an opinion on the job that she did.
Senator, if it's helpful, I've got those figures for you now, so I can actually just give you those figures now, if that's useful. So Ms Levy's contract was $182,765. We used Arima Financial to do an advisor survey. That cost $35,200. There was an international trip that Ms Levy went on with Treasury staff to look at different advice arrangements globally. That cost $65,130, and there was some small cost around $2,000 to $3,000 for printing of the final report. So that's the costs that are external to things like Treasury employees and the like.
That's good. Well, I'm glad you've got the detail on all that. I also asked the Treasury how much the delegation to Indonesia cost the Assistant Treasurer and the people who went with him, and the Treasury didn't provide that information. So do you have that information?
Unfortunately, that's not my area.
Okay.
So Lynn Kelly, First Assistant Secretary, Retirement Advice and Investment Division. Treasury didn't fund any of that cost, so we're not able to provide any information in relation to the cost.
So who funded that?
I wouldn't know. That would be a question for DFAT, I imagine.
So DFAT funded Treasury Minister's travel?
I'm not saying that. We just don't have any
Maybe through his
information.
own travel entitlement. I don't have the details of that, but if you'd like us to...
Can we get that on notice,
try and
please?
yeah, we will take that on notice.
Thank you. So has the Minister formally sought the advice to get the second review commission into advice?
You're asking about the advice that Treasury has provided on that?
Yeah. No, I'm asking, has the Minister, as the Assistant Treasurer, formally sought this second review? Has he asked you to do that?
So the Assistant Treasurer has sort of announced publicly that it's the intention of the government to consult widely. He hasn't commissioned Treasury as such to conduct a review. We envisage that we would be part of that process. You know, the normal way that would run is that we would facilitate meetings with stakeholders, round tables,
Okay.
so forth.
But it sounds like it could be like a lot of the same people giving more of the same advice about advice.
Yeah, so the focus of it would be on the practical implementation of the recommendations as they're...
Okay. Well, okay. So what do you think about the review?
Well, that's a
Yeah, it's
question
asking
of
for an
opinion
opinion.
from an official.
Yeah, you're not allowed.
Well, but I mean, you're providing advice on the substance. I'm just wondering what you think of
Well,
the
again...
Well, that's for the Minister
Yeah.
here, when we do provide that, Senator, with respect. But in terms of what my colleagues at the table have been saying, I mean, it's not absolutely a completely unusual situation that when a government receives quite an extensive report into a matter, that they don't take time and maybe have a different way of trying to, to use the Assistant Treasurer's words he's used publicly, stress test various areas of it, either through further consultation the department runs or through engaging with some other technical group. I'm not suggesting that's going to happen in this instance, but just as an example of the sort of things that can happen when reports land.
But okay, so you won't tell me what the department thinks of the report.
Well, no. I mean, you're asking them for...
It's very secretive.
Well, no, how secretive is it that it's been released?
No,
It's not secretive at all. You've got the review.
I'm just wondering what you think of it, that's all. It's not
Well,
like,
we'll come to a considered
it's
view
not
on
a big gotcha
that.
question or anything. I'm just wondering what you think.
We will come to a considered view on that. The Assistant Treasurer is leading those consultations. I think the review was released last week from memory. We will consult.
So you can...
It's an area where there are a lot of stakeholders with a lot of views, and we're going to consult. They've got the review now. You've got the review. You'll be aware of the government's position when our response to the review is finalised.
Okay, so you're the Minister. I'll ask you maybe this is the best place to address the question, but do you have any concerns about the way the review was conducted, or...?
Well, to be honest, I haven't been very close to this review at all, so I don't have any concerns, but I say that against the context of it not being under my portfolio area. From what I understand, the reviewer was appointed under the former government.
Was the Hayne Royal Commission?
Yeah, so there was a recommendation. You appointed the reviewer, set the terms of reference. That review's now reported, and we're consulting. I don't know what the problem is.
Okay, so you don't accept the characterisation that it's a fresh review. You're consulting on the recommendations, are you?
Well, that's what the Assistant Treasurer has said.
The final report is the basis for the government's consultation ahead of making final decisions on its response.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you've got this piece of paper now.
Oh, that's about the FOI, yeah? Yeah, well, I'm just having a read of it. Sorry, I was answering your question, but I don't think that's a Treasury matter from what I'm looking at, because this is a response from the office of the Assistant Treasurer. I mean, I'm having...
But these are all administered by the department.
Pardon?
These are administered by the department.
No. Well, I stand to be corrected, but if your FOI went because I'm just reading your FOI, so the scope, you've asked if there's any documents received by the Assistant Treasurer that would then have to be dealt with at his office.
Okay, well...
As happens with me as well, and then it gets handled in accordance, but it doesn't go to the department. If you FOI Treasury, then they handle that under their arrangements, and then it may be that this went there as well, did it, or was just to the Assistant Treasurer?
Okay.
So that's our answer. Treasury won't be able to answer. This was handled in the office by the looks of it.
Okay, well...
And I think you can appeal, can't you? You can go through the process if you think it's not right.
But I guess it's more... I mean, the substance here is that there was Treasury resources put into developing regulation which covered up payments, which was disallowed last week.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to work out how it happened, because according to these Freedom of Information requests, there's only one organisation that provided anything on the record about this, or to the Treasury or to the Minister. One document is being protected and it won't be released at this stage under FOI. I'm just trying to work out why that is.
Well, Senator, as the Minister was saying, I mean, in terms of under the FOI Act, the authorised decision maker for this request is, in this case, this senior advisor in Minister Jones' office. So I can't second guess that. And I personally am not familiar with this document, as in the document you're talking about that was redacted, as well as what I'm speaking on.
But you're familiar with the regulations that were disallowed?
Yes.
So, I mean, what's the basis for... What was the main basis for those regulations?
So the government was very keen to ensure that, in terms of members understanding all of the different pieces of information that they could well receive about their superannuation fund, that they received it in a way that was digestible. And it was part of a broader sort of transparency package to ensure that, as I say, the ability for super fund members to actually understand and deal with the amount of information that could well be delivered to them as part of an annual member meeting notice. The government's view was that it was better to make the regulations that were made and instead make sure that that transparency still existed via the other avenues that I know you're familiar with, including the work that APRA's doing on their data collection and then publishing that.
Okay, but as you know, there was no regulatory impact statement undertaken for this purpose. There was only a very targeted consultation, part of which has not been released for apparently commercial and confidence reasons. It seems to have been a very strange adventure. Was Treasury's advice that that was a good idea? Sorry, I can't speak. Was it Treasury's advice that that was a worthwhile endeavour?
Well, I think that goes to advice between a department and a minister. I mean, I think the government's position on this was clear. We put forward a regulation. It tweaked the arrangements that had been in place previously. Senate's disallowed it. We go back to the other arrangements.
Okay, so that's it. That's the end of that policy.
Well, I think the Parliament's spoken, hasn't it?
But that's a.
Well, it
It's an
has.
interesting way to answer the question. Is that the end of the policy?
Well, the disallowance occurred, so it is not government policy.
Okay. So
The
you're not gonna
regulation
pursue
in
it.
place has reverted.
Okay, so you won't pursue that secrecy agenda again.
Well, it's not a secrecy agenda. It was about transparency, providing the same level of information in a usable way. The Senate's disagreed with that. We move on.
Okay. So do you want to? I have
I
more.
wouldn't
So
mind reallocating the call. Do you have one more, or do you?
probably it's one more, yeah. Then
Sure.
some others, but I guess on the same theme, in relation to this review you're conducting inside your department on the whole package of Your Future, Your Super, is the review of the best financial interest duty still a body of work?
Part of that, correct, yes.
Okay. And do you think there are good policy arguments for weakening that test?
You keep asking opinions of officials. It's not fair.
Well, do you think there are good arguments, Minister?
Well, as far as I haven't been, again, I'm not close to this review. I haven't been involved in it, so I'll leave it to work its way through its processes.
The consultation, I'll
Yeah.
add, Minister, the consultation is closed, as you're probably aware, Senator, and we're in the process of advising government as to options in terms of dealing with the submissions that have been put in. And I understand those submissions have recently been made public as well.
All right. Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator Hume.
I just want to follow up on a couple of the issues around the Levy review. Ms Levy was in the Financial Review today, and she said, and I'm quoting her here, "I was and am an expert in the field. I did listen and speak to others who are expert. That was a big part of it. I don't know that there is a particular reason for more opinions. The stress testing was in part done through the proposals paper. Now, not only is Ms Levy an expert in the field, but Treasury were embedded and worked on this report. So I can't understand what the problem is. Is the Treasurer saying that Treasury didn't do a good job? That Ms Levy didn't do a good job?
No. I don't think it's that unusual for governments to, receive a report, publish it, and take feedback on it. I think that is thoroughly uncontroversial and unsurprising. I don't know what is your proposition that we should have just received the report and just done whatever she said.
No, I'm suggesting that she made recommendations and you respond to recommendations, not re-prosecute the case and relitigate it.
Well, I think it is useful for the government to understand the feedback on those recommendations. It would assist in decision making in formulating our response.
Can I ask who
there's
you're
a whole range of
asking
reviews
for
that you would do that
feedback from?
Well, I would imagine that there would be, it's feedback. I don't know. I specifically don't know if people have been asked, but my understanding it is we will take the feedback from anyone who wants to provide the feedback. That's why it's been published and made available. Consult
Can I ask
widely.
Treasury, is there anybody that was on the Secretariat for this review that feels that there was some cohort that wasn't particularly well canvassed?
Well, Senator, as the Minister was saying, and as we've been trying to explain, this is, it's perhaps better to characterise this as not another review. Michelle Levy did the review. It exists, it's public, there are recommendations. It is the government taking further soundings around what it should do with those recommendations. Now, how the government does that is yet to be determined, but we remain available, as always, to support the government in doing that. The Secretariat that supported Ms Levy in conducting the Quality of Advice review was within Treasury, but that is now disbanded because the review is over. So in terms of the advice we provide government, it will be from a completely different division within Markets Group, different individuals as well.
Can I ask about the timeline of the review? I mean, the timeline of not the review of the review, the assessment of the recommendations. What's the timeline?
I would say that from my recollection, and I've been assisted here, the open banking review underwent a similar process in which when you received it, led by an independent reviewer with support from Treasury, there was a further consultation process. So that's why I say it's uncontroversial and unsurprising. In terms of, I don't believe there is a date, although I will be corrected. If I can see, I'll see if I can find anything out from the Assistant Treasurer's Office to assist with that. But I'm advised that he wants to take the time to get the response right, and I presume, I believe it'll be a matter that we'll all be interested in through the cabinet process as well.
If the government decides to junk the review that was a recommendation,
there's no suggestion of junking a review. I think that's not
If you don't pursue the recommendations that are in this review, a review that was a recommendation in itself of the Hayne Royal Commission, what will you do about access to, quality of and cost of financial advice?
Well, I think there's a whole load of hypotheticals there that make that question impossible to answer.
All right, let me rephrase it, Minister. Do you believe that access to, quality of and cost of financial advice is a priority issue for your government?
I think, yes, I would say so. Yep.
Thank you.
And the right consumer protections and working with all of the groups across the financial sector in landing the government's response is an important part of this. Again, I think it's very uncontroversial.
So, noting the concerns and the need to stress test, can officials that are here today just walk the committee here through the process of the review from beginning to end? What number of submissions were received? What number of roundtables were held? How many stages did you go through, and what are the gaps that are in that process?
So I ask colleagues to add to that. I'll just, as a preamble, if I may, not to suggest that in saying this we have any views that align with what you just said in terms of gaps. So this was a very comprehensive review.
So, Senator, there was a number of processes that was undertaken. So initially there was a consultation paper that was released on the 11th of March, was terms of reference. Issues paper released on the 25th of March. We got a large number of submissions to that. They are all public on the Treasury's website. Subsequent to that, there was 134 submissions.
134 submissions?
To the issues paper. The public submissions are obviously on the Treasury's website, confidential ones not so much. Subsequent to that, Ms Levy released a proposals paper for public consultation on the 29th of August. The proposals paper had 178 submissions.
178?
29 of those were confidential. There was a subsequent consultation on conflicted remuneration, which was not included in the issues paper. That was released on 31st of October 2022. There were 29 submissions to that one, and then Ms Levy's final report. As part of those consultation processes, there were a range of meetings with a wide set of stakeholders.
Can I ask whether there were meetings, as part of those meetings with stakeholders, with Choice and with the Consumer Action Law Centre?
There was a range of consumer advocacy bodies, so Choice, Consumer, I think you mentioned Consumer Action Legal Centre.
Legal Centre, yes, sorry.
I believe CALC weren't at, I'd have to check this, but I believe CALC weren't at the consultation process. They kind of worked through Choice on this one. The consumer bodies often kind of co-represent.
Yes.
We did have Super Complaints Australia.
Super Consumers Australia?
Sorry, Super Consumers Australia.
We're correcting each other on our consumer groups.
You just end up thinking in acronyms after a point in time. But yes, so consumer advocacy bodies were involved in the consultation processes and made submissions.
Right. So beyond, obviously, the advisor bodies, the organisations involved, I'm assuming there were big corporations, there were small corporations, there were individual advisors, there was the consumer groups. Who's missing? Who have we not consulted?
So, Senator, I think just going back to the points that my colleagues have already made, it's not so much that it was a public consultation process, so anyone with an interest in the process had an avenue to consult. So I don't think, and I don't think any of my colleagues are saying that the review itself excluded a particular group of consultations. It's more around how government is thinking about its implementation.
Okay.
It's about how, it's about informing the government's response. Again, I don't think that's unusual. There would be countless numbers of reviews that government receive where you get the recommendations and you have a process around that. It happened under your government, happened under this government.
Do you think that Ms Levy approached this review with an open mind and treated all of the submissions and the contributions with the respect and the levity, it's not a pun around her name, that they deserved?
And we thank her for her work.
You don't seem very grateful.
Well, I don't know what you want me to do. We thank her for the work. We've got the review. We've released the review. I mean, is it your position that we should just accept all recommendations and move on? Is that the problem that we're having here, that you think there shouldn't be any further discussion, we just take the recommendations and run with it?
No, but you haven't identified or articulated a specific problem you have with the recommendations, other than the fact that you want to do more work. That doesn't seem particularly fair to all of those people that submitted, and to all of those that participated in the round tables, and to all of those that have been waiting on an outcome, particularly the Australians that are out there paying too much for their financial advice and probably need more. Can I ask you, Minister, will Australians keep paying high amounts of financial advice if the government does not action this review in a timely manner?
Well, it is the government's intention to action this review in a timely manner.
Thank you.
And, the fact that we've released it, everyone's got the recommendations. If we choose to respond in a way, that doesn't accept some recommendations, and I don't know if that's the case because it's not under my portfolio responsibility, you will know because you've got a copy of the review.
Can we
expect
and
you could tell us what you think.
Can we
put in a submission.
Can we expect the Assistant Treasurer to publicly rebuke reports before a response is finalised on other issues?
I don't know what you're talking about in relation to that.
Well, why did the Assistant Treasurer publicly announce that it needed to stress test and more expert advice when you can't identify any problems with it?
We've received a review. It's got a number of recommendations. It's in an area where there are a lot of stakeholders with a lot of views. I don't think it's unusual that the government would want to take further feedback and finalise the response.
No.
We're not delaying the response. It's going to the feedback we get will be incorporated into the advice back to from the Assistant Treasurer to the government about the response. I mean, again, this is how government works.
It's how your government works.
Okay. But take the I take that. But what about the open banking review then?
Well, and that's still going, and it's been implemented, and not only that, but it's constantly iterative consultations. And you know full well that that is a very different. That the consumer data right is a very different.
But what about
concept.
That process?
Is a very
where you got a review and then you did it. Okay.
There is still a working group that constantly works on the iterative process.
Good interjection.
If you don't understand the consumer data right, Minister, then I wouldn't comment on it.
Senator Hume, can I just do a time check at this point where we've been sort of on one topic for a while. We've got markets with us. We are due now to go to revenue, etc. Do you have other lines of questions for markets, or are we in a position to release markets? Senator Bragg.
Has the Treasury put any restraints on Ms Levy meeting with members or senators?
Sorry, I missed that. Was that to me?
Sure.
I missed the question, sorry.
Oh, it's a very, very good question.
Yeah.
I was just wondering whether the Treasury or the government has had any restraints placed on Ms Levy in meeting with members or senators.
I'm not aware of any.
No.
You're not aware of any?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any requests to meet with Ms Levy from members or senators?
Yes. As in members and or senators have had during the period of the review asked to meet with her, yes.
Okay. Were any of them facilitated?
Not by me personally, but colleagues might be able to help.
Yes, Senator. So there were meetings facilitated through the Assistant Treasurer's Office, as is the usual course of action for an independent government review. It usually goes through the relevant Minister's Office, and meetings were facilitated.
And how many were facilitated and how many were rejected?
Senator, I'm not aware of any being rejected. That might be one that not all requests may have come to us. I'm aware of one being facilitated.
Okay, that must be nice. I'm very pleased to hear that. Someone was allowed to meet with Ms Levy. I just wanted to ask you, finally, about something we discussed last time you were here, which doesn't seem all that long ago. So effectively, there was a Treasury consultation in March or April last year on regulating the gatekeepers in the digital asset crypto space. I believe Treasury has now put the submissions on the website, is that right?
Yes, so Senator, are you talking about the consultation? Sorry, can you repeat the date for when which one you're talking about?
It was the Caspers.
Yep,
Not the Ghost, the other one.
Yep, the submissions to those that are public submissions are on our website.
That's happened.
Yep.
So what was the outcome of the consultation?
So, Senator, subsequent to that, we have released the paper on token mapping.
Yeah, but what was the outcome of, because the token mapping had nothing to do with the Caspers.
No, the Caspers paper, Senator, was referring to the licensing regime as the government has
So what happened to that?
So as the government's announced, Treasury's working on token mapping. We've prioritised that. That paper's out for consultation. We're also concurrently working on licensing and custody arrangements with a consultation paper that we expect to release by mid this year.
Okay. Chair, I don't like to overtalk witnesses because it's not in good taste, but I would like an answer to the question.
So, Senator, the feedback from that consultation was obviously, Treasury's read it, Treasury's thought about it. As I've said, we're working on licensing and custody, but we've prioritised token mapping. That was the government's decision. That paper's out for consultation. The government intends to release a paper on licensing and custody by middle of 2023, so middle of this year. So obviously things we've learned through those processes will be fed into our work on licensing and custody.
Okay. Let's just try and cut to the chase here. So you've already run a consultation on regulating crypto markets and brokers and the like. That's already done. That's already been done. So what is the next step in regulating these gatekeepers? Because obviously there's been a lot of people who've lost their shirts over the collapse of FTX and the like, and there could be more. So I'm just trying to understand what is the next step. Is the next step draft legislation? What is it?
So, Senator, I'll let Ms Luke add to this question. So the next step is a further consultation.
But why have another one?
Senator Neil Liu, Assistant Secretary, Financial System Division. When we put out the Casper paper in March of last year, we have gone through all the submissions, have had meetings in the interim to try and understand the sector. There has been a lot of movement in the interim, as you flagged. FTX collapse, there is a lot happening globally. We are taking the time to understand what is happening overseas, with US announcements just this week, as well as papers being put out by the UK. We certainly will take that feedback and the submissions we received, which are on the website now, that will feed into the work on licensing and custody. After that exercise, we will be looking at whether there are other regulatory gaps that will not be covered or unable to be covered by the licensing and custody work.
Yeah. So to summarise that, instead of moving quickly on the gatekeeper regulation, you put out the token mapping thing, and then you're going to come back later this year and have another consultation paper on the markets licensing system.
Correct.
Okay. So in the interim, if you're investing into one of these things in Australia and it falls over, then too bad.
I think it's in the token mapping paper outline that there are probably some tokens that you could consider to already be a financial product and so therefore would be covered under the normal consumer protections that exist.
But just to tease that out, so if you put out a paper later this year when will we get to legislation?
That is a matter for government.
It's a matter for government, but I mean, we're years away from seeing these things regulated. So that's a decision of government.
I'll come back to you, Senator, if we can provide any more information about timelines.
Are you concerned that people will be unnecessarily exposed?
In terms of the time taken to get the regulation right, or the decisions right?
Well, it's taking, I mean,
I'd
obviously...
rather do it properly.
Well, there was already
but this is a matter for the Assistant Treasurer, so if there is anything I can update you on in terms of his thinking about timing, then I will do so.
So what do you think the outcome of token mapping will be?
I think it will allow us to have a common platform for thinking about how we approach these very complex products and these tokens. I think at the moment there are different views. These things are evolving. The tokens themselves can take many forms. They change over time. And what we're trying to do is bring a common view on these issues. It is a very complex sector with a diverse group of stakeholders.
Yeah, okay. I just want to ask one more, then I'll go away. So the Assistant Treasurer said in August last year that this token mapping thing was going to be released before Christmas last year. It didn't happen until this year. So what's the story? Is there a problem in there? How's it going with them?
Sorry, Senator.
I was just wondering, well, the question is,
on.
what's the issue with these delays? I mean, it's very slow going. I mean, at this rate, there'll be nothing put in place this Parliament.
Well, I mean, as you referred to, the government released this on the 3rd of February.
Yeah.
Obviously early in the year. There are a whole lot of priorities of the government. It's up to the Minister as to when certain things are released and when matters are prioritised. But if I could add on the consumer protection point, ASIC are increasing, as you're probably aware, increasing their enforcement in this area. ACCC also are doing the same in terms of beefing up their focus in the crypto area. So it's not as if in the absence of legislative change to regulate, there is no protection there for consumers.
It's unusual, though, for a Treasury Minister to put onto the Treasury website that something will be released by a particular timetable, then that's missed by months and months.
Well, it's not months and months. I think you're exaggerating.
Quite a long time, though.
Anyway, what happened under your government?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
I wasn't part of the executive in that government.
Oh, yeah. Well,
you're asking lots of questions for a minister at the table. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work, Chair.
I think this sort of what's happening and why is it not happening fast enough when we've been in for 8 months after a 9-year-old government, and we've picked up a lot of pieces of work and are moving through them methodically and responsibly. As I said, if there is more that I can provide you in terms of timelines, I will come back to you. I don't have that information before me.
And speaking of timelines, it would be good to make it to Revenue Group at some point soon. But
I agree.
Senator Hume, do you have questions for?
I do. I just have one more
markets?
line of questioning about the FAR and also the compensation scheme of last resort. Can I ask whether the department prepared advice on any amendments to the financial accountability regime legislation to impose penalties on banking executives between the 18th of October and December last year?
I'll ask colleagues, Ms Zahid, to answer that.
So, Senator, yes, we looked at it. So there was a parliamentary amendment moved, and as is ordinarily the case, we look at any PAMs that gets moved on pieces of legislation and provide advice in relation to PAMs.
Right. And when was that advice received and to whom it was sent? To whom was it sent?
I don't have the exact date. I suspect it would have been close to the date that amendments were discussed and raised. I don't have the exact date for when we would have provided advice. It would have been.
Okay, can you take that on notice and potentially
table
the advice?
We can provide the date for when that advice was provided.
Give it a crack. Can I ask, has the Treasurer been briefed on the financial accountability regime and the compensation scheme of last resort?
So, Senator, as a matter of course, briefings that we do to the Assistant Treasurer...
the Assistant Treasurer, the Treasurer.
No, I know. I'm just saying, as a matter of course, briefings that we do to the Assistant Treasurer are copied to the Treasurer, so it is, I can't say for certain whether the Treasurer's...
so he hasn't been briefed
directly, so I haven't had a conversation with the Treasurer about that, but briefings that go to junior ministers generally go to the Treasurer. There is obviously conversations between the officers.
Do you know whether the Treasurer was briefed on the plan to add penalties to the scheme?
Senator, that's a question for the Assistant Treasurer.
So the submission or the advice that you gave the Assistant Treasurer then, was that CC'd to the Treasurer?
I don't recall if it was formal advice or if it was advice in the context of discussion with advisors. But
I can check, Senator Hume, and see if there's anything further we can provide on that. Yep.
Did the Treasurer or the Treasurer's office express any directives or communicate any intention to pass the bill with or without the penalties?
Senator, there would have been lots of conversations. I recall a range of conversations understanding those issues, so looking at what stakeholders' submissions might have been, what the consequences were. So there were a lot of those considerations, and as you would expect, Treasury obviously provided advice on those issues.
So at what point did the department become aware that it was intended to remove the financial accountability regime schedules out of the financial sector reform bill and pass it with just the consumer credit reforms?
Senator, I don't have the exact dates. My recollection is we assisted on the PAMs a couple of days before it was introduced, so it would have been very close to when they were introduced.
Could you just take that exact date on notice? Minister, maybe you could answer this one. When was it decided to gut that bill and remove those schedules?
I'll have to check. I was just saying to Mr. Jeremenko, I'm having a distant flashback to the end of the sitting calendar last year.
It was a special time.
It was, but I'm happy to come back with a date. I just can't. I can't recall specifically.
Fair enough. It was.
Yeah, Senator McKim might be able to.
Yes.
I don't want to encourage him though. Some dark days.
Can I ask? Sorry, now I've got the giggles. Can I ask whether the department has drafted a new bill to reintroduce those schedules that were removed?
So, Senator, we've been obviously having discussions with the Assistant Treasurer's Office around the government's plans for that bill. As far as I'm aware, I don't think we've provided a new draft bill to the Minister as yet.
Right, so we don't really have a timetable as to when that will be introduced?
That's a decision for government, Minister.
Yeah.
Sorry, Senator.
Decision for government to make...
There's nothing I can update you on.
It is something?
On that.
It isn't? Or, sorry,
I don't
know.
have any further information to provide you on that.
That's something of a concern, considering there was a fair bit of drum banging prior to the election about Hayne Royal Commission recommendations and making sure that they were implemented. This is one of those recommendations, as is the commissioning of the levy review.
Yep, and we're working through them all.
Some stakeholders have raised concerns about the compensation scheme of last resort, and particularly the one-off levy that's associated with that. Has any work been progressed or advice received on how that particular issue can be resolved?
So, Senator, that is one of the issues that we've been looking at and providing advice to government on options, implications and kind of different policy choices that government has in relation to that one-off levy.
And that advice, is that going just to Minister Jones, or is that Assistant Treasurer Jones, or is it going to the Treasurer as well?
So, Senator, as you'd be aware, if it's a formal piece of advice, that goes up through a ministerial submission. That would go to both the Treasurer and the Assistant Treasurer. There's lots of discussions, lots of advice, lots of conversations we have with officers, and that is primarily through Minister Jones's office.
Do you intend to brief the Assistant Treasurer and the Treasurer in person on that advice?
So I'd expect that those briefings to happen with the Assistant Treasurer. We've had conversations on this issue.
Has the Treasurer expressed a particular interest in receiving more advice on this bill?
So, Minister, no discussions directly with the Treasurer that I'm aware of on this particular issue with the Treasurer and the Department. That's not to say that the Treasurer hasn't taken an issue and and I'm aware that the Treasurer's Office, so I've engaged with the Treasurer's Office, we've engaged with the Treasurer's Office, but not directly with the Treasurer on this issue, but that's not unusual.
Okay. Minister, this is a bill that had bipartisan support. It's had extraordinary delay in legislating with a bill with bipartisan support.
Yes, and we weren't able to successfully negotiate its passage last year, so further work's been done, and I imagine that bill will be reintroduced, and hopefully we can get support from the Chamber to see it passed.
This doesn't seem to be the first time that Assistant Treasurer Jones has messed up something that seemed easy on the surface. I mean, you've already rebuked him once today about his comments around interest rates, and
I'm not sure I've rebuked him.
No, you probably haven't had a chance to watch the television's report of some of the comments that you've been making today around the RBA's independence.
Very sound.
But that is
Well,
the
that's
way
the
it
government's
is.
position.
That is being
Is there a question,
that is being
Senator
reported.
Hume, or is it just
I'm
some
just
negative
wondering-
reflections?
It's a complex
Question?
portfolio with, a lot of stakeholders and to work with. I think it's not surprising that on occasion, you're going to have to rethink and continue to negotiate with people.
Perhaps
to get
Minister
reforms
Jones,
through.
the message from Minister Jones today is to rethink and negotiate with people rather than simply talk.
Is that a note
Well,
to
being
end? Is
senators, we know the
section on?
benefits that come with good dialogue, consultation and negotiation.
Yes.
That's the only way we get anything done.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Minister.
Sounded like a note to end on. Thank you very much, Senator Hume. So I believe we are releasing the Markets Group with our thanks. Thank you for being with us. And we'll just take a short moment of suspension while we welcome our next groups to the table. The committee will recommence, and we're welcoming representatives from the Australian Taxation Office, the Tax Practitioners Board, and the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission to join Treasury's Revenue, Small Business and Housing Group, and a particular welcome to Ms Woodward. I understand this is your first estimates appearance, so welcome. We've created something of an omnibus sort of appearance panel. I'm aware that there's an opening statement from Ms Woodward and also one from the Tax Practitioners Board. I wondered first up whether you would be happy for me to table those rather than deliver them verbally. So I will table those documents, those opening statements. Mr Jordan, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Not a statement as such, but with your indulgence, can I spend 30 seconds saying something?
Indeed.
We at the Tax Office were extremely pleased to see in a survey of 12,000 Australian citizens run by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet that we came out on top for trustworthiness for government agencies. I hope people trust us. But more interestingly, we came out on top with 82% of people satisfied with their interactions with the ATO. So we came out on top of both trustworthiness and satisfaction. And I think that's a result of the very hard work that all the people in the Tax Office has put in the last few years for our cultural transformation to put the staff and the client at the centre of everything we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Jordan. Thank you for those opening words. We'll figure out how this is going to work as we go along. And we're going to go straight to questions, and we'll go to Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I've just read the opening statement from the Tax Practitioner Board, and I'm sure some of my questions, Mr King, might enable you to put some of that on the record. So we don't hear a lot about the Tax Practitioner Board, but Australians in recent times would have heard about the termination of the registration of tax agent Peter John Collins of PwC, which is one of the largest providers of financial advice, accounting services in the country. On January 23rd, it was found that he had shared confidential information with colleagues about tax policy, and that confidential material was material that he'd actually obtained in the course of consultations with Treasury. Now, Australians generally don't pay attention to a lot of this, but when somebody consults with Treasury, the practice is that they would sign a confidentiality agreement so that the conversation could be robust and honest and then treated with confidentiality. That didn't occur in this case, did it, Mr. King? Do you want to fill out the information about this particular instance with regard to Mr. Peter John Collins of PwC? Oh, it's Mr. Klug, sorry.
That's right.
I need better glasses.
No,
apologies.
Look, I'm happy to fill in the gaps for you. Would you like me to just perhaps give a bit of a background just on the Tax Practitioners Board, just to explain our role?
Well, let's just start with this instance and then we can go there if required.
Okay.
What happened?
So the situation was that, yes, there was a breach of confidentiality. We, as the Tax Practitioners Board, we regulate all tax practitioners in the country, large or small, and that came to the attention of the TPB, and as part of our, we sanction tax practitioners, and as part of our sanctioning, this came to our attention. It went in front of our conduct committee, and as a result of going to the conduct committee, his registration was terminated based on the facts of the case and the evidence that was supplied to us.
And what were the facts of the case, Mr. Klug?
Well, the facts were that it was a breach of confidentiality. The detailed information is included on our register, and the information that he had obtained as part of that consultation process was released to partners in his firm, to his colleagues, and also to clients.
So, in effect, by his participation in what was supposedly a confidential set of considerations, Mr. Peter John Collins of PwC took that information back to his company, shared it with colleagues, who then monetised that for profit. Is that it in a nutshell, Mr. Klug?
In a nutshell, that's correct.
Which I'm sure, well, to me, is certainly shocking behaviour. Now, I understand the Treasurer recently wrote to you regarding what assurances you have in place to ensure immediately a redress of the situation we've just described, that confidential processes remain confidential, and that any improvements to those processes be implemented post haste. Can you set out what you're doing immediately in response to that direction from the Treasurer?
Well, we take the issue of conflict of interest and confidentiality very seriously, and the processes, we have very good processes in place at the TPB regarding our own board members, etc. And there are other actions which are being put in place, and it would probably be best if our Secretary and CEO perhaps expanded on those.
Thanks, Senator. Michael O'Neill, the CEO of the TPB. The TPB is looking at our own consultation processes, and we understand that the Treasurer has similarly asked the Treasury, the ATO and the Board of Taxation to provide some assurances around the integrity of the process. So with those other agencies, we're looking at the obvious benefits of ongoing and confidential consultation, the risks around integrity, and if confidential information is leaked or conflicts of interest are not managed, and then how we might tighten up those processes. Some of the things that have been suggested so far include a centralised register, so we've got a better tracking of those types of issues, as well as some engagement with firms and the tax practitioner industry more generally, because firms are too looking at these sorts of issues, how they can better ensure that they're abiding by their obligations to confidentiality.
But the monetising of this matter is more than just Mr Peter John Collins, who suffered a personal response from the Tax Practitioner Board. He didn't monetise this by himself. He did it with other people in PwC.
That's right, Senator. There was communication from the Treasury and the Board of Tax, confidential information to Mr Collins. Mr Collins, as we said in our public entry on our register, shared that information with PwC personnel, both in Australia and overseas, who in turn shared that with clients. And that was part of the monetisation, as you say. So the board similarly investigated PwC in this case and ordered PwC to address its own conflict of interest measures to ensure that they are compliant into the future.
Have there been any further disciplinary actions for anyone else at PwC, or have there been any repercussions for any of the clients who access this information?
In relation to the clients, I'm not sure we can answer that, Senator. It might be a question for somebody else. In relation to PwC's internal review, I can't tell you that detail. The board took action in relation to Mr Collins and PwC based on the facts and evidence we had and the law that we have available to us, the Tax Agent Services Act. At this stage, we're not aware of any other inquiries in relation to other personnel at PwC.
So he saw an opportunity and he ran through it and took up the opportunity. So the disincentive against acting unethically and unprofessionally to the point where he's now been disbarred, that wasn't sufficient to stop him. My next set of questions, I've got many more that I would like to ask. I don't know if time will allow, but in 2019 there was an independent review of the Tax Practitioner Board. That review then made a number of recommendations. Since then, to the best of your knowledge, Mr Klug or Mr O'Neill, has any legislation been introduced or passed to implement the recommendations?
Senator, not to this stage, no. Our Treasury colleagues might want to address the reform questions more generally. The previous government made some decisions in relation to a range of those recommendations in 2020, and there have been some consultation in relation to those. There's been implementation of some of the administrative recommendations, but there hasn't been legislation to this point.
So we're talking about a 2019 report. Here we are, it's 2023. We've got a description of a person who was sufficiently incentivised with a period of a lack of adequate scrutiny, clearly able to operate in the way that he did, and a company able to facilitate his action. What should have been happening in 2019? In your view, Ms Brown, could you refer to the processes, or is it Ms Berger-Thompson who's going to answer this question, about the legislation that needed to follow the 2019 review?
Certainly, Senator. Diane Brown, Deputy Secretary, Revenue, Small Business and Housing. I'll start, but Ms Berger-Thompson may have some more detail that she can provide to you. So the final report was completed in October 2019, as you heard. It contained 28 recommendations. The government gave its response in November 2020. It supported 10 of the recommendations in full or in part, with a further 10 recommendations supported in principle. Treasury commenced work on implementing those recommendations, but no legislation was introduced before Parliament was prorogued before the last election. Since that this government was elected, the government has now consulted on exposure draft legislation. That was publicly released on the 18th of November 2022, and that deals with 5 of the recommendations, I believe, but Ms Berger-Thompson can take you through those 5.
Thank you. So you've picked up the task of actually doing the work that needs to be done.
Laura Berger-Thompson, First Assistant Secretary, Personal and Indirect Tax, Charities and Housing Division. So yes, Senator, my division is responsible for working with the government on policies in this space. So as alluded to by my TPB colleagues, there's a range of administrative recommendations that have been implemented or are in the process of being implemented by the TPB and the ATO. And one of those was the setting up of the Tax Practitioner Governance and Standards Forum, which has been in, I think its first meeting took place in July 2021. There's a range of other actions which in the governance space, which can be done without legislation, which are currently being progressed. Then we have the bill, which I think I understand has been introduced into Parliament today. So that has 5 recommendations. I guess the recommendations, I can go into each of them in detail if you would like, but if I first of all take a bit of a step back and think about the review overall, the review made a number of recommendations which related to TPB independence and governance, registration and education of tax practitioners, the Code of Professional Conduct, and TPB powers, and those include sanctions. So the current bill, looks at TPB independence, so the financial independence in particular from the ATOs. It sets up a special account in order to facilitate that. But it also, one of the other key parts of this bill is it gives the Minister power to supplement what's called the Code of Professional Conduct, which enables the TPB to, I guess, more effectively target emerging or existing behaviours and practices of tax agents.
So dodgy practices. I know that you're going to give me the wind-up in a second, Chair, so I'm just going to go to one of those elements that you mentioned there, Ms Berger-Thompson. Recommendation 6.1, I understand, was the recommendation to increase the board's sanction powers. Clearly, from the case of Mr Collins, and I'm sure that Senator McKim will pursue some further questions about the collateral around the edge of Mr Collins' action. How would that change the way in which you might be able to do your job in terms of sanctioning and provide sufficient deterrence to people who might abuse information that takes away fair and just taxation for the Australian people, which benefits us all, and not advantages individuals who can pay a lot of money for sneakily or deceptively acquired knowledge about Australian taxation policy?
So I might answer the question on the 6.1. So that's not one that's in front of Parliament at the moment. That will be, will likely be in a follow-up bill potentially. We're currently working on that with the government. But the current level of sanctions, there are 2 levels of sanctions, broadly speaking, that the TPB has. One, low-level sanctions, kind of written cautions, further education, if you like, and then there's the high-level sanctions, which are the suspensions or termination of registration. What recommendation 6.1 gives the TPB, or proposes to give the TPB, I guess more of a variety of sanctions, and particularly ones that kind of, I guess, are not low but high, but somewhere in the middle, so that they can, I guess, more effectively target poor behaviour by tax practitioners.
Thank you, Ms Berger-Thompson. Mr Clerk, Mr O'Neill, do you want to supplement that answer?
No, thanks, Senator. I think that adequately describes it. The report into the effectiveness of the TPP, I identified that as a regulator, the TPP's existing range of sanctions isn't equivalent to other regulators, and so it's really about making the TPP fit for purpose. So I'd agree with that, my Treasury colleague about that range of sanctions. We look forward to a consultation about that.
Just for my curiosity, when Mr. Collins, Mr. Peter John Collins, attended these briefings, it was on more than one occasion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So he would have, on each occasion, signed a confidentiality agreement that made it very explicit that no materials should be shared. Is that how it works?
No, Senator. I think in broad terms, Mr. Collins signed 3 confidentiality agreements over the course of some years. They were slightly different in terms, but in the broad, they all say the same thing, that this needs to be kept secret.
Is it possible for a person with the skill level of Mr. Peter John Collins to have misunderstood what he was signing?
I can't speak for Mr. Collins, but I think most of us would understand on the face of a confidentiality agreement what it entails.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
More
you.
to be asked.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening, folks. Just look on the same issue. I just would like to start with the ATO, if I might. Was the ATO surprised at the speed at which any companies rearranged their affairs to avoid the full force of the multinational anti-avoidance laws? And if so, which companies were you surprised about?
I think it's been reported, the former head of our international division, Mr. Mark Conza, tremendous tax official, has publicly said that he was surprised at how quickly a scheme had been developed and in fact started to be marketed to mainly US-based multinationals to overcome
Can I just say, Mr. Jordan, were they clients of PwC?
I can't say either way. Some were, some could have been prospective clients. But it was the multinational anti-avoidance law provisions that all this consultation was on. Very comprehensive, and normally it'd take a while for some, people to look at it, how it all fits together. So within weeks, we became aware of a scheme that was being potentially marketed to multiple companies.
So could I... Oh, Mr Hirshon, of course.
Yes, so the multinational anti-avoidance law became operative on the 1st of January 2016. By April 2016, we issued our first taxpayer alert in relation to a scheme which we had identified was being marketed.
Marketed by PwC?
Well, so it's being marketed at this stage. I'm not going to confirm at this stage.
And that's a very short period for us to have legislation and an alert.
By September, we had issued another 2 taxpayer alerts about avoidance structures to subvert the MAL, which was itself an avoidance provision. So we were particularly exercised by people trying to structure to avoid an anti-avoidance provision.
Yes.
I think it is a matter of public record. In 2018, PwC acknowledged that at least one of those structures related to a transaction that they were promoting to their clients, and that they conceded that this was not in line with community expectations.
All right. So do you have an estimate of how many dollars the Australian taxpayers were ripped off by this?
So, Senator, I can answer that, and I can, if I maybe give a little bit of context, that for several years we tracked how much extra tax came in as a result of the multinational anti-avoidance law. And like all good avoidance laws, it operated by encouraging people to structure so that it did not apply. And so we engaged with many overseas companies, and ultimately 44 international groups restructured their Australian affairs in a way which booked sales in Australia. So the purpose of the multinational anti-avoidance law. So we dealt with those 44 companies, and we estimate that resulted in $100 million income tax a year being collected in Australia and about $80 million worth of net GST being collected in Australia each year. If these structures had been effective or had been implemented and we had not challenged them, that was the tax at risk. But I can assure the committee that we identified these schemes very early. No companies implemented those structures, and we protected the revenue so that Australia did not lose money as a result of this breach of confidentiality.
All right, thank you. Very pleased to hear that. The ATO's currently got a $12 million contract with PricewaterhouseCoopers. Are you going to blacklist PwC from any future contracts?
So one of my colleagues will come up, I'm sure, to talk about our procurement practices. It's a very important feature of the tax office is that my side of the shop, the compliance side of the shop, has taxpayer secrecy. That extends to how we procure services. So at this stage, I will bow out and pass to my colleague, Ms Bristow.
Ms Bristow, thank you.
Thank you. Janine Bristow, Chief Finance Officer. So we do have a contract with PwC. It is a very specialised contract for our strategic sourcing program. Yep. It has run over a number of years, and there are future years. So it is completely separate from what happened of what you've just been talking about. So no, we wouldn't be looking to do anything in regards to blacklisting. Under the procurement rules, the Commonwealth procurement rules, for us to cancel a contract, we'd have to show breach of that contract. Sorry,
so just to be clear, my question wasn't would you cancel that contract, it was blacklisting in terms of future contracts. And I really want to ask you, do you trust PwC? Like, do you trust them? I mean, the ATO, I'm certain, in fact, I know from some of Mr Jordan and Mr Hirschhorn's answers to my questions in the past, treats information with the strictest of confidence. PwC have, at an organisational level, effectively stolen confidential government information and monetised it for profit. That's what they've done. Will the ATO countenance contracting PwC for matters involving anything confidential into the future? And if so, why? And how could you trust them after what they've done? This is their SOP, folks. This is how they work. How could you countenance contracting them in the future?
So under the panel rules that are in place and set by the Department of Finance, the Department of Finance Management Advisory Service Panel, which we need to use for all non-commercial Commonwealth entities, is mandatory, and PwC is part of that panel.
PwC is part, and you trust them to be part of that panel?
Well, that's set by the Department of Finance, not the ATO.
Got anyone from the Department of Finance here? No.
Minister.
Minister for Finance.
We answered some questions around this last night, so I'll probably refer you to...
Well, you actually said you wouldn't be blacklisting because you thought they'd suffered... You said to my colleague, Senator Pocock, that the government wouldn't be blacklisting PricewaterhouseCoopers because you thought they'd suffered enough reputational harm.
No, I did not say that. God, all week I've been verbaled. Well, I think we went through the fact that there wasn't... The work that was commissioned didn't sit under the panels that finance puts together. So there wasn't, any way through that panel arrangement that they could terminate arrangements. I did say that they had suffered reputational damage because I think they have, and I think they know they have. And I think the Treasurer has expressed, our extreme displeasure, I think he used the terms ropeable, at the fact that this happened. We have to rely, when you are consulting and you are dealing with sensitive information, you have to rely on confidentiality contracts.
So if they get breached... PwC, are you going to blacklist them from future government contracts? How can you trust them, Minister?
Well, the procurement rules...
This was at partner level.
The procurement rules exist. Ministers don't make procurement decisions for good reason, right? Our job is to ensure that the procurement rules and the ways that contracts are let are done in accordance with the procurement rules, and that agencies enforce that.
They're your rules, though.
That's right.
Are they not? They're the government's
rules.
That's
right, and we always look through them. We look through them to make sure that they remain relevant, and if there are gaps, that we are looking at how we address those gaps.
Can I ask Mr Klug, are any members of the Tax Practitioners Board receiving any remuneration from PwC, given you've got a couple of former partners on the board?
Yeah, we do have two former partners on the board.
So are they receiving remuneration from PwC?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't believe so?
No.
Well, you must know, Mr Klug, surely. Surely they would have declared it if they had been.
They would have declared it had they been receiving it, and I don't believe that they
So there's been no declarations of conflict of interest at board level on this matter? Is that right?
And we have a declaration of conflict of interest at the beginning of every board meeting.
All right. Is Treasury inviting PwC into any confidential consultations in relation to the government's multinational tax integrity and tax transparency package?
I'll need to ask Mr Robertson to come to the table.
Well, surely not.
That consultation occurred late last year, is my recollection.
Senator Marty Robinson, First Assistant Secretary, Corporate and International Tax Division. So in relation to the government's election commitments and the development of the policy that was announced in the October budget, we went through a public consultation process in relation to the measures. PwC engaged in the public consultation process, given it was open and public process. In terms of further work, we've been going through the process of developing the draft legislation that would enact the relevant measures.
Getting a look at that?
Senator, we're working towards release of the exposure draft legislation, which would then be available for public consultation, during that period.
Thank you. My questions are specifically in relation to any confidential consultation. So are PwC getting a look at that draft legislation ahead of its public release?
Senator, we haven't undertaken any confidential consultation in relation to those measures at this stage.
Okay. And do you intend to in the future? And if in any future consultations on any potential government measures, would Treasury invite PwC to be part of that, given they stole information from the government last time and monetised it for profit?
Senator, I guess the way I'd respond to that question is to say that obviously following the revelations, Treasury has been we've been reviewing our processes around consultation, both public consultation but also confidential consultation. And we've obviously identified some areas where we could potentially make some improvements to those processes. We are also in the process of engaging with a range of firms, including PwC, but other tax advisory firms, other industry associations, from which we have undertaken confidential consultation from time to time. We think it's a good opportunity to, through that engagement, to look at what governance and procedural arrangements those organisations have in place to protect the confidentiality of any information that we might give to them during the course of a consultation process, and also to consider issues around conflict of interest and the internal processes that organisations might have to manage that. I think it's probably too early to say, in terms of that work, whether or not we might engage PwC or indeed any other entity, as a result of that further work.
All right, thanks. My last question, Chair. Thank you. Are PwC or anyone associated in any way with PwC currently involved in the Board of Taxation in any way, shape or form?
There is a current partner of PricewaterhouseCoopers on the Board of Taxation.
That's right. Does that concern you? Was that person privy to the information leaked, stolen from the government and leaked? Do you know if that, because we've heard evidence that partners were involved in that?
I wouldn't know, but based on he might not have been at PwC at that time anyway, so I'd have to ask him. But he actually hasn't been a partner at PwC for all that long. He previously worked in a financial company.
Thank you, Ms Brown. Thank you, Senator McKim. Thank you all. The committee will break now and resume with the same witnesses at 8 p.m. Everyone's good. We will now resume this meeting of the Senate Economics Committee with representatives from the ATO Tax Practitioners Board, the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission and Treasury's Revenue Small Business and Housing Group. Thank you for coming back after dinner. And Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for making yourselves available this evening. Can we extend our appreciation, Ms Woodward, on your appointment as the new Commissioner to the ACNC, and also extend our appreciations for the work that Deborah Jenkins did in the acting role, and to acknowledge those 20 or odd ACNC officials that were recognised most recently as part of the 10-year anniversary celebrations for their long service. Before I come to your opening statement, I'm interested in getting an update on the progress of the expression of interest for the ACNC advisory panel process, which I think was announced, the process was announced on the 11th of October 2022.
Thanks, Senator. I've got the 24th of October in my brief.
Oh.
I can check. But we received 295 expressions of interest to be a member. The department has assessed those 285 expressions of interest against the statutory criteria in the Act. That criteria being expertise relating to not-for-profit entities or experience and qualifications in law, taxation or accounting. Following that assessment, we have provided advice to the Assistant Minister earlier this year, and he's currently considering who to recommend to Cabinet.
When was the advice provided?
I believe it was provided on the 18th of January.
18th of
January of this year.
18th of January. And how many positions are to be appointed?
I might need to ask Ms Berger-Thompson to come up on that one, rather than give you the wrong number. Okay. Sorry, I have got some information in the interim until she got Ms Rowbotham, but the board comprises of at least 2 and up to 8 general members and any number of ex officio members, but Ms Rowbotham can expand on that.
Thank you.
Senator, yes, I can confirm that there are 8 members of the advisory board plus 1 representative for the states and territories. It's up to the minister's discretion as to how many positions he wishes to refresh.
Right. So the advice that was provided to the minister on the 18th of January was a short list of people that he could choose from?
That's correct.
So how many people were on the short list that he could choose from or can choose from?
Between 30 and 40.
And from that short list, he'll be able to select between 2 and 8?
Between 0 and 8.
Between 0 and 8. Does the advisory panel have a chair?
Yes, it does.
And is that determined amongst the members of the advisory panel or determined by the minister?
The minister.
Thank you. I recall reading that the expression of interest panel invited people to make a pitch in addition to providing a resume or CV. Is that understanding correct?
That's correct. I think we asked for a pitch in the length of around 500 words, so it was relatively short.
Did all of the 285 make a pitch?
I haven't read all of the applications, but I suspect so, yes.
Was making a pitch part of the selection criteria?
It was.
It was used to inform against the criteria, but if a pitch wasn't there, you would have read the resume to assess experience and relevant qualifications.
Is pitching for a position, in addition to providing a CV and a resume, a common practice? It is.
Yes, it is, Senator.
Surprising. Are you able to give us an indication of some of the more powerful pitches? No. In all seriousness, you know.
So the pitches very much centred on the applicant's engagement with the not-for-profit sector. Sometimes references to qualifications, but mainly day-to-day involvement with the charity sector.
When the Minister determines his new advisory panel, is it his intention to release the pitches as well? Pitches, P-I-T-C-H-E-S, yeah.
I think that's very unlikely, Minister.
Right. The names that were provided to the Minister on the 18th of January included the pitches?
They include in the entire application, so the pitch and the CVs, yes.
Great. So when is the Minister expecting to make the announcement on the advisory panel?
I'm not sure.
Decision of the Minister.
Understand. Just want to turn secondly then to the progress of the harmonisation of fundraising laws between states and territories.
So, Minister, that's actually run by our markets group colleagues who were
on earlier today. You did tell me that last week. I know, you did tell me that last week, yeah. And no one here can give me even a sense? A rookie error on my part.
We could take the question on notice and pass it to our markets group
So my
colleagues.
question is just to get quite a detailed understanding of what is the progress of the harmonisation of fundraising laws between states and territories, which was a commitment of the government when in opposition, but very, very keen to understand the progress of that. And where progress is still outstanding, what are the mechanisms or forums for those matters to be further progressed and
I can answer that bit, which is they were considered by KIFA, the Council of Federal Financial Relations, last Friday. A paper went there talking about progress and outlining next steps. But I think we can take and we'll provide that detail to you. But it was a paper that was endorsed by KIFA.
Great, thanks very much. Ms Woodward, I'd like to just turn to your opening statement now, and I should have acknowledged earlier your very sort of long-standing, not just interest but participation in the charity and not-for-profit sector. So on the basis of that and other contributions you've made to public life, we welcome your appointment and congratulations again. In your opening statement, you talk about charity advocacy. This has been contentious issue in the past, and I was just hoping that for the committee you might just restate your understanding of the regulations and the attitude that you will bring to this issue, in part because 2023 may see quite significant public debates around issues that could be contested. So I was hoping you might just, I won't read it out, you might just illuminate on your opening statement where you do make reference to this.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your welcome. Advocacy is a permitted charitable purpose. We have guidance on the website that has been there for some time and still stands, and it makes it quite clear that advocating as part of achieving your charitable purpose is a perfectly permissible activity. There are some limitations which are contained in the Charities Act, and they deal with if it was to be for an unlawful charitable purpose or in breach of the laws around trespass and things like that. So there are some limits, but certainly there is guidance there that makes it clear that it is perfectly acceptable to advocate for your charitable purpose.
So as we enter 2023, how does the ACNC plan to communicate, remind, reinforce what are the regulations and guidelines around advocacy?
we will be putting out additional guidance that sits under that umbrella. So it doesn't change the position, but we do think it's important to put out guidance which will be more specific around a referendum, for example, if we have a referendum.
I think we can be totally frank and talk about the fact that, you know, if there is a referendum, then people will want to participate in that, and they are free to participate in that. But for some people, there are some guidelines around or some regulations in regards to how they or their associations may be able to participate.
Yes, and we will have guidance ready to go quite shortly on exactly that, which will sit under the overall position. So it's not really a change of position, which I think was the point that you made before, but we will have specific guidance to deal with referendum.
Right. Minister, are there any expectations that those regulations may change in advance or in preparation for the referendum?
I will take that on notice.
Great. Thank you very much. Ms Woodward, you also mentioned in your opening statement about red tape reduction. Can you just provide us with some additional information about how the ACNC is progressing that, and what are the types of red tape issues that charities have foreshadowed or drawn to the attention of the Commission?
Yes, we see red tape, both our own internal red tape, so we're taking steps to do every efficiency we can. So, for example, this year we will launch a new registration form which will make sure that we avoid going back to people to get information that they have forgotten to lodge when they've made an application. So it'll be a form that means you're not able to lodge your application without having all the right information attached. So that's a sort of internal process that can reduce that red tape burden. But particularly we will have now, over the 10-year period, successfully made sure that we share data with every state and territory regulator, so that you only, if you fundraise or incorporate association in any state and territory, you can now lodge your annual report with the ACNC, and we securely share the data with each of those regulators. And that's really finally come into effect, with Queensland being the last state to come on board. So we can now actually say we've achieved that, which I think is quite an achievement. As someone who started in the ACNC right back when, it's a decade later, but it is actually an achievement. And we certainly look forward to playing our part in any way we can in relation to the harmonisation of the fundraising laws that were considered at KIFA on Friday.
Senator Smith, I can actually remember a phrase that's associated, and I think that was a report once used, use often.
Use often. That was
the goal all those years ago, so it's a great achievement from Ms Woodward.
In the last few months, cyber security matters have been top of mind for organisations in Australia, and indeed the government. What advice does the ACNC give to charities, which of course vary in size, very, very large and significant ones? What is the approach that the ACNC takes in regards to cyber security? In the interest of total transparency, as I've travelled around two charities in my role, some have raised specifically concerns about the right fit for risk cyber security accreditation regime that I think is in the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. Does that in any way interface with the ACNC as an organisation, and more particularly with individual charities and their cyber security obligations?
I'm not aware of that, and I'll check with my colleague in a minute, but just generally...
I wasn't aware of that either until I met with one or two charities.
Just generally, we certainly try to always have guidance on topical issues like that for charities, because anything that affects their good governance is relevant for us. And we do, in one of our education e-learning modules, have a particular part on cyber security. So we're trying to play that role. We also have had webinars on it, and raise, within the ACNC ourselves, we're part of, we have our own cyber security training for staff. We have the secure modern desktop program. So we're doing our own part as an agency, and we're also trying to make sure that in our guidance and our education, that we support charities to understand that they do have that role as part of the overall governance standards. Was there, my Assistant Commissioner Anna Longley might be able to add to that particular initiative.
Welcome.
Thank you. Anna Longley, Assistant Commissioner General Counsel. Really, what our charities need to do is comply with the governance standards, and so there are obligations upon them and the responsible persons, and that's what we remind them of in the materials that we have, that it's up to each of the responsible persons, otherwise known as the board or directors of the charity, to make sure they are aware or make themselves aware of the risks, and to make decisions that are appropriate for the size of their charity and the type of data that they hold.
That was the key point that I was interested in, whether or not it was a fit-for-purpose approach to cyber security or whether it was a one-size-fits-all approach, which would seem quite unreasonable to expect the very, very large charities to have a standard, which was necessary for them, but for the smaller charities to have that applied to them.
Yes, I would agree. When you have some of the very large charities that this country has and the type of very personal, detailed information that they hold, their risks are much greater than some of our very small charities that are convened, for instance, around a kitchen table.
So given the recent events with Optus and Medibank and others, has the ACNC engaged in a cyber security guidance audit of some of the largest charities in Australia that might hold significant volume of personal data?
No, Senator, we haven't specifically addressed that as a risk, but it is something that we would look at generally when we are reviewing a charity.
Is it something that you might take away from this evening and just put your mind to as part of a risk management strategy more generally?
We are definitely considering what the risks are in relation to cyber security and how we might address them.
Great. And I might just follow that up then again in May. So, just finally back to the expert advisory panel, because I know that this is an interest, well, I'm sure it's an interest for those 285 people that applied, but it is an interest in the sector. Is it common for appointments to sit on a minister's desk for almost a month?
I don't think it. Well, I don't think it's unusual. I don't think it's a long period. They need time to consider. Is a large
No, I accept that.
Large number of
I
applications
totally accept that because you did say that there were 30 to 40.
quite a lot of paperwork
That's right.
there,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
totally accept that. Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Woodward, and thank you. Thank you.
Do you have any questions, Senator Bragg? Senator Bragg.
Who's even Revenue Group?
I've got others behind me.
Yeah. How are you?
Good, thank you.
It's good. What sort of work have you done on modelling super changes, tax changes?
So, Senator, superannuation being such a big area, obviously it's a matter that we think about regularly. The policy for super actually sits in Markets Group.
I understand that.
Yeah, the bit that we do is the costings.
Yep, that's why I asked you costings.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to make a very general statement. Tax is an area that can lead to behavioural responses if people are speculating on what tax reforms may be, and that behavioural change could lead to undermining integrity measures or causing distortions in the market. So it has been the practice of the revenue area not to comment one way or the other on tax matters that haven't been publicly decided or announced by the government.
So have you been asked to cost any options?
So I think that goes to what I was just saying. That would lead to speculation.
I'm not asking you to detail the contents of things you don't want to tell the Senate. I'm asking you whether there's been any work done at all on options.
Well, Senator Bragg, it would be unsurprising to tell you that we are putting together the May budget. So obviously there is a lot of work going on across a lot of agencies, all government agencies, in doing work and you know, providing information to government. I think you saw in October that our focus was on multinational tax reform and extending some ATO compliance programs. That was the focus of the October budget, and we're working through the details of, you know, the May budget now.
Okay, and it's very secretive of you, but
Well, it's not secretive.
I understand.
It's standard operating.
Yeah, okay.
It's exactly how every government does when they're putting together a budget.
Okay, so you're not really wanting to say much about super tax at this stage.
I've answered your question in a general sense about the fact that a range of work's happening across government that's helping us to put the budget together.
All right, well, that's a good answer, I guess,
Yeah.
if you don't want to tell much to the Senate. Now, I just want to confer with my colleague. If you ask anything about franking credits. Did you want to? Well, I just want to ask you, I know you're busy, so I don't want to take too much time, but you announced the franking change in the last budget. How's that going?
We've consulted on exposure draft legislation.
Yep. Has it been a popular measure?
There was a large number of submissions received. I'm trying to see if I can get the exact number for you. I have it on the off-market share buybacks. Mr. Robinson may know the number.
Yep. So popular as measured by lots of submissions, do you reckon? Is that how you...
There were submissions in support of the measure, but I think it's...
Oh yeah, who from?
A number of some academics that wrote in support of the measure as a good integrity measure.
Any investors?
I'm just looking through my notes. Sandra, I'm not sure I have information on the number of submissions that we received in relation to the frank distributions measure.
Okay, but like if I understand you're a new government, but the tax policy changes in the last budget were around the franking thing, and then there was the international tax avoidance. So the franking one is, where's that? That's the exposure draft, is it?
So yes, two measures have been consulted on by exposure drafts. Those exposure comments are closed.
Okay.
One was open from the 14th of September to the 5th of October. That was the using capital raisings to make frank distributions.
That was your policy that you put in.
Well, it might have been at one stage, but it wasn't something that we were going to progress because I don't think it was a very good idea.
Well, you announced it as part of
I didn't announce anything.
Mid-year economic and fiscal outlook.
I didn't announce anything.
Yeah.
I never announced anything.
It's a loophole.
Declaring your departure from the Liberal National Party.
I'm not
tonight.
declaring my departure from the Liberal Party, but I'm just stating for the record I did not announce any of these.
Been disowning it pretty well all day, Senator.
Yeah, there has been a fair bit of distancing.
Well, I mean, this is an interesting estimates hearing, isn't it, when the Minister is asking questions of the Senators.
No,
but,
I was just indicating that the capital raising one was something that the former government announced in 16-17 as part of its MyEFO.
Very defensive about this.
No, but we are also keen to make sure we're closing loopholes where there are and looking at integrity measures as well, which both of these respond to.
I understand that, but I think setting aside the political talking points, I mean, obviously the last government announced it a long time ago and I think decided that it wasn't a good idea. So, I mean, if your policy reliance... If you're relying on something that was announced years and years ago by people who are no longer part of it, is that the only rationale you've got for this?
No, but I'm responding to concerns that have been raised from a party that introduced them, and it wasn't we just thought of it and then thought it wasn't a good idea. It was announced as part of a MyEFO document. Like, that's more than just thinking it's an idea. That's in an official government budget papers.
Okay. Well, I mean, I won't repeat myself because people have limited time, but So the department's Senate estimates brief provided through FOI on page 2 and 3 under the sensitivities heading says, quote, the policy is effectively a tax increase or a winding back of dividend imputation, end quote. So is that how you're presenting that policy now to the public?
I don't know what you're talking from. I haven't seen that document.
Does that sound like it's a document of the Treasury?
You have to reread it, sorry, Senator.
The policy is effectively a tax increase or a winding back of dividend imputation.
I don't think that's something that would be in our...
So how would you describe it then?
Which part? The capital raising or
Yeah,
the
you're talking about the
off-market?
off-market share buybacks?
Yeah,
or
off-market,
the,
sorry. Someone ring you.
So, Senator, under the current rules for off-market share buybacks, companies are able to sort of split the buyback between a capital and dividend component, and what that enables is to deliver franking credits as part of the buyback, which allows companies to be able to effectively buy back shares at below market at prices.
Senator, it's aligning the treatment between on-market and off-market share buybacks. There's no reason to have a distinction anymore.
I know you just mentioned changes to franking credits, so except it is a change to franking credits. Sorry.
There is no change to franking credit, no.
But Mr Robinson just said it was.
What I was saying was, what the current treatment does is allow the use of franking credits to permit repurchase of shares at below market prices. So to give you an example, when BHP repurchased $8.5 billion worth of shares in 2018 using an off-market share buyback, they only had to outlay $7.3 billion to make that purchase, with a lot of the difference being made up through those franking credits.
Yeah.
What this treatment does is align the, as Ms Brown said, it is to align the treatment with on-market share buybacks to remove that distortion from any decision by those organisations around, return of shareholder capital. Of course, the companies are still able to make special dividends and return shareholder capital and associate franked dividends with that return of shareholder capital. So it's not changing their ability to be able to deliver, franked dividends to shareholders.
But do you think will it increase the cost of capital?
No, because this was about returning capital rather than raising capital, so it shouldn't have an impact on the cost.
So you don't think it will increase the cost of capital? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you think that does to the relative attractiveness of Australia as a investment destination? You think it makes a difference to that? Does it make it easier or worse? Or
Maybe if the scale of the transactions are understood. In 2019-20, that was the largest number of off-market share buybacks.
Yep.
The amount of franking credits involved was 0.2%, so a very, very tiny proportion.
Yeah.
In terms of the number of companies involved, based on tax data from 2006, there's only 32 listed companies that have used this, and they've undertaken a total of 47. And just to give you a sense of the proportion of what 32 companies means, there's currently 2,100 listed companies. So it's a small proportion of both in quantity and in the number of companies.
Okay, so you think it's immaterial?
It's very, very small. And it's consistent with the principles of imputation that people should be getting imputation credits in proportion to their economic interest in the company. It's preserving that very principle.
Okay. So what do you say to the investors that have flagged this as a problem? Is your position that this is the policy, you're not prepared to amend it, or will you look at some of the issues that have been raised in your consultation?
So it's always a decision of the companies whether they do a buyback.
Yeah.
They could equivalently decide to return the capital, the money as a dividend, and as the imputation credits haven't changed, those shareholders would be able to claim the franking credits, and if they're eligible for refunds now, they would continue to be eligible for refunds.
So you think it's immaterial in the capital markets?
It's very small.
Yeah. Okay. And so what's the value to the budget of doing this over the medium term?
It can be quite substantial.
Okay.
For off-market share buybacks, $200 million per year.
From 23-4?
Because of it's a very. Do you have the number?
Yeah, it was 550 million over the forwards. If I go to the
okay. So 200 million a year.
It comes in spikes as well. So it usually involves very, very large companies.
Senator, budget paper number 2, page 13, contains the measure. So the estimated gain to revenue in 2023-24 was 150 million, and then it was 200 million for each of 24-25 and 25-26.
Okay. My last question on this is, what do you say to those people who have said that APRA had encouraged people or encouraged companies to go out and raise capital under these arrangements, and now with this change that would be unfair?
Who's saying that? Who's saying that APRA...
Well, I mean, there are obviously investors that have made submissions to your consultation that have raised the issue of APRA incentivising companies to raise capital under the arrangements that exist today, and that is, if this change you're proposing was legislated, then they would have a different set of arrangements. So I'm asking the officials what their view is on that.
I'm wondering whether, Senator, sorry, there has been references to one bank in relation to the other measure, the franked distributions of dividends funded, and whether that was caught, but it's not intended to capture that bank.
So it has prospective application?
It currently does, but there was feedback on that from stakeholders, and that's being considered now by government.
Okay. And what's the timetable?
For introduction?
Yeah.
That's always a matter for the ministers, but consultation on that closed last year, so it's under active consideration.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Bragg, and I'm conscious... Yep, so I'm just a bit of timekeeping. We're due to move to fiscal in 10 minutes, and I think we're broadly on track to do that. Senator Smith? Senator Smith.
Yes, just at a general level, I made an inquiry with the Parliamentary Library just on a matter, and they drew to my attention that the Treasury doesn't make submissions publicly available. And and it was put to me that this might have been a new feature or initiative. That didn't make sense to me. Is there any background or anything?
No, it's not making sense to me. Submissions...
unless it's around the timing, Senator. So normally in the course of a consultation process, either in relation to policy development, it might be a consultation paper, or in relation to exposure draft legislation, we would receive submissions through the course of that process. Yep. Those submissions are generally not made public during the period that Treasury is going through and making an assessment of the submissions and providing a summary and advice to government. Normally at some stage after that advice has been provided, the submissions would be made public in the ordinary course of events and published on the Treasury website.
Yeah. So what's the rationale for only Treasury being able to see those submissions that are being made in advance of a Treasury process. What's the downside of letting everyone see everyone else's submission, that sort of public contestability, while Treasury is going through its own analysis?
Senator, I could only say that it is really just to enable that time for Treasury to be able to review the submissions and formulate advice to government on the basis of the submissions. It just generates that space, and that's something that has been a consistent approach, with various governments.
Yeah. It was the consistency issue that was my. So that is a policy position, consistent over a period of time, and it relates to every public process or just some?
Well, if you're asking me whether we might have had a consultation process at some point in the department where we didn't publish submissions, I would have to check that. I mean, that would
my point is my point is more specific. Are there certain types of consultation processes, in regards to some matters, that might be the preparation of a bill, or it might be consulting around a draft regulation, as opposed to seeking people's views on an issues paper? I'm just keen to understand, is that the policy for all consultation processes, or is it a policy for a certain set of processes?
I think you'd say it's a general policy. It often is at a decision of the minister to release the submissions, and so that might cause some variation. But generally, I'd say it's a fairly consistent practice to disclose submissions once a decision has been made across all parts of Treasury and all parts of its work.
We can pursue that at a few. Yeah, sorry.
Senator, I might just add that during those public consultation processes, we do give people the opportunity to make confidential submissions, and those confidential submissions would generally not be published, and on the basis that confidentiality has been requested by the person or organisation that's making the submission.
And Senator, I can be quite quick. I've just handed by a colleague the a paragraph on our website around Treasury submission guidelines. It reads, "In the interest of informed public debate, Treasury is committed to transparency in its processes and open access to information. For this reason, Treasury aims to publish submissions on its website where it is appropriate to do so. However, Treasury reserves the right to edit, for example, remove defamatory material, or where appropriate, de-identify personal or sensitive information, publish or not publish submissions on its website at its own discretion." I'm very happy to pass that to you.
That's quite okay. That's quite okay. It's quite a qualified commitment to transparency. Is it the practice for submissions to get published once the final legislation is introduced? Is there a standard policy position on that, or is it a case by case?
It varies. There's probably an aspiration.
It varies. Why should it? Well, two issues. Why shouldn't there be a consistent policy, and then why shouldn't submissions be made publicly available once final legislation is prepared?
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, sorry, Ms Brown. I was just going to say, because you need flexibility, a range of different consultations on different matters. Some would be more sensitive than others, I would imagine. I mean, I know you'd like to live in a world where everything, the rules are all the same all the time for everything, but, the extent...
I'm just trying to...
the extent of the consultations and the range of matters that the Treasury would deal with would rely...
I appreciate what you're saying, Minister. I'm just looking for a more consistent rationale. Yep.
I don't know. Do you have anything to add, I presume?
Okay. Ms Woodward, sorry to come back to your opening statement, but there was a question I wanted to ask you, and that is, after you talk about the charity advocacy and the clearness of the regulation, you make this statement that senators and the public can be assured that checks and balances exist. What are the checks and balances that you refer to?
I think you've got an earlier draft of my opening statement, but that's fine. I'm still happy to take
A word
the
of
question.
warning, I do read them.
No, that's
Alright,
great. Thank you. So the range of checks and balances in the legislation itself. So the Charities Act, as I said earlier, has a section regarding what is unlawful a disqualifying purpose in relation to advocacy. We also, in our guidance, try and set out examples so charities and people involved in running charities know how to swim between the flags of what's acceptable or not. And we, specifically give examples in the guidance. There were examples prior to the last election that were in there about what is okay and what is not okay.
So by checks and balances, you mean they're known and they're public and they're readily available? Yep.
Consistent with our regulatory approach statement, we would always start with education and guidance. We know that most charities are trying to do the right thing, and that people can't do the right thing if they don't understand what the rules are.
Agreed. Yep. Thank you very much. Thanks for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. And Senator O'Neill has a couple of questions.
Thank you, in a couple of minutes by the looks of things. So can I just go back to a couple of questions around the matter that we were discussing with regard to PwC and the partner, Mr. Peter John Collins, and his interaction with the Tax Practitioner Board. Thank you for your answers to Senator McKim too. That sort of filled out a little more detail. I appreciate the evidence from the ATO with regard to that and the confidence that money was not lost. My question really goes to the implications for PwC as an organisation that this confidential material was sufficiently shared to create a product designed to enable profit making by PwC means that not only was Mr. Peter John Collins involved, there must have been other people, presumably fairly senior people, engaged in the process of creating that product and creating the need for the ATO to respond, as you said, in April, quite quickly afterwards to circumvent what was leaking as a strategy, a tax avoidance strategy by large multinationals, essentially. So, Mr. Clogue, what's the consequence for PwC as an entity?
Senator,
Mr. O'Neill.
Yes, if I may. As a result of the board's decision in respect to PwC is undertaken to do certain things in relation to its management of conflicts of interest. The first part is ensuring the education of its staff. The second is around ensuring the coordination of registration of conflicts. The third is around a better governance and reporting system within the firm. And a fourth is that semi-annually, twice a year, that they'll report back to the TPB on progress of the changes they'll be making. So that's the change PwC is making consistent with the order of the board.
Are you confident that that set of practices that you say are underway and that I'm assuming you're monitoring are sufficient to change a culture where a senior partner was, sufficiently excited to go back with a confidential document and say, look what I've got and let's see how we can turn it into some dollars? Is there sufficient scrutiny to bring about the change you're talking about? And was anybody else, punished, really, by the Tax Practitioner Board?
There were no other sanctions like the sanctions imposed on Mr. Collins. I can't really talk to the culture of PwC. The board's decision, I think, should help us and PwC be more confident in dealing with those issues around integrity and conflicts and confidential information. But we will be closely monitoring this over the next 2 years, and we will be in negotiations and discussions with all the large firms in relation to their practices.
So how high up in PwC did this go? Who was complicit with Mr. Peter John Collins? At what level were the executives of PwC?
There were partners and staff, both in Australia and internationally, who were involved in these discussions from the evidence we have available to us.
And how many, Mr O'Neill?
From the evidence we have, maybe 20 or 30, Senator?
20 or 30 people?
20 or 30 people are evident on the documents we have available to us. The degree of involvement of those people, we couldn't say, but 20 or 30 people are involved on the face of the evidence that we've seen.
And that's a lot more than the one person who's been singled out for punishment. What is the punishment that Mr Peter John Collins has received?
Mr Collins has been, his registration with the board has been terminated as a tax agent.
For how long?
And the termination is permanent, but he can't, he's terminated and he can't reapply for admission to the board for 2 years. There's not an automatic readmission in that 2-year time. At that time, Mr Collins will have to satisfy the board as to the conditions in the Tax Agent Services Act, that he's a fit and proper person, that he's of good fame, integrity, character, etc.
So in 2 years' time, he could be back as a partner at PwC?
If he satisfies the statutory criteria, he could be re-registered with the TPB as a tax agent.
And there has been no action at all about the 20 or 30 other people at PwC as high as partnership level, nationally and internationally?
Yes, there would be no action by the TPB at this stage. I couldn't speak for any other agencies. And the action by the TPB is based on the facts and the evidence we have available to us. As we mentioned before, there are certain sanctions that are available to us in the Tax Agent Services Act, and based on the evidence, the board has made the sanction decisions it had available to it.
And is this the most significant sanction that you could choose from, Mr O'Neill? How does this rate in the scale of sanctions? Losing the opportunity to practice for 2 years, but being able to reapply after 2 years despite, basically taking information from the federal government, despite signing confidentiality agreements. It's like it's extraordinary to me.
We're certainly very disappointed in the conduct, and that's why we invested a lot of time and energy in the investigation, and not just in the investigation in this case, but in drawing out the underlying issues around the investigation. The most serious sanction the board has available to it at the moment is termination, and the maximum period of exclusion is 5 years.
Was there a reason why you chose 2 years instead of 5 years?
The decision is made by a disciplinary subcommittee of the board. So 3 members of the board had regard to the facts and circumstances. They also had regard to the fact that some of this misconduct happened some years ago, and there were referee reports in support of Mr Collins.
I'm sure there were. He had 20, 30 people at least supporting him, didn't he?
Well, there were some referee comments. I don't think there were 20 or 30. And in the course of the investigation, Mr Collins did indicate some genuine remorse. So the board took into account some of those factors in concluding that 2-year exclusion period.
Thank you, Chair. I thank you for your evidence. I remain a little gobsmacked, frankly, at the whole saga and the level of impediment. It seems extremely generous. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Senator O'Neill. And I believe we're in a position now to release Revenue, Small Business and Housing Group, the ATO, Tax Practitioners Board, Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission, with our great thanks. Yeah. Thank you for answering all of our questions.
I can't believe that.
It's extraordinary, the 20 to 30
people. 20 to 30 people.
A brief suspension while fiscal group joins us.
The subcommittee, the disciplinary subcommittee?
There were PCX partners on
The committee will resume with representatives from the Department of Treasury Fiscal Group. Welcome. Thank you for being with us this evening. And I believe that Senator Pocock has some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I've got a couple of questions about the wellbeing budget statement. If I'm looking at the right people, good. Could you outline the key themes that have emerged from your consultation on the Measuring What Matter budget statement that closed on the 31st of January?
Lisa Elliston, First Assistant Secretary, Social Policy Division. Senator, as you mentioned, there was a public consultation process. It did close for written submissions on the 31st of January, although we did grant some extensions through into early February for people that were requesting extra time to produce their submissions. We received over 160 written submissions, and we are still working through the process of evaluating and reading all of those submissions at the moment. But the sorts of feedback that was provided was fairly diverse, with a range of views on both sort of the high-level sort of themes and approaches and things that people consider to be important to be included in the statement, and in some cases people also offering views on even particular choices of indicators or suggested areas of information and data that we could go looking for.
So can you give me any insight then on what the issues are that are emerging that are of interest, where you're heading?
So I think that there is definitely an interest in sort of the concept of inclusion and distributional impacts, and thinking about the distribution of cohorts and people's experiences. So things around inclusion in the economy, but also social indicators as well. So indicators of social wellbeing and safety have come up, as well as there were some submissions related to environmental indicators and an interest in environmental sustainability issues as well. I will just check with my colleague, Ms Thomas, who has also been looking at these submissions, and just see if she has anything further to add.
Thank you, Senators. Marg Thomas, Assistant Secretary, Women's Economic Security and Social Services Branch. Just to add to what Ms Elliston outlined, the submissions also go into issues of intersectionality, how we can consider the needs of our First Nations communities, people with disability and other diverse lived experiences, things like gender, but very much thinking about how we can take that into account in an Australian context, particularly when it comes to things like environmental and climate indicators and measures.
Thank you. And will you what's your view about a specific measurement of inequality? Very different concept to how people are going at the bottom, but a comparative measure of how people are going at the top and the bottom. Is that something that is high on your list, or how is that shaping up?
So it is still early stages in terms of choices of indicators. There are a variety of measures and ways of looking at sort of inequality, but absolutely we are very much looking at a range of indicators that would be able to explore the issue of distributional analysis. So really recognising that that there's likely to be interest in distributional sort of a distributional lens over anything that ends up in the statement, and that distribution could be a geographic distribution in some instances. It might be a distribution that was related to differences in income, or it might be distributional analysis as it relates to particular cohorts of the community.
Or wealth?
Yes, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Have you considered any measurement of unpaid care work?
I'll just check with Ms Thomas.
So I think the specifics are still being worked out, and I would just also again add to what Ms Elliston was mentioning is we are also very much trying to learn from other countries, jurisdictions that have wellbeing frameworks, including Wales in particular, and so the issues of inclusion and things like care are very much things that they've grappled with as well. So very much we're learning from those experiences and really making our way through those written submissions and talking to a lot of people.
And is it likely to include some kind of measure around housing security, access to housing?
So that's certainly and there are indicators related, related to housing in the OECD framework, which is sort of the starting point, as was set out in Budget Statement 4 in October. So we do expect that there would be consideration of housing and security of housing, given the importance of that issue.
So in the coming budget, do you expect to have specific measures of wellbeing as opposed to a general review of possibilities that we saw in the last budget papers?
So the timing issue, the issue of timing, Senator, so the government is committed to producing a standalone Measuring What Matters statement that will be released this year, with the precise timing still to be established as to when that will happen and how that will feed in to specific sort of budget cycles and other government reports.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions also about the employment white paper. Is that appropriate? Thank you. I'm looking for an update on the progress of the white paper and whether it's on track to be released, I understand, by the end of September this
Senator
year.
Victoria Anderson, Deputy Secretary Employment Task Force, along with Dr Heath and a couple of other colleagues here. We're responsible for the white paper. Yes, it is going on track to be released by the end of September this year. At this stage, we have received submissions. The submissions process is closed. Obviously, it all started with the summit and a range of other kind of consultation activities. Terms of reference released back in at the end of September. Consultation process followed, with public submissions closing at the end of November. We did offer quite a few extensions to a range of people, and we expect those submissions to be made public very soon. We're in the process of briefing the Treasurer on those submissions, and then along with a range of other consultation that we're doing with the states and territories and a range of other groups, we then will be, I guess, moving into a more intensive drafting phase for that work.
And Treasury's website indicates that the paper will have an overarching focus, I'm quoting, on the objectives of full employment and productivity growth for the benefit of all Australians, along with women's economic participation and equality. How do you factor unpaid care into productivity? How is that entering your thinking?
So I'm going to ask Dr Heath to help me out here a little bit, but I would just note that's actually something that's come up quite significantly in the submissions that we've seen, valuing unpaid care, so it is something we're looking at quite closely. Alex, did you want to add anything?
Sure. Alex Heath, First Assistant Secretary, Employment Task Force. So when we're thinking about gender equality, the distribution of unpaid care is clearly a really important issue that we need to think about. So we're not just thinking about how women can access employment and in some of the better paid industries. We're also thinking about some of these care issues because ultimately equality is about both sides of the coin being balanced. Some of the analysis that we're likely to be doing in that space is around the time use survey information from the ABS to try and basically benchmark what we know from the most recently published set of data that really give us the most information on that.
So you are making your own analysis of the time use survey data?
That's correct. I'll hand over to Dr Rawlings, who's in charge of the team doing that work.
Louise Rawlings is Assistant Secretary, Policy and Analysis on the Employment White Paper Task Force. So that's right, we are in looking at women's economic participation, thinking about the unpaid care, doing our own data analysis, including on things like the motherhood penalty and the flexibility penalty, including for men and women, and hope to be able to show some of that analysis through the white paper.
Great. The reason I ask about the time use surveys, I've heard from academic colleagues that they're having trouble getting their access to all of the data for analysis purposes. So I'm glad someone's making good use of it from inside the department. Such important data. I hope it gives us better results than it has in the last 30 years. I wonder, I'm conscious of the recommendations we'll be making shortly through the Select Committee on Work and Care. What opportunities do you think there may be in your work for taking account of the recommendations that arise from that Select Committee? I'm here with my Deputy Chair.
Probably a timing matter, I would say.
9th of March, it's tabled in the Senate.
Yes.
Well, then we should be... Sorry.
No, that's absolutely right. As the Minister was saying, there are a range of processes ongoing, both parliamentary processes and government-only kind of processes that we will be taking account of, as long as that occurs in the timeframe that allows us to think about that and incorporate that into the white paper. So that would absolutely fall in that category.
Terrific. We'll be watching out for that.
Yeah, it's been a great piece of work.
A lot of work.
Amazing contributions from so many people in civil societies. It's been fantastic.
Yep, all around the country. How have you found the data available for the work that you're doing? We found a lot of data gaps in our analysis. Are you finding there are gaps in what you need to know to do a good paper on employment?
I mean, I think we always would like more data points and data sources. So I think that sort of goes without saying. Obviously, as government users, we are able to access some things a little more easily than perhaps some of the academic community, and I think the example of the Time Use Survey is probably one of those. However, we are trying to plug a few gaps, but also we are looking at thinking about, in the context of the white paper, what are the data sources that would more usefully help us measure things like what is full employment, what is job security. Those sorts of issues are really, I guess, there's a paucity of data that sort of helps decision making and policy making in that area. So even where we can't get access to data, I think we might be able to have something to say about where data could make a difference to policy making in a range of different areas, but particularly in the social policy type realm.
Senator Pocock, I'd like to share the call in a moment if I could.
Last question.
Yeah, please.
Just in terms of the roadmap that you're creating, you're aiming to build a bigger, better trained, more productive workforce. Who will be carrying out the work that arises from the white paper, and how does it intersect with the work of the JSA, who are also developing an annual strategic plan?
Yes, so the JSA is a partner of ours already, so they're part of our interdepartmental committee that we have across almost all government agencies. We're very conscious that there's a lot of good work going on the JSA, and the last thing we want to do is duplicate that. So I think we will not, as Treasury as a central agency, will not own a lot of the areas that are then sort of instigated as a result of a lot of the policy reforms and other things that may or may not be instigated as part of the white paper. So I don't want to sort of preempt what they may be, but as you can imagine, there's an Employment and Workplace Relations Department with a lot involved in this particular white paper, a lot of common policy ground. There's Home Affairs in terms of migration system, the skills and education system fall part of it. So we sort of see this as really a galvanising document that brings together a whole range of policy intent on part of the government as to how it sort of views the future labour market and how it wants to ensure that the labour market is resilient to the structural change that we're going to see in the economy. So we're really seeing ourselves as an umbrella, and there may be things that Treasury itself does, especially in terms of pursuing full employment and how we think about full employment and advise the government about full employment within its fiscal policy. But there will be obviously a range of quite specific things that we expect all ministers with skin in the game would have responsibility for taking forward.
Thank you. Thanks for all your answers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. I would just like to stay on the Jobs and Skills Summit also. I'd just like to start with the question on notice number 159, and just to confirm that that's now been answered.
Yes, that's right. I think it was tabled yesterday, Senator.
Tabled yesterday?
Yes, that's right.
Just on the eve of today?
Yes, that's right.
Right. Why did that take so long?
I think firstly that question on notice was a fairly considerable task in terms of just coordinating where all different portfolios were up to in the implementation of the outcomes of the summit. So it took us a while to get that together. And then I think we made some revisions towards the end to update that and make that accurate, which is why it was a little bit later than we would have liked, and I'm sure you would have liked as well.
It took some time to speak across government to work out the status of those 36 outcomes.
Yes, so we do coordinate on a regular basis with other departments. I think I mentioned the Interdepartmental Committee before, so we consult with all of those departments, make sure we have the most up-to-date information, and then that obviously changes over time. And with the introduction of things like legislation, including last week, there are updates to be provided. So we did make the call to be as up to date as we could, which obviously meant there was a bit of a timing delay in tabling that.
So despite the fact that the estimates hearing today was known at the end of last year, there was a rush to the finish line?
I think there was a rush to update at the finish line, yes.
Right,
yes.
okay. What is the process for, perhaps take me through the process. How does a question on notice get tabled before the committee?
I can sort of talk to the process that I'm personally involved in, but there will be elements of this that are undertaken by our corporate area in the department in liaison with the Minister's or Treasurer's Office.
Why don't you explain the process? Identify those areas that you and your team are responsible for, and those other areas, and who's responsible for those other processes.
That's right. So I think the corporate area of the department is responsible for receiving the questions on notice from the committee, and sometimes they are verbally taken on notice and sometimes they're put on the notice papers and provided, so they don't necessarily come in one batch.
So this was the 28th of November?
Yes, I believe that was the spillover estimates, the spillover day for Treasury, that's right. Then they will be I'm not sure exactly who does this and where, but there's a parliamentary document management system that they're entered into. Then those will be allocated to the relevant area of Treasury and then allocated ultimately to a drafting officer. That drafting officer will prepare a response. And in this case, obviously, there was a degree of coordination involved in that response, so it wasn't simply a matter of sort of sitting down and writing the answer. So once that information is collected and verified as being correct, that then goes up through a clearance process, including the senior executive, which is the team here, in the case of the white paper, and the employment task force, I should say. And then that is then submitted, I think, back via our parliamentary area to the Treasurer's Office.
The Treasurer's Office?
That's right.
So are you Ms Anderson, are you the last official in your area to see the answer and then sign off on the answer before it goes to your parliamentary, I'm assuming it's a parliamentary or departmental liaison sort of team that acts as the transmission between the Treasury and the Treasurer's Office?
It depends on the topic. Often that is cleared, for example, by Dr Rawlings or Mr Latimer in my team. So it's not always to me, but yes, a senior executive is the last to sign off on those responses within Treasury.
And so when did it go from Treasury to the Treasurer's Office?
Initially, a draft was sent on the 13th of January. It was revised on the 9th of February and again yesterday, 14th.
The iterative process?
It was.
What were the changes between the 13th of January and the 9th of February and yesterday?
So primarily they related to updates provided, so requests from the office to check that this was the latest information. We then checked and it wasn't, so they were updated. It was about the status really of all of those summit outcomes in the case of this particular, question on notice.
Does the Treasurer's Office say we think this answer is incomplete and please go and check that it is complete, or does the Treasurer's Office say here is information to complete the answer?
I think the former, for the most part, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So the question goes to, so the substantive matter is the 36 concrete outcomes. I think the Treasurer has remarked frequently about 36 concrete outcomes. So after that iterative process going backwards and forwards, the 13th of January, 9th of February, etc., where are we up to on 36 concrete outcomes?
So at this point in time, as per the question on notice, and I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at it, Senator, but we have 20 that are in the realm of, we would say, being completed, and the remainder are in progress. But Dr Rawlings is kind of the expert in this area, so we're happy to go through any detail that you'd like to further to what I've said.
Before we do that, I'm just, so just to be sure, complete means completed, finished?
Yes, so we've been quite careful to look at the language of the outcome and make sure, so for example, if a tasking was required to do something, if that tasking has been done, it has been listed as complete. Completed, right. I think, is the language we've actually used in the document, to be precise. It is completed.
Thank you very much.
That doesn't mean that the work is not ongoing in some way, but the thing that was required from government in order to give effect to the outcome has been done.
Great.
Could I just ask for a clarification of the
one number so that I could have a look at the document?
Yes, it's SBE 159.
Thank you.
Ms Rawlings, can we talk about the 16 in progress? Right?
Yeah, yes.
Now, just to be clear again, what does in progress mean? And in progress, does it have a various number of subsets? Partly in progress, completely in progress, started in progress?
So I can start by running through those that are in progress, the 16 out of the 36.
So in progress is a classification without
Yes.
any subsets?
We do also have another category for some, which is significant progress made ongoing.
Significant progress made ongoing. I don't want to be unkind, but it does sound rather bureaucratic.
I understand that.
So significant progress ongoing is the verge of completed, or is it the beginning of progress?
It's a lot of progress. It's more than in progress. So what we mean, for example, is what we're calling outcome number.
If it was earlier in the morning, I would torture everyone and go into that, but we will keep proceeding. Yep.
So an example of that is what we call outcome number 12 from the outcomes document, which is...
Well, actually, sorry to do this to you, but yes. As Senator Gallagher will attest, I'm happy with the granularity. Yep. So why don't we go from 1 to 16 that are in progress, just name it, and then give me the in progress, substantial progress, ongoing, or whatever are the various categories. That would be great.
Certainly. So the first one, so what we call outcomes 1, 2 and 3 are completed. So the first one in the outcomes document, which we call significant progress made ongoing, is outcome number 4 in our tracker. And that is establish the Jobs and Skills Australia work plan in consultation with all jurisdictions and stakeholders to address workforce shortages and build long-term capacity in priority sectors. The lead department for implementation of that outcome is the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
I think because there are documents floating around with who are the various leads, I think we can just talk about, just identify the 16 and then give me the status.
The status. Yep. The status of that outcome is that Jobs and Skills Australia has drafted its annual work plans for the remainder of 2022-23 and for 23-24. As well as a proposed process to develop one annually from 24-25. JSA will consult on these with tripartite partners through the JSA Consultative Forum, which happened on the 13th of February, I should say. And there was also a budget measure associated with that one. If I may move to the next one that's in progress, we move to outcome, which we call outcome number 8, which has increased the duration of post-study work rights by allowing 2 additional years of stay for recent graduates with select degrees in areas of verified skill shortages to strengthen the pipeline of skilled labour in Australia, informed by advice from a working group. The status of that one, we say, is in progress, and advice from the working group to examine implementation was provided to government on the 28th of October 2022, and the Ministers for Home Affairs and Education have considered the advice and are settling the government's response. If I may keep moving through the next...
So, Ms Rawlings, it sounds like you've got a table in front of you.
Yes.
To assist the discussion between ourselves and yourself and the committee.
Yes.
Can you table that document?
So that is the question on notice.
Oh, great,
yes.
okay. Yep,
so you'll
great,
have
yep.
all that detail.
Well, actually, I don't know if that is... yes. I see, yes. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, absolutely. Yep.
I was going to hand it to Senator Smith if he doesn't.
No, that's okay.
It's
okay.
you.
Yep. No, I'm just...
Keep going.
Yep.
Senator Smith, just a bit of timekeeping. We are meant to be in a break now and then going till 9:30. I'm advised that we will need a 5-minute break somewhere. Do you think you could
I might just move to a different... I just might move to a different element of this, and if time allows, we'll come back. That's fine. Now, I just want to turn to the matter of the event at the Jobs Summit, the evening event. Ms Anderson, shall I correct?
Yes.
So we know that the band cost $7,930.
That's right, yes. I think Mr Latimer gave evidence at the last estimates around that.
And we know that the MC cost $15,000?
That's correct.
Just remind me who the MC was.
Helen McCabe.
And the food and drink for the event cost?
That was $63,783.98 for catering for the entire event.
Yep. So the total cost for the summit dinner was $44,890?
Do you want to take that, Mr Latimer?
Nick Latimer, Acting Assistant Secretary, Employment Task Force. Senator, the cost for dinner alone was $21,976.50. So that's a subset of that total $63,000 figure which Ms Anderson mentioned.
The $63,000 figure is the total cost for the event?
For the full cost for catering for the entire Jobs and Skills Summit, including the dinner.
Okay, so I'm just interested in knowing what is the dinner cost.
The dinner cost alone is $21,976.
So the total cost for the dinner was?
$21,976, and that was a dinner.
No, but you have a band at the dinner? The dinner event. Sorry,
yes. Okay, sorry. I misunderstood.
Dinner
yes.
event,
So if you added the, I'm not going to attempt mental maths in estimates, but yes, the band was 7,930.
Senator, there is a question I noticed, SBE 161, that goes to some of these costs.
Which I've got for you. This is a trust and verification exercise. not wanting to be on.
That was very smooth, Senator Smith.
It's not my own. I did borrow it from someone else. Okay. Thanks very much. Are we going to the coffee break now?
Well, I'd like to release fiscal and move on to Productivity Commission, so because they're due to be finished now. So it would be better for you to conclude your questions for this group, I think, and then we go to a break. Senator Smith, someone noticed.
Okay, just continuing through then, just on this line. There was a Jobs and Skills Roundtable Summit held on the Sunshine Coast, I understand. Did any Treasury...
There was a range of sub-meetings that happened before the Jobs and Skills Summit in a range of places.
Yep, so my first question goes to the Sunshine Coast Skills Summit, and did any Treasury staff attend that event?
No, we did not.
And the Northern Tasmania Jobs and Skills Summit hosted by Minister Jones.
No.
Did any Treasury officials attend? The Rankin Jobs and Skills Summit, did any Treasury?
No.
Thank you.
If we're going through all 100 of them, I think it's fairly, we can say safely that they were managed by members of Parliament. Mm-hmm. I attended one in Tasmania.
Sorry?
Like, I attended one, but there weren't any other officials, but there was over 100 of them, I think, weren't there? There was, a number of them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smith. That concludes our questions for the fiscal group. Thank you very much for answering our questions, and you go with our thanks. The committee will now take a 5-minute break, a 10-minute break, and reconvene at 9:35 with the Productivity Commission. Welcome back to the break. I was wanting to get Just really get the thumbs up there. The committee resumes now and welcomes the Productivity Commission and its representatives. Welcome, Mr. Brennan. Would you like to make an opening statement or just proceed to questions?
I'm fine, thank you, Chair. Michael Brennan, Chair of the Productivity Commission. Happy to proceed to questions.
Excellent, thank you very much. Senator Smith.
Great, thank you very much, and welcome, Mr. Brennan, welcome officials at this late hour. Thank you very much for participating. On Sunday morning on the Insiders program, the Treasurer put up in lights the Productivity Commission's most recent review, which is presented to him, and while he's digesting all 1,000 pages of that, are you able to give us a sense of how many recommendations are in the report?
I wouldn't.
I think the Treasurer said in the interview.
I wouldn't ordinarily give that figure. I think the Treasurer in his interview did mention a number, which was in the order of 70. I'm pretty sure. So that's in the public domain.
Great, thank you very much. Are you able to give the committee a sense of how many of those recommendations are in the domain of the federal government, how many of them might be in the domain of the state government or other levels of government?
I think, Senator, it's probably better to await the publication of the report itself. The Treasurer did mention his intention to release the report. He has a period of time under the statute within which to table it in the Parliament. He flagged an intention to potentially do it a bit earlier than that. It's probably better, to await that. There will certainly be some recommendations that are squarely in the remit of the Commonwealth. There will be some that go more to state action and some to more cooperative action. I couldn't give you a split, to be honest, off the top of my head, but I'd also be a bit reticent about talking about that in great depth before the report itself is out.
Does the report canvass or re-prosecute the case for a revitalisation of federation issues or federation reform matters?
I think inevitably these issues, you might recall the Shifting the Dial report from 2017 did talk, in fact it devoted some quite concentrated attention to the workings of the Federation. I think it's difficult to have a broad-ranging, wide review of productivity and the policy response to flagging productivity growth without going to some extent to questions of Commonwealth state cooperation. But I'll probably leave it until the report's out.
Are there any lessons from the pandemic to be learnt about the strengths or weaknesses of federal state cooperation?
Not ones that we've probably drawn out to a great extent. There are certainly lessons learned from the pandemic in general, or implications of the pandemic and its aftermath that have bearing on Australia's productivity performance, including uptake of digital technologies, including fiscal pressures, including the temporary interruptions to skilled migration, those sorts of things. So certainly those are themes that were explored a bit in some of the interim reports that we put out last year. I think it's reasonable to expect that they will feature again in the final. But, it's not... Yeah, I probably shouldn't really comment in greater detail about what's in the final report. It will be tabled. Inevitably, there are some implications that go to Commonwealth state cooperation.
Is productivity reform more urgent now than it has been in the past?
I wouldn't necessarily say more urgent. I think the sort of contours of the debate do change over time. So I think the nature of the challenge alters. In particular, some of the things that we noted in the interim reports were the rise of the services economy and the significant impact that potentially has on productivity growth. Now, that's not a new phenomenon, but it's a gradual and long-standing development. And arguably, both the pace of productivity growth and the ease with which it's achieved and the ways in which it's achieved look a bit different, potentially in service sectors, than they have in some other traditional goods sectors like manufacturing and agriculture and mining, for example, in the 20th century. So that's certainly a challenge that is a rising challenge. Within that, the productivity growth in the non-market sector, so including government services, which we believe is a significant priority. And there are contextual factors, right? When Shifting the Dial was released, you know, the context was a bit different then. The macro economy today looks a bit different to what it did then. I think the global order looks a bit different to what it did in 2017. So those things change. They change the nature of the challenges governments face. I don't know whether they make the challenge more urgent, less urgent, but I think it's always an important priority, productivity growth, because it is the underpinning of rising living standards. And I think the nature of the challenge just changes and evolves over time.
People remark that the low-hanging fruit of productivity gains in our country have been realised. Is that true?
I hesitate to say that because there's an implication in that past reforms were relatively easy, and I don't think they necessarily were. I think the history of reform in Australia has always been one of often taking quite challenging decisions. But I do come back to this point, and it's not so much about government policy and what's available, you know, what was available to past governments and versus the opportunities available to current governments, but just that point that this very, very significant productivity growth was achieved in the course of the 20th century on the back of mechanisation, the application of science in areas like agriculture. You know, I'm fond of pointing out the agricultural sector in 1900 employed about 25% of the Australian workforce. Today it's under 5%, but it's producing vastly more output, a really significant rise in productivity over that century. And when you think about how that happened, it was largely the substitution of capital for labour, and then the application of new scientific discoveries in the form of fertiliser and pesticides, new crop types, etc. I think it's interesting to ponder, you know, of the large employing sectors that we have in the economy today, are any of them over the next several decades likely to do what agriculture did in the 20th century? Is health likely to do that? You know, dramatically decrease employment but increase output, but by many factors, and it's hard to see. And in that sense, it's not about low-hanging fruit, but it's just the sense that the productivity challenge might look a bit different given the composition of the economy today compared to what it was, 5-6 decades ago.
It's been remarked by significant people that the geopolitics that we're witnessing is leading to a weakening of the benefits of globalisation and multilateralism and those sorts of things. If that is, do you think that's true? Just an observation. And does that make the case for productivity reforms and the pace of reforms more urgent?
So on the first part of the question, I think that is true. I think it's hard to deny that there has been a significant shift in not only some sort of exogenous shocks like pandemics and other supply chain interruptions, wars, etc. But I think also just a shift in the policy focus. I mean, the United States policy community has shifted considerably. The Inflation Reduction Act is quite a protectionist piece of legislation in terms of its resort to subsidies, local content rules, etc. Its desire to bring manufacturing activity back to the United States. So I think it's undeniable that there has been a shift in the general support for the rules-based multilateral trade order. I think the implications for Australia in that have to be thought through very carefully. It's not necessarily in our interests to kind of join a kind of arms race of industry subsidies. So I think we do need to think clearly about our own comparative advantage where we sit within that. But I do think, yes, it is, when I consider the gains that were achieved in the decades following the Second World War in terms of the opening of the global economy, the free movement of goods, of investment, that was a significant source of growth and productivity across the Western world. And indeed for emerging economies too. Yes, does it increase the need for strong policy in Australia? Well, yeah, possibly it does. I mean, in a sense, you always want good policy irrespective of the circumstance. But yeah, perhaps it does place some premium on good productivity enhancing policy.
digital innovation through non-market services you've referred to. Are you able to share with the committee a quantum in terms of the productivity gains that Australia could possibly experience as a result of productivity reforms in that area?
I won't, Senator. I mean, we have in the report made some effort at quantification where possible. The general comment I will make about that exercise is it's difficult because even in respect of technologies which are known, communications technologies, but particularly in those that are emerging, AI, for example, quite what the potential is difficult to spell out qualitatively, and it's very difficult to quantify. So I think the task of identifying the sort of scale of the prize on offer is pretty tough.
In the Commission's Australian Industry Report, you reflected on the level of industry support, particularly in manufacturing being at very high levels. Is the high level of industry support sustainable?
This is in the Trade and Assistance Review. I'll get Dr Robson to talk to this in a minute. He's a bit more familiar with the detail of that publication. In general, one of the key themes of the TAR is there's been a very significant reduction, of course, in assistance to industry over the last few decades. So whether that's in the form of tariffs or it's other trade-related forms of assistance, that's right down. But it is true that in manufacturing it's a little higher than it is for other sectors of the economy. An emerging theme, I think, is that more and more of the industry assistance that we observe is not in the form of tariff barriers or import quotas or even those sort of behind-the-border type trade barriers. It's more in the form of direct fiscal outlays, use of the government balance sheet, tax expenditures or tax concessions, and in a way the traditional view of organisations like ours was that was a preferable way to provide assistance because it was more transparent. But it's perhaps when you read the Trade and Assistance Review, it's perhaps the logical conclusion is there is a lot of this stuff going on. It was heightened during COVID, but there is a lot of this stuff going on, and in some ways, yes, the costs and benefits of that do need to be considered closely. Do you want to add anything to that, Alex?
Alex Robson, Deputy Chair of the Productivity Commission. The Trade and Assistance Review, and the latest one we put out, Senator, was for the 2021 year. And it's an accounting exercise of the kinds of assistance that Michael mentioned. It doesn't, I think your question went to sustainability. It doesn't comment directly on those kinds of issues, so it's more of a tracking exercise, reporting exercise, transparency exercise. That's the main goal of the TAR, is to report these things and see how they track over time and for different categories of industries.
So having achieved that transparency, what's your view about sustainability?
We don't, in the TAR, we don't take a view on that.
I know. Do you have a view on that?
I'm not going to share it with you today. Senator.
Try though.
I don't know if you're allowed to say that, but I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. The Labor Party platform has a policy commitment to commit to a branch and route review of the Productivity Commission, and I was wondering, Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner, whether you can give us an update on whether government has consulted with you on that, shared with you its thinking in regards to what that review might look like?
So, look, not referring back to the Labor Party platform specifically, but I have certainly, as you're aware, that the Treasurer has publicly discussed his ambition to renew and revitalise the Commission, and I've had some discussions with the Treasury around, some ideas around that. So, I think that's an exciting prospect. I don't think there's anything untoward about that. I think, in general, that's something to be welcomed.
Well, the review will bring out many fans and supporters of the Commission, I suspect, as well.
Well, it could well, and it could identify some areas where we can improve as well.
Or revitalise,
And, you know, I do note we've been in existence in our current form for 25 years. As it turns out, the productivity review that we've recently submitted is our 100th inquiry. I was interested to learn that our immediate predecessor, the Industry Commission, actually did 61 inquiries. So it was it had a lesser longevity than we've had to date, and its predecessor, the Industries Assistance Commission, likewise. So, you know, I think it is reasonable, you know, to kind of review these things from time to time and make an assessment about what works well, what could work better, and we're certainly happy to kind of contribute to that process.
Are you able to share with this committee ideas about improvements, enhancements, revitalisation to the Commission that you might have garnered over your experience?
I don't think I would opt to do so at this point, Senator. It's probably a process better handled just in some initial discussions, and no doubt the Treasury will provide some advice to the Treasurer about some options in relation to that.
A review conducted by one person compared to a review conducted by 2 or 3 people, do you have a view about what would be a more optimal process?
No, I really have no view on that.
Finally, from my part, there were 2 interesting remarks today. One by the Secretary-Treasurer, the Secretary of the Treasury, and the other by the Governor of the Reserve Bank. The Secretary of the Treasury's comments were made in his opening statement, and the Governor of the Bank mentioned it just in response to a question. And I'll just read from the Secretary of the Treasury's opening statement, and it goes to productivity. I didn't get an opportunity to ask him himself, but you might have a view or you might have an insight into what the Secretary of the Treasury is saying. On the last page of the statement, in the second last paragraph, he says, I'll read the whole paragraph, it's only 2 sentences. The projected structural deficit throughout the medium term makes the need for fiscal consolidation clear, and I had an opportunity to ask him some questions about that. The second sentence says further that improvements to the cost effectiveness and productivity of government services and government funded services are critical to lowering cost growth. Do you have an insight or a view in terms of what the Secretary is referring to there?
Well, I think it follows logically that if for a given dollar spent, you can achieve more with it. Therefore, you can achieve a given set of outcomes for less money over time. That will feed directly into the fiscal position, so that can be a source of fiscal consolidation. So I think that's right. I think it underscores that, in a way, productivity and productivity growth is feeding into the fiscal position in 2 ways. Firstly, via the general growth in the economy, which can bolster tax receipts and thereby help to close that fiscal gap. But also, I think it's a critical area of focus to identify that productivity growth within the government sector is very important, because to the extent that a greater efficiency can be achieved in the delivery of government services, then yes, that can be playing a key role in helping to kind of solve that fiscal challenge without kind of cutting back on the services that the community demands.
So rather than depriving the community of a service, delivering that service more efficiently. Does your report to the Treasurer, your 100th report of the Commission, but this report to the Treasurer, canvass how to achieve better efficiencies in government and the delivery of government services?
You may have to wait and see, Senator. But I think that these issues were canvassed to some extent in the interim reports that we put out in the course of 2022. So.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr Brennan and the Commission, and I happily put my hand up and say I'm a fan of the work of the Commission, and I read the reports with great interest, and I've quoted them on occasion. I've quoted them on occasion in the AFR as well, so I thank you very much for everything you do. Yep.
Thank you, Senator Smith. I understand that Senator Canavan has some questions. I'm not... Yep. Senator Canavan, you have the call.
I just wondered, does the Productivity Commission have a view on the use of price caps to control increasing prices or inflation generally?
No, I don't, Senator. I wouldn't say I have a kind of blanket view. I think if we were asked to look into a particular instance or a particular policy instrument, we would do that, and we'd make an assessment of the costs and benefits of any particular concrete proposal or existing policy. Yeah.
I mean, notionally though, from a theoretical perspective, capping the price, providing it's below the equilibrium or prevailing equilibrium price, would distort the market, wouldn't it, in a way that potentially would create shortages? You'd expect, in just talking about it theoretically.
Yeah, look, it's fair to say that that's the logic of a normally operating market is that, yes, there is some, there can be some cost or some perhaps unintended consequence associated with that.
Right, okay. And I mean, there has been lots of experience with price caps in the past. Have the Productivity Commission done any work before on the experience of governments using price caps?
Look, I'm sure we've looked at markets in the past where there's been a degree of price intervention. Sort of looking over at my colleagues, Ms Bell and Mr Lattimore,
they might know.
To remind me when in the past.
Not Ms Bell, but Mr Lattimore, you've been there a while.
I have, but I can't recall them.
Okay. Well, I can't recall governments doing it recently, admittedly. But this government has decided to resort to price caps, sort of policies from the 1970s. Did the government?
It's not temporary, Minister. Set of circumstances.
And you know it's not temporary. Don't mislead the Senate.
It is temporary.
Well, we can go through this chapter and verse, and maybe I'll come back to that. But did the government ask the Productivity Commission for any advice on its proposal to introduce the temporary price cap and also the long-term reasonable price cap on gas?
No, Senator, that was, I mean, the ACCC was providing some direct advice to government and no doubt the Treasury as well, but the Productivity Commission wasn't involved in that process.
You are the government's premier microeconomic advisory body, though. Did you find it a little strange that the government didn't seek advice from the Productivity Commission?
Not necessarily. There's always a judgment about, you know, where's the best entity to provide the relevant advice in any given circumstance. Noting that, you know, our staple is a slightly longer form process, so often we're undertaking inquiries that go for up to a year. You know, the policy in this instance was being worked through in a shorter time period than that. So, no, it wasn't necessarily a surprise to us as to where that advice was sought.
Right. Is the Productivity Commission doing any work on energy markets at the moment?
No.
Okay.
No, we're not.
The government hasn't asked for any advice more generally. There's obviously a lot of things going on in that area. Did your 5-year review that you've recently provided to the government cover off on any issues in the energy market?
Again, that'll be revealed as when the report itself is tabled in the Parliament.
I mean, I don't know if... I mean, we are... I'm not asking you for the detail of the recommendations. I'm just asking if you discussed energy markets in the 5-year review. I hardly think how that would be a matter that would give rise to a public interest immunity for you to reveal. Not to reveal, I should say.
Look, I think it's reasonable to expect that some of the policy content that was discussed in the interim reports in the course of last year remains an area of focus in the final report. Okay. We certainly had a significant treatment of climate policy, and that included some discussion of energy.
Well, I haven't had time to read through those. Sorry, I probably read my fair share in my time. So did those interim reports cover off on energy issues?
To an extent.
Okay. Yep. I don't know if you've had a look at the government's detailed proposal. The minister tried to claim before there was no price caps for long term. That is not correct. The government's legislative changes forced through within a matter of days last year put new provisions into the Competition and Consumer Act, which effectively provide price regulation for gas over the long term. I realise you weren't asked to look at these in particular, but I know the Productivity Commission has a long history of reviewing other parts of the Competition and Consumer Act that relate to price regulation, telecommunications, line of shipping, Part 3A more generally. Could you take us through what are some of the generic recommendations that the Productivity Commission has made when price caps are being, or price regulation, I should say, has been used, particularly in regards to making sure that incentives for investment are maintained while there is a degree of regulation of prices?
I think I'd have to take it on notice, Senator, because I think it goes to where we've looked at similar markets in the past where there's been a degree of price regulation, either proposed or existing. So I think I'd have to go back and have a bit of a look.
I'm sure he has ideas. I mean, what just generally about telecommunications? Tell me about telecommunications. There's a specific part of the Competition and Consumer Act in telecommunications. I know the Productivity Commission has looked at this issue greatly. What are the risks of regulating telecommunication prices, and how are they, the risks to investment, I should say, I'm particularly asking risks to investment, and how are they mitigated by proper design or best practice design of that price regulation?
Yeah, I think I'll take it on notice, Senator.
I wish you could be more brave, Mr. Brennan. There's obviously been the announcement, public announcement of deferred investments in the gas sector since the government's price intervention across almost all of the eastern states. There is no mention of the words investment in the government's price regulation at all, unlike, say, the Telecommunications Act, Telecommunications Section, and Part 3A, which specifically require any price regulation under those parts to take into account incentives on investment. Do you think it's right and proper that when governments do regulate prices, that there is an explicit consideration of their impact on investment incentives?
I think in principle, all such interventions will want to take into account a range of implications, of which that's one, no doubt.
Okay, we'll see how this all plays out.
I don't really
just turning.
No, I'm tempted to engage in a conversation here.
I'm happy to. Let's.
You would have preferred no action be taken, Senator Canavan, after listening to you all day.
Well, as we revealed earlier today, future prices for electricity have gone up since the government's intervention. I would prefer prices to go down. But if you're happy that your intervention has led to higher electricity prices for Australian households, well, you can explain that to the Australian people, and I'm happy to have the floor minister to explain why. That's exactly what has happened.
No,
the evidence
and
was tabled here today.
I should have remained with my instinct, which was not to engage you. You've been in a very difficult mood today, Senator Canavan.
Because you have been a very difficult government for many Australian people.
I'd also like to just do a time.
It's an emergency temporary measure in light of the very significant increases that we were seeing. It is for 12 months with a 6-month review.
Senator
that on the record.
Senator Canavan, we did a bit of a time check together before, and since then advised that.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you. Switch of topics here. Thank you for being here, and thanks, Chair. I understand that Treasury has commissioned an independent review into sexual harassment and discrimination in the Productivity Commission after staff complaints were not addressed. Is that correct?
It's true that Treasury has instigated an investigation along those lines, yes.
Are you aware of the complaints that were made?
I'm not aware of the detail of those complaints. So at this point, it is early in the process. We are fully cooperating with that process, but there is an external investigator who has been appointed to undertake that, and that individual is kind of working through the issues. So at some appropriate point in the process, we might be made aware of the precise nature of the claims that have been made, but we haven't as yet.
How many complaints have been made?
Well, I'm not sure in relation to what it is that has prompted this investigation. I mean, all I can comment on is what we know in terms of complaints that have come to us over the years. So I'm aware over the 4 years that I've been the chair of the Productivity Commission of a very small number of complaints that have been made, not necessarily relating to sexual harassment per se, but we're talking two to three in number.
What actions were taken within the Commission under your leadership to address these recent complaints?
Well, Senator, in a way, it's a bit difficult for me to kind of canvass that here, given that there is this investigation and this process underway. So I think, at least for now, that is the appropriate channel through which we need to kind of focus these things. Suffice to say, we have, whenever we have received a complaint or any sort of allegation, we have investigated it and appropriate actions have been taken, but that can take a range of forms.
Was any action taken following the speech by the Commission's Communications Director in sorry, shouldn't have eaten a peanut. In 2021, calling out the cover-up culture that protected perpetrators within the organisation?
Again, Senator, I'd like to respect the process that's underway, and no doubt these are issues that are going to be canvassed in the course of that investigation, and I think it's appropriate that we focus our responses through that.
This question is not about any complaint or any employee. It's about whether you took action after a public communication by your Communication Director in 2021. Did you do anything after that public speech?
The Commission, we've done a range of things on an ongoing basis in relation to promoting a positive culture within the Commission, dealing with complaints, dealing with concerns as they've arisen. So I'll say yes. But I am uncomfortable about going into the detail of specific actions that we have taken in this forum when we've also got an investigation underway.
Don't you think it's important for employees to know, though, in an open communication about what steps you're under? I mean, I just know, and I've been in many institutions sometimes where events like this happen, people want to know what you're doing.
Yeah, I think that is true. Yep.
But you're not communicating about that internally to your staff?
No, we do. We communicate very regularly with our staff, both about broad issues of what our desired culture is, the processes we have in place to deal with complaints as they arise, the workplace behaviours that are expected of staff. There's a regular stream of communication in respect of all those things.
You've said that you'll cooperate with the investigation. Will you also undertake a parallel review of the mishandling of complaints?
Well, again, Senator, without kind of replicating the existing process, that is all part of the investigatory process that's underway.
Have you been part of the voluntary WGEA reporting pilot for Commonwealth agencies?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
But I'll take that on notice, Senator.
You'll have new reporting obligations, of course, coming around wages and associated matters. And those requirements ask you to report on measures including the prevalence of sexual harassment and actions taken in your response. So you haven't done any preparatory work for that. Are you aware of those requirements?
I'll take that on notice, Senator, because it's likely that we have done work on that. We are, all agencies have some benchmark data in respect of the level of staff, the number of or proportion of staff who purport to have observed bullying and harassment in the workplace, for example. That's an item in the APS census. So we have results on that. They show that the results for us, while not zero, and that's always a concern because you want to be at zero, but they are low by APS standards. They're lower than comparable agencies, and they are at historic lows for us.
And so you're doing regular morale culture reviews, and you feel that the Productivity Commission is doing well?
I think we have a strong culture. I absolutely believe that, yes. And, that has been a very strong focus for me. That happens in a variety of ways. That happens both via the kinds of communications that happen across all staff, and it also happens via the sorts of individual conversations that I have in small groups and with individual staff. But you should be under no doubt, Senator, that a strong, respectful, professional, inclusive, egalitarian culture has been a very strong priority for me.
Good to hear. Have you discussed with Treasury the timeframe for the review and whether the results are going to be made public?
I haven't discussed that latter point. It's the Treasury has commissioned this. It's a Treasury process. The timing, for, at least initially, is relatively short, but I think that's going to be a function of the time that's required for the process to work its way through.
Okay, I might switch to a different topic. I understand the Commission's undertaking an inquiry into the economic and social impacts of allowing informal carers to take extended unpaid leave from their work to care for older people who are living at home. I'm chairing a select committee on work and care at present, my deputy chair alongside me, and we've had very controversial, contrasting perspectives put to us on this question. I wonder if you can give us any indication about where your report is headed and the direction of the findings that you're thinking about.
I can give you some indication, Senator, within the bounds of where we're at in the process, because the draft report is not too far away. I'm going to ask one of my colleagues actually exactly when we intend to put the draft report out, or roughly they can take that on notice. We actually appeared before the Work and Care Committee, albeit it was remote some time back. So you would recall that this inquiry comes about pursuant to a recommendation of the Aged Care Royal Commission, which made the recommendation that there be inserted in the National Employment Standards an ability to take what was not necessarily specified in terms of parameters, but a period of unpaid leave with a right of return to the workplace. So that's the issue that we've taken on board. That's the kind of subject of this. Fair to say that you can expect the draft report to do two things. It will, broadly, it will put up what a model for that could look like. So we do want to give stakeholders, this is a draft report, so we do want to give stakeholders some model with which to grapple, because as I think we reflected when we appeared before your committee, Senator, a little difficult early on, I think, for all stakeholders to kind of be providing good, robust feedback when they weren't too sure what exactly it was that was going to be proposed. So talking about some of the design features of what it could look like is one element, and then talking through the nature of the costs and benefits of such a model. It will be a draft report, and therefore what we hope for is that it will elicit feedback, get a bit of discussion going among all of those relevant stakeholders, and that will then inform a final report.
And will included in your assessment there be consideration of the impact on gendered participation in work, earnings over the life course and so on, because unpaid leave, we've seen a lot of material really disadvantages women in particular, sets them further back. So that's a real concern for us in considering this issue.
Yes, so that issue has certainly arisen in the course of the consultations and the submissions that we've received to date. So yes, I think it's fair to say you can expect some treatment of that issue.
And when might that be available, that report?
Draft.
End of February.
Yeah, it goes to government at the end of February for
End of
release
February.
shortly thereafter.
So it's really imminent, so I shouldn't really talk at all about it.
Thank you.
But there you go.
Thanks for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator
Quick question.
Pocock.
Quick.
One quick
If
question.
there's no one else. Yep.
Yep.
Thank you. I just wanted to go to the Trade and Assistance Review, and I hear constantly that the mining industry is the beneficiary of enormous subsidies. I note in your latest Trade and Assistance Review, and I quote, the mining sector received only 4% of allocatable assistance, that is $476 million, despite accounting for 11.5% of value added, meaning it was the least assisted sector relative to its size. Just like to confirm on the record, so it's true that of all the sectors you've looked at, the mining sector receives the least amount of government assistance.
I think that is an accurate statement about the findings of the TAR, but I will look to my
Maybe someone,
colleagues.
I think one of your colleagues might be able to confirm that with
that's the
someone
case.
else want
Yeah.
to. Nods on the record.
It is the
sorry.
finding, but you'll see quite a lot of analysis of the different methods that different agencies use when assessing these things. So the IMF uses a different framework as well. But the way we do it indicates it's very low.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Canavan, and I believe that concludes all of the questions that we have for the Productivity Commission. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, representatives of the PC. You go with our thanks, and we'll take a short suspension while the ABS joins us. Thank you. The committee resumes and welcomes the Australian Bureau of Statistics and its representatives. Welcome back, Dr. Gruen. Would you like to make any opening comments or just proceed straight to questions?
Just proceed straight to questions, Chair.
Excellent, thank you. We'll proceed in 10-minute blocks. Senator Rennick, you have the call.
Oh, cheers, thanks. Hi guys, how are you going? Good. I was just wondering, could you explain why mortgage rates or mortgage costs aren't included in the annual CPI figure?
So I can give you some explanation. There are different ways of calculating the Consumer Price Index, but they are included in cost of living indices. But mortgage cost is a cost incurred for buying an asset, not for, so in other words, what you're talking about is buying an asset rather than a consumption item. So that's the technical reason why it is not in the CPI, but it is included in, as I said, in cost of living indexes, which we also publish.
But the RBA generally tracks the CPI, and bases its interest rates decisions off the CPI. So,
so the RBA looks at everything. The RBA does not just look at the CPI. They have a commitment to keeping inflation between 2 and 3% on average over the medium term, but they're not just looking at the CPI.
Okay, well, wouldn't the CPI, with the RBA increasing interest rates, and they've gone, they're going to virtually double, so they've jumped by 100%, and for many people that's 30%, 34%, 30 to 40% of their cost of living. If that figure was included in the inflation rate, it would actually show that increasing interest rates is also increasing inflation.
So there is no question that putting up interest rates increases the cost of having a mortgage, but in a former life, I could have given you an explanation for why raising interest rates reduces inflation over time, but it's not my role these days. And if you want to have that conversation, you really should have it with Treasury or the Reserve Bank.
Okay, no worries. I did ask the ABS if they tracked deaths by vaccination status, and the ABS replied that they didn't. Given that we've had a jump of, excess deaths are up 20,000 people this year and 8,000 last year, can you tell me why the ABS isn't going to that Australian Immunisation Register and getting COVID-19 vaccine status so that the Department of Health can track temporal association between vaccine
So I think
dates?
that's a policy question which you really should talk to the Department of Health. And we are very happy to provide information for the Department of Health if they request it. We did link the Australian Immunisation Register with the People-Centred Data Asset, MADIP, so that has been done. So it is possible to do research on a whole wide range of things to do with information on the Australian Immunisation Register. So that would be a piece of research that someone could do if they wanted to apply to do it. But we don't tend to do that research ourselves.
Okay, and what's the name of that again, sorry?
Which?
The MADIP, did you say?
I said MADIP, yes. So MADIP is an acronym, but the way to think about it is that it's an integrated data asset with a lot of information about people in it.
And that's on your website, the ABS website?
The MADIP is on our website, yes, and as are all the projects that are currently being performed using that integrated data asset.
Okay, thanks. And just one other question. Just in regards to when you report your monthly mortality statistics, you have an age standard standardised death rate.
Yes.
And I note that that was about 43.9 per 100 in September.
Per 100,000?
Yeah, 100,000, sorry. Which works out at about 12,000 per month, which extrapolates out to about 144,000 a year. And the overall mortality rate looks like it's going to end up at around 180,000 this year. What is exactly that standardised death rate?
So if you want to compare death rates across time, you don't want the changing age distribution of the population to be a confounding factor. You're interested in, for a given age distribution, how has the death rate changed? So we hold the age distribution constant through time in order to calculate an age standardised death rate. I think the age distribution we use is 2001, but that's something that's easy to confirm.
Okay, thanks. I might just get you to give a bit more of an explanation that on notice, if you don't mind. I'll put that on notice, but yeah. Okay, cheers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. My questions are brief. Thank you for attending today, or this evening. Can I sort out an issue I'm contacted about all the time, very frequently? It concerns people, it bothers us. On the provisional mortality statistics page of your website, there's a statement on the timeliness and completeness of data to ensure the data is represented accurately, which is worth site visitors reading. So we accept that.
Again, which is what?
Worth the site visitors reading. That statement indicates 95% of doctor-certified deaths are available 2 months post, and autopsy data, a much smaller part of the data, can be much longer, but that longer delay holds back 2% of the monthly data, which is why it's called a provisional data set. It's useful to calculate trends of the composition of current and catch-up should be fairly constant month to month. That's what we assume. Do we agree so far?
I didn't catch the final sentence.
Okay. The provisional data holds back, the autopsies hold back about 2% of the data.
The coroner
Yes.
certified
Yep.
deaths, yes?
And that's why it's called a provisional data set.
Yes.
And it's useful to calculate trends as the composition of current and catch-up should be fairly constant month to month.
That I'm not sure of. I'm not sure whether, I mean, it's probably not that different, but we capture all those deaths that we have, as you said, up over the next 2 months. The proportion that we're missing, I think we've looked at that. It doesn't change that much, but yeah.
So that's what I was getting at. It's fairly consistent.
Yeah,
and,
I think
and the
that's
catch-up
true.
would be fairly consistent.
I think that's true.
Too. Yeah. So my question is this: the data is almost now 5 months post, not 2 months, 5 months. So why the delay?
So I think we had a reduced publication in January, and we will go back to catching up in February. So I think that's the only reason.
So we'll get back to 2 months delay?
I think so, yes.
Why 2 months? Because I can go to the Victorian Statistics website, the Victorian State, and see provisional death data usually 2 weeks post. You're at 5 and you want to come back to 2.
So I think the answer to that is that what we're trying to capture is there's a trade-off between if you moved it if you had only a month's delay, you wouldn't get 95% of doctor certified deaths. You'd get substantially less than that. So I'm not aware of the Victorian data. I don't know I presume it's not as expansive as ours, but I'm not aware.
Doctors report deaths in this country.
Well, not other than when it goes to the coroner.
Yes, thank you for that correction. Do doctors' reports, are they taken as factual when it comes to the cause of death?
We use the doctor's, what the doctor certifies as the cause of death, yes. We do not second guess that.
Okay, thank you. So they'll be coming back to 2 months?
Yes.
Soon. Okay. Now, moving to live birth data, and this is my last question, Chair. Live birth data can also be rendered as provisional, but it's not. Live births inform planning decisions across all levels of government, as well as providing an essential check on health measures. It's really a health or COVID KPI to not impact on live birth rates. So it tells people what's happening with the COVID KPI. The latest data available for live births is to December 2021.
Yes.
And that data set is marked next release unknown. Why don't you produce provisional live birth data monthly or even quarterly?
Well, I mean, we haven't had a request to do it more frequently. I guess in the context of COVID, we made the judgment that there was public benefit in producing much more up-to-date deaths data because there was a considerable amount of interest in it. We have limited resources, of course, and so we are publishing it on the frequency that we've always published it. I must say the pattern which you have drawn attention to of much lower births in December is a pattern that we have seen every year, and it is not untoward in any way. What it is that people can take some time to register a birth. And so if you go back and look at the data, the first time we produced the December birth numbers for the last 4 years, they're very low. And then when we revise those numbers, they go back to substantial numbers, and that's a piece of information that's been in the public domain for quite some time. So it's simply misleading to suggest that the December data says anything other than that the results are preliminary. It's that there is nothing untoward in the results that we've got for December, for the first release for December. It's simply the fact that people take some time to register births.
So the December 2021 live births number came out early, or around October, I think, from memory. I might be wrong on that. October 2022. I would have thought they'd be corrected by then.
So I can find out when the final numbers come out, but if you look at the first numbers for the last 4 years, they were 6,000 in 2018, 7,000 in 2019, 6,000 in 2020. I mean, these are rounded, and 6,000 in 2021. And so the revised numbers are 23,000, 22,000.
Well, that's about normal, 24,000, about monthly.
Yeah,
normal.
exactly. So what I'm saying to you is the fact that the first release of December birth numbers, the fact that that's way below average monthly numbers is not something we don't understand. It's completely normal.
In those previous years,
yes.
When was the first release?
Well, we can find that out.
March?
We can find that out.
Okay, because I think from memory, the first release of the 2021 figures was around about October 2022.
Well, happy to kind of provide you with the dates of release.
Because there is a major concern amongst obstetricians and gynecologists with miscarriages in this country. Some studies showing they've dramatically increased since the COVID injections, and that's replicated overseas.
I'm not going to have a discussion with you about.
I'm just expressing my concern.
I think that can be health tomorrow, Senator Roberts.
Well, the health has not been very helpful and not very healthy with their advice.
Right. Senator Roberts, I was trying to catch your eye, but you're looking in the other. That was your last question? Okay,
I just want to reassure you that babies born on the 21st of 12th are great for both mother and child.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here. It's nice to be able to thank a statistician in person for all your work. And I have a few questions, but my first one is really about the resources available to you. I know you have the source of resources sitting next to you, but I hope you can nonetheless be straightforward about what your resources are and their adequacy to the demands on you. I remember not so many years ago there being, for example, changes to wages data collection because the resources were constrained. What would be your assessment now about how adequately you can rise to all the challenges?
Well, we do the best we can with the resources available. I think the answer is all departments and agencies have to live within their means. The demands on us are almost, we have lots of people saying, why don't you measure this? Why don't you measure it more frequently? So there is a sense in which we make judgments about what we think is appropriate given the resources available. I'm not here to complain about the resources that we've got. We have a substantial appropriation, which we do our best to use wisely.
So, amazing.
Dr. Bruin gets a medal for that answer.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Can I just say?
Can I ask you then about what your view is in particular about the adequacy for these times of your employment and wages data? Do you think they're fit for purpose for where we're at now?
So there have been some significant enhancements to our employment data with the introduction of single touch payroll, which we introduced in April of 2020. The Labour Force Survey, which is the main source of information about employment, unemployment, etc., is world standard. It's the biggest survey we run, and we, along with all statistical agencies, are suffering from declining response rates, but our response rates look very good in comparison with other countries. And we have taken steps to make that survey, to move, if you like, to use more modern techniques. So something like 40% of people now fill it in on the web when it suits them, and then another substantial proportion by telephone. So the number of people we have to actually go and visit in their homes is much lower than it would otherwise be. So on employment, I think we've got a wide selection of data. Wages, likewise, we've got the wage price index, and we've also got average weekly earnings measures from the national accounts. And there is a new measure that we will be introducing later this year, which uses single touch payroll to give a monthly measure of earnings.
Do you think the data that you're collecting and the categories you're using to collect it are adequately capturing the kind of changing forms and nature of employment?
There are benefits, obviously, in collecting data in a way that is internationally comparable. So one of the things that often comes up is, how can you call someone employed if they work 1 hour a week?
Good question.
Yeah, I can answer the question. About 1 in 1,000 people work 1 hour a week, and most of them don't want more hours, which is something that surprises people. They get asked, if you could have more hours, would you like them? And most of the people who work 1 hour a week don't want more hours. Obviously, there aren't many people working 1 hour a week. I don't think I know anyone working 1 hour a week. So the internationally comparable standard is that lots of countries measure that, but if you picked a different threshold, 5 hours a week, it would make almost no difference to the patterns that we see. It would change the numbers very slightly.
What about forms of employment?
So
gig work, self-employment.
So we are working on looking at those things, and I think we published something on that just recently on. Yeah, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Gemma Van Houderen from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So we've had several questions particularly coming out of a Senate Select Committee on Job Security. Yeah. And we endeavoured to unpack this issue of labour hire workers. And in December last year, we released a publication called Labour Hire Workers that included estimates of the prevalence of labour hire work, complemented by compositional breakdowns of key characteristics such as sex, age, occupation and earnings. And we also have a regular publication called Characteristics of Employment that has hours worked, country of birth, casual status, job stability. So there is quite a lot of rich information about the different forms of employment, and most recently coming out in December last year.
Well, thank you for that. Last question. I've just come from the Australian Institute of Family Studies, also talking about data and talking about the longitudinal studies that they're in charge of, the longitudinal study of children, migrants, and now defence personnel. And I asked them about HILDA, which is such an important longitudinal set of data. We're engaged in looking at changing nature of work and care in a select committee at present, Deputy Chair, Senator O'Neill with me. And one of the things we've noticed is that there's an enormous amount of cross-sectional data, but there is actually not a lot of longitudinal rich data which approaches the question of the workplace and the experience of work over time in the way that HILDA does from the household perspective. So I'm interested in whether you see any useful potential in establishing something which is more workplace based, so we can look at things like what difference does it make when people get extended paid parental leave, what happens within a household when one leaves work and another doesn't, what are the, all of that internal stuff, along with the characteristics of the workplace to allow that kind of rich analysis. What's your view about that?
So I think HILDA is a fabulous resource run by the Melbourne Institute, and it's been running for, 20 years, maybe longer. So I think there's definitely a place for longitudinal analysis using longitudinal data sets. The other way that you can get at some of these questions is via integrated data assets, which I was talking about with Senator Rennick. So MADIP, which is this integrated data asset, has got a lot of information over time about people. So that's another way that you can analyse these things, but it's more, so that's micro data. In other words, it's about individuals. It's de-identified so that, you can't take identified information out of that for privacy reasons, but it's a powerful way of analysing labour market developments. But I completely agree with you that that longitudinal data assets, and HILDA being a very prominent example, they're very powerful.
And going to your example of linked up data, that uses tax and social security and so on, but it doesn't give you a lot of workplace data. You're not going to know the characteristics, this is a question, of the nature of the workplace of the person, to put all that together, are you? I'm pretty sure that single touch payroll is now linked into MADIP, so we can check, but that has information on at least some information on the employment experience of people and what industries they are.
Would you like me to add to that?
Yes, absolutely.
Teresa Dickinson, Deputy Australian Statistician. We also have a linked data asset about businesses and business performance, business characteristics. And so we can now, we haven't done much of this yet, but we have the ability to link across the two. So we can see from the business, we can see what the individual is, how long they're working for a particular business, what role they're in, with the single touch payroll, their earnings and so on. So that's going to be really quite powerful to be able to look at linking between businesses and individuals.
Thank you, that's extremely useful.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I think we've got Senator Smith and Senator Canavan before 11 o'clock, so Senator Smith.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and Dr. Gruen and others, thank you very much for making yourself available at such a late hour. On the 1st of February, the ABS released the selected cost of living indexes. And I was just wondering if you could share with the committee a summary of what that latest round of cost of living indexes revealed.
So I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I can give you conceptually what a cost of living index is doing is looking at households with different characteristics, and then matching price increases to their mix of consumption. So in other words, people who are retired consume different things from a household with a mortgage. So that's why you get different numbers depending on which one of these indices you that you're looking at. Do you have the numbers with you?
No, I was just, that's one I don't have. I've got pretty much every other one, but not that one. I'm sorry.
I've found them as well. Sorry, Dr. Gruen, I thought you might have come a little...
No, I don't have... I mean, they're in the public domain.
Just on that, before we do have a look at them in more detail, why do they not receive as much media attention as the CPI?
This is beyond my area of expertise, but willing to...
But you do issue a press release.
Yes.
Great. Yeah.
I mean, I think...
And you do have a communications team.
We do, yep. but we do. But I think it is that the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, is the kind of measure of consumer prices, whereas the cost of living indexes are trying to capture, as I was talking about earlier, one of the differences is that when mortgage interest rates go up, they feed into cost of living as defined, but you're not buying a consumption item. So, but happy to defer to you on why they get less media coverage.
Well, perhaps they might start to get more, given that cost of living pressures are real, and my observation is that the SL.
The cost of living index selected, yep.
The selected cost of living index is quite a valuable tool. So if you were to Google, does anyone have a laptop in front of them?
No.
No, okay. So what we might, so the cost of living, the selected cost of living index before us here, and I think Senator Canavan has it before him as well. It has 5 categories: the pensioner and beneficiary LCI.
Yes, but pensioner, yep.
LCI, the employee LCI, the age pensioner LCI, the other government transfer recipient LCI, and the self-funded retiree LCI. And then underneath that, it has the Consumer Price Index. So the Consumer Price Index, and this is the document that was released on the 1st of February, the percentage change correlates with the CPI figure that was released publicly and got a lot of attention, 7.8%. But when we look at the pensioner and beneficiary LCI, the December 2021 to December 2022 period, the percentage change is 7.4. Mm-hmm. The employee LCI, the percentage change is 9.3.
Yep.
The age pensioner LCI is 7.3.
Yep.
The other government transfer recipient LCI is 7.4. And the self-funded retiree LCI is 7.6.
Yes.
What are those figures telling us?
Well, they tell you that different household types have somewhat different, they purchase somewhat different items, and therefore in calculating these indices you take into account the basket of goods and services that these different households consume, and then calculate the change in the price.
So the Consumer Price Index had a 7.8% change.
Yes.
The employee LCI had a 9.3% change.
Yes.
What is that telling us?
I think I just answered that question.
That employee households
yes
experienced a 9.3% increase
in the way this is calculated, which and it's mortgage interest charges that are contributing to the higher number.
So it's essentially saying that people that live in an employee household are actually experiencing inflation in an amplified way compared to people that live in a pensioner's household, for instance.
Yes.
Or in aged care.
So this is a powerful demonstration that those mortgage cost increases are being felt in the cost of living experiences of this employee LCI category.
Mm-hmm.
When is the next data set released?
So they're released quarterly.
Quarterly.
Yeah.
Quarterly. Will you hazard a guess at what that percentage change might look like?
Even guessing, are you?
Will I hazard a guess? I think that's an easy question to answer, Senator.
Are you expecting it to go down?
I'm not expecting. I came from a world where I had to make these forecasts, but I've left that world.
You did, Dr. Gruen. Thank you very much for that. Are you able to give us a summary of what the most recent selected living cost of index said? Do you have that in front of you now?
It's interesting.
Well, it's
Feel free.
Scroll away.
Okay.
I think I've got the right page.
So I think we've actually, I think you did a very good job yourself a moment ago explaining what it was telling us there. I'm just trying to find the actual picture in here, which has let me have a look. If I'm having a look here at the graph, which it's got the employer households, we actually on this release did focus in on the employer households, and it showed you the largest contributors to that. So, for instance, mortgage interest, 26.6 contribution, recreation and culture, 5.5%, housing 2.2%, food and alcohol beverages 1%, and so on. So this is a really great complementary set of indexes to the CPI, and as Dr. Gruen explained before, because the CPI doesn't have the mortgage interest charge in it, this gives you that extra information of the contribution of that. The other contributions there are by, as you say, the different household types. So the pension and beneficiaries, the employer age pension, other government transfer, and the self-retired retirees. So if you're trying to look at the different cohorts of households that we have in Australia, you can see, as you've said before, what's driving. What are the contributions from each of those groups, and who's, well, I really don't want to use the word inflation here or anything here, but who's what's affecting their spending capacity, essentially.
So if I'm just looking at the bar graph,
yes,
which runs left to right, horizontally. The 26.6% increase in mortgage interest, the way that is to be read is that compared to the previous index, there was a 26.6% increase in the mortgage interest contributions as a part of the index?
That's correct. That's so compared to the previous quarter. No, this is a quarterly movement. The largest contributor, so for mortgage, that was the largest contributor to the quarterly movement for the employer household index. Yes.
Senator Smith, I'm just conscious that Senator Canavan also has questions in the few minutes.
Can I just clarify something? Is the basket of goods that you are using
Do you mean I don't need to come to you?
These indices the same as the CPI, it's just weighted differently, is that right?
No, so a different basket of goods. Right. So, for instance, the selected living cost index has mortgage interest charges in it, whereas the CPI does not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then there's a statement further down, if you scroll down, it says, over the past 12 months, all LCIs, so that's all of the 5 groups that we mentioned earlier, rose between 7.3% and 9.3%. So is that to be read that the household groupings that we talked about earlier, pensioner and beneficiary, employee, age pensioner, other government transfer recipient, and self-funded retirees, all of those groups rose between 7.3% and 9.3%.
Yes, on an annual basis. So we're now on an annual basis, not quarterly.
So it would be correct to say that the cost of living pressures on those categories, so it's correct to say there's been a 7.3 and 9.3, between a 7.3 and 9.3% cost of living increase across those 5 categories?
Across those 5 groups, but I have to be very careful here because cost of living pressure phrase that's being used there can't be used in the same context of the consumer price index
Agreed,
because we have a different basket of goods
that's
here.
Right. Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Senator Canavan.
Chair, I think Senator Smith has very well canvassed most of the issues with the cost of living indexes, but I do want to make the point because, so the employer cost index is at quite a bit higher than the age pension or government transfer recipient index.
Employee.
Sorry?
Employee.
Employee, did I say employer? Sorry, employee, thank you. For the pensioners and transfer recipients, they obviously get their payments linked to inflation, not I think to these indices, but to inflationary figures, so they will be largely made whole. But employees, of course, they don't go up with a 9.3% increase. The wage growth is much, much lower than that. So do you actually measure what the real change for people is, take into account wage or transfer payment increases?
I mean, you could calculate it, but I don't think it's in that publication.
No, it's not in that one. And you don't yourself have a real cost of living index as such?
No, because you would want to take other things into account other than wages, because obviously these groups also have other earnings. But no, we don't calculate that.
Okay, I see. I'm just trying to learn here. I think when I've seen other real series created by you, I believe they have used your wage price index. That's something you do have, is that right?
Yes.
That's your product?
Yes.
And obviously you produce CPI.
Yes.
So using the two of those conceptually could get you to a real figure of some kind. Right?
Indeed.
Okay. I just wanted to go to just keep on the inflation theme. We now have a monthly series, and I very much welcome the monthly series you're putting out. How long has that been going for now?
Only a few months.
Just a few months.
Answer.
Just to add to the confusion Senator Smith was saying before, that the monthly series, the last monthly series I've got in front of me said that the CPI was actually at 8.4%.
That's right.
Of course, the quarterly figure is at 7.8.
That's right.
Just explain to me why is there such a difference in those two figures?
So the monthly series, as we've explained, does not update the whole basket every month. It updates around 2/3 of the basket every month. So, there's a difference depending on whether it's the first or second or third month of the quarter. Depends which bits you're updating. Conceptually, there's no reason why, even if we were updating the whole thing, there's no reason why the year to a particular month increase should be the same as the year to a quarter.
Yep.
So they're conceptually different.
Even if you calculate it had the same basket.
Exactly. Even if you calculated them on the same basket. But obviously we introduced it, in a world where inflation is running much higher than it has for quite a long time. We thought that this was a piece of information that was extremely valuable, and so even though we can't update the whole thing, we thought it was still worthwhile to produce something that would give you more timely information.
And I very much agree with that. For our purposes, trying to interpret this,
yes.
As you said, there's a conceptual difference here, or a base difference, I suppose. The
Yep.
quarterly index and the quarterly year-on-year change, the 7.8% for the December quarter.
Yep.
That's effectively, if I'm not incorrect, taking information as far back as September 2021.
October,
you're right. Sorry, October 2021 in measuring the percentage change.
That's right.
The monthly one only obviously then goes back to December 2021. That's right. Is the monthly indicator therefore more of a leading indicator in the context of inflation going up very high or changing a lot, either increasing or decreasing? Would you want to put more weight on the monthly rather than the quarterly?
So we have now, I think, about 3 years' history of the monthly. Is that?
So you were sort of road testing this, were you?
Exactly.
Okay.
No, we didn't want to put it out until we had at least some history.
Okay.
And I think we're not confident that we can. We think it's more timely, but but we're not confident that the fact that the last month of a quarter gives you a higher number. We're not confident that tells you anything about the next 3 months.
The quarterly figure. Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you. I note the next monthly series is due out on the 1st of March, so effectively it's a month after. This is for the January figures are due out on the 1st of March, so it's a month delay. I noticed overnight the US CPI came out for January, so only 2 weeks or so delay. Is there a reason why our figures are 4 weeks or a month delayed and the US can do it within a fortnight?
Yeah, well, there probably is, but I don't know what it is.
Okay.
But it is partly that we've only just started to do this.
Okay.
And as I say, we don't update the whole index. But I don't know the answer about
the US. They've done it for a long time, haven't they?
They have.
Have had monthly.
They have. They also put out their labour force numbers earlier than we do.
Right.
As in each month. But one of the things that happened in 2014 as a consequence of some quite substantial volatility in the labour force numbers was that a review was done and it was recommended that we take an extra week to quality assure those numbers. So there's a trade-off between accuracy and timeliness.
Well, look, I think it's a great thing you've done to have the monthly series, but it would be obviously, given that the reason we're doing it is for timeliness, the quicker we can get it, there is a benefit from that. Yep. Are there any plans to sort of consult your American colleagues or any other countries that do a monthly series on inflation and perhaps get it out quicker than we do?
Oh, well, I mean, we do consult on that and on everything else, and we make judgments about when it's, if you like, when it's safe to put it out, when we've quality assured it sufficiently that we're comfortable, that we're willing to stand behind it.
Okay, all right. Well, with 10 seconds left or so, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Thank you, Senators. Thank you very much, Dr. Gruen. Thank you to the representatives of the ABS. You are released with our thanks. There being no further questions at this time, the committee's consideration of the 22-23 supplementary budget estimates will suspend until tomorrow. I thank the Minister. I thank the officers of the Treasury portfolio. Thank you also to Hansard Broadcasting and to the excellent committee secretariat.
Well
thank
done,
you
Chair.
all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.